Everyone joining in the stream. What is up, everyone joining in the stream? Hopefully everyone is having an okay day so far today. Today we have absolutely breaking news and confirmation that they are protecting PDFs and co-conspirators in the Epstein files, as co-conspirators' names have been literally redacted, and that's been determined by Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, who have looked at the unredacted version of the files, and it turns out some of the files are still redacted to them, which is illegal. It can only be redacted if it's literally classified information. So that is literally something the Trump administration is doing right now. They have to do their homework and go back to that and literally try to unredact those versions. There are people's names that specifically are redacted. Apparently, in some circumstances, they're very well-known individuals that were retired CEOs. So, huge news coming out, and this is confirmation that they are protecting PDFs in the Epstein files above what we already had. We already had sufficient proofs in order to indicate that, but now we have even more. We have even more. Let me make sure to see that there was there wasn't. For some reason, my thumbnail wasn't added. That's really weird. I wonder why my thumbnail didn't add. That's really weird. I got to fix that here on YouTube real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. We're going to start getting to the next person up here real quick. I got to repost on my TikTok, so I got to do that here in a second. Repost it so I can get it sent out there. Lone Star, thank you so much. I really appreciate the galaxies. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you very much. I appreciate the galaxies. Thank you, Lone Star. Thank you, thank you. All right, I think I found it. There we go. Perfect. All right, we have the thumbnail now. Alrighty, everyone, we're gonna get the debates going right now. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria that I've listed right now on the TikTok screen. Let's get this first person up here. Let me just hit a quick repost on my own live stream. Let's do that real quick because I actually don't have my main account back yet. That's amazing. Yeah, I don't have it back still. Let's repost that real quick. For some reason, it didn't repost. There we go. Alrighty. Let's get the first person up here. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. I think right now there's a bunch of trolls in the guest box. So please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Are you off TikTok for good? No, it's just a ban for like a week. Well, I'm in contact with TikTok, and they should respond to my stuff here pretty soon. I sent them a ticket. They should respond very soon, and I'll be able to hopefully get a response on my account. Hopefully. Alrighty. Let me get the first person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 26.
Do you support Trump?
I actually have one thing. Before I
I'm sorry, I'm just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
And do you support Trump?
Yep.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
I mess with ICE. You know.
Okay, why do you like ICE?
We're getting the illegals out of here, Parker. We're getting the illegals out of here.
Okay, and why do you want to deport undocumented immigrants? What material benefit does it provide to our society?
I don't know. I just want my culture, buddy.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, what do you think I mean by that, bro? I mean, come on now. It's common sense.
Okay, you're just trolling, it seems. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. The TPUSA culture is crazy. Louise, thank you so much. I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you. That's literally what they want. Yo, what's up, how old are you? They want TPUSA culture. That's embarrassing. Genuinely. Let's try to get the first person up here for today, but it seems like MAGA is terrified, chat. Terrified. And by the way, wait, they claim they want culture, but then they're trying to limit diversity in our country by racially profiling.
I love you, Daddy Parker!
and they act like diversity is bad. Like, it's crazy. What do you mean you want culture? What does that even mean? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
0.
Come on, tell me your actual age. How old are you?
I'm 16.
You gotta be 18 plus to join the live TikTok rules. Screaming
Parker, I
fetus?
fucking hate your ass.
Oh, okay. Wait, I thought it was. I thought it was a troll. I think they were young anyway. So they really hate me apparently. Oh, it's them. Okay, I know who that is. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, why do you keep running from me, bro?
Have I debated you before?
No.
Who are you?
I just wanted to say I love you, bro.
Okay, all right, yeah. I am running away from you saying that you love me. That's true. You know what? Because I'm actually I'm running away from all of the fans that are coming into the lives and trying to say hi to me, and they love what I do. But trying to get the Trump supporters. That's what we're looking for. Let's go on the next person real quick. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what up?
And do you support Trump? I can't hear you. You got to swipe back into the app. Cannot hear you right now currently. Alrighty, I'm sorry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request. Again, if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I think we don't really have many debates right now. We just started up the live, and since we're on the second account, it's going to be harder to find someone right away. And earlier in the day, so. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
25.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And what's your birth year?
1990.
Alrighty, let's try the next person here real quick. Okay. Only send a guest request. Again, if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We have, like, no debates right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25. We weren't done, Parker.
What do you mean we weren't done?
About like a week ago, we were discussing topics, and your chat kept mass reporting me, and I got a 10-minute ban or whatever, and I came back, and you were scared to debate me again.
Why was I scared to debate you? Because I just didn't add you
Because
up?
we were getting to the juicy stuff, and you were actually looking up information, and you were getting proved wrong.
On what point?
Carol and
Eugene
charges
Carroll.
and all that. Eugene, whatever her name is. We were talking about all that, and then I
So
brought
I
up.
definitely was not being
hold
proven
on.
wrong.
I brought up this happens to majority of people who have money, NFL with people like Deshaun Watson, where 25 women accused him of something, and then all 25 women backed out.
They didn't back out. They accepted a settlement. Accepting a settlement does not mean this didn't happen. If there's 20 plus people that have accused someone of sexual misconduct, I think that's incredibly likely to happen.
2 of them did. 2. So 23 of them backed down, and only 2 of them go along with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see the claim or source for that. Let's see. And
And
also,
then Ben Roethlisberger, the same thing happened to
also,
him.
by the way, I don't even necessarily think that's evidence of the fact that when people came out, they backed away or they don't still believe the things that they believe. If you'd like to provide me evidence of that, I'd love to see. You're just claiming this about 2 NFL players. You're not actually providing evidence.
I'm so into this. So when I got off your live that night, I went and I was asking my mom questions, and this was over the phone. I was asking her, what would she do in these predicaments, in these, whatever. She said I would want, like, if she got what's the words I can say on here?
People are saying no audio on YouTube. Chat. The audio is completely fine. What do you mean? I can check. I hear the audio. I see the audio going through. Let me look. Let me see if I hear the audio. Restart YouTube. It's working now. Was it not working prior? It sounds fun to me. Yeah. Okay. Just hit a restart on the YouTube. If it does not work, I guess I could hit a restart on YouTube. I don't know. That's really weird.
Maybe they just need to refresh.
Yeah, so that's exactly what it seems like. Sorry, repeat what you were just saying.
I said I was asking my mom what she would want to happen if she got the R word. And she was saying how she would want people to forget. She wouldn't want to make it public, but she would also want to make sure somebody knew, like authority wise. Because why
Okay.
would you let somebody like that just if they mentally scarred you like that? Why would
Hey,
you just let them off the hook?
hey, dude. I just want to tell you something. Your mom responding a certain way or saying how she would respond does not mean every person would respond that way. So
But
you have to
wouldn't a woman
understand.
want somebody of authority to know? Like, cause I see where
Maybe
she's coming
what
from.
if they feel like people who are in positions of authority specifically aren't trusted in terms of giving that information to? They only feel trusted in giving this information to people who are not in positions of authority. Because that happens all the time. Explain to me in those circumstances, does it make sense? Of
And
course.
some, yeah,
Of
yeah,
course.
and
So
some,
like
but
so
can't
that
you
that
see
wait,
like
you say no
what?
again, this is something that's likely to happen if there's someone who's gone through vast amounts of trauma where it's stigmatized to come out in these situations and you're not believed simply because those positions are or people are in positions of power, okay? So you understand that like that's something that someone has to overcome when doing so.
I mean, I can see what you're saying there. I just feel like wouldn't you want somebody to know? Because then in your head,
Wait, she told multiple
mm,
friends at the time, which showed a consistent story that they were told specifically that this happened decades ago.
but then she
Why would
forgot
she
the
answer this
specific date.
question? Why would she tell her friends about this decades ago and then only go after a civil case near 30 years later?
But then she forgot the specific date. Parker,
She did
if someone
1995 to
came up,
1990. Listen,
women or
1995 to
man,
1996 is specifically a within the context of a year.
one
And by the way, not
woman,
remembering this specific day is not a claim to say that this didn't
yeah, yeah.
happen. I know multiple
Okay,
people that wouldn't be able to
for
tell you the
instance, okay,
specific
no,
day
no,
it
no, no.
happened to them, yet they were still assaulted.
Okay. For instance, traumatic events. Wouldn't you most likely remember that day?
No, no, no. You understand that trauma specifically can cause you to not remember those things.
So wouldn't you? What about Charlie Kirk? Wouldn't you say that day you were like scarred or scared or whatever?
Yeah, and I could have
Like
easily forgot the date if it wasn't the case that it was so talked about in the media all the time. Like genuinely, I could
I
have easily
just
forgot the date that it happened.
so you just like obviously I mean I guess we can agree on Trump fucking doing what he did, but you think all these women are so innocent when some of them really do just want the fucking money.
Well, okay, so if it was for money, why did she tell her friends literally in the 90s and then wait decades to be able to go after a civil case? Tell me why she did that if she
Um,
just did it for the money. That
to
makes
be
no
honest,
sense, right? That makes
the only
literally
thing I
fucking
could
no
think the
sense.
only thing I could think of is because he's becoming talking about Donald Trump here is because he's becoming a person of power.
He already was.
Yeah, that's my thing. Why didn't she come
So
out
wait, by
before
the way, if the goal was
2016?
to get money, because it's not about power, it's about money, you said. If the goal is to get money specifically, then explain to me why she waited like almost like 3 decades
Second
to
term
come out and tell
president. I mean,
everyone
there's a lot
after
of
the
money
fact.
there.
Wait, and go after a civil case, right? When again she told her friends almost 3 decades prior.
You know, she's probably made so much money off this social media bullshit than she probably would ever get from the actual court case.
So, by the way, she made over $80 million in the court case. Okay. Now, if you want to reference this, this is
Sophie
because
Ray made 98
she was
million.
able to prove sexual abuse, which then proved the defamation that Trump engaged in. So, if Trump didn't want her to get so much money, maybe he shouldn't have defamed her. Secondly, address the fact that in terms of this, you're not actually addressing whether or not the claim is true. You're just saying that she was doing this for money. But
We
it really
don't.
makes
We,
listen.
you don't
It
know if
makes
the
no
claim is
sense. Listen.
true.
Listen, it makes no sense to say that someone would do this for money specifically because of the fact that they told their friends decades prior. and it showed a consistent
You
story over
don't
multiple
know that
decades.
this is true. Nobody knows.
We
The
do.
only
There,
the only
no, there were
two
26
people
plus
who
people that
really
accused Donald
know.
Trump of sexual
You
misconduct.
can
There was a
accuse.
civil
Okay,
case that
boo,
determined
boo,
that
boo.
Donald Trump did
Ticky-tacky
this. Donald
bullshit.
Trump bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking. Donald Trump bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women
Words.
while they're changing without
Freedom
the
of
consent. Where an
speech.
18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. Did you not you just said freedom of speech when I'm talking about him bragging about sexual exploitation and grabbing women by the vagina without asking, which is sexual assault?
I really
serious?
hate to break it to you. Have you never been a part of a sports team?
Yes, I have as a kid. And tell me what sports team justifies that behavior.
So no. That's not where I'm going with this. What sports team were you a part of? And what, high school? I'm guessing middle school.
Yeah, like when I was a kid, I played football and baseball.
In middle school and high school, right?
Not in high school, in middle school.
Okay, in high, and it wasn't much in middle school, but when I got to high school, I'm not kidding you. I'm probably breaking some cardinal sins here in the locker room by saying this. There are things as locker room talk. I mean, that is
Oh my
so
God.
fucking true.
Dude,
It is
I'm
the
sorry.
truest thing.
I'm sorry. You're just disgusting. Genuinely. If you think it's quote unquote locker room talk to brag about sexually assaulting women and you think that's okay
No,
to do that,
see, you're taking
then
it the
that's
wrong way.
fucked.
We don't.
No,
we don't,
genuinely,
we don't
genuinely.
fucking brag.
Hey, pause for a second.
It's not bragging.
Listen to
You
what
need
I just
to know
said.
the full details of what
Listen
I'm
to
saying.
what I just said, bro. Listen to what I just said. Donald Trump bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, which is sexual assault. So bragging about engaging in sexual assault is not something that should be considered normal. It's not something that should be considered acceptable. And if they were doing that in the locker rooms you were in, then you're totally just fucking not telling on people who assaulted people. Okay?
No. That's not what I was talking about. You say you think every locker room talk is sexual assault shit. It's actually
And that's not what I said.
sexualizing.
That's not what I said. I just said specifically that you were trying to conflate it with locker room talk as a mechanism to normalize the behavior.
Bro, I saw my friend giving doggy. Like, I mean, shit goes on in the locker room.
I'm sorry. Why are you
videos-
saying? I don't need to hear any of this.
Because
Okay,
you
I don't
wanna
need
know
to
the
hear about
truth.
you being a cuck. I want to specifically hear a response to the point that I just made.
about locker room talk.
Yes, you're doing this to normalize it. Okay.
That's not what we actually do, and we don't talk about sexual assault. Yeah, because in the locker room, I'm gonna look over to my
So then
best friend
explain
and
to me
say,
why you
"Hey,
just tried
do
to
you agree with
associate what
this
Donald
fucking
Trump just
old
did.
hag just
Listen.
fucking
Explain to me
sexualizing
why
his
you just
child?"
tried to
Like, no.
associate what Donald Trump just did with quote unquote locker room talk as a means to literally normalize the behavior when we're talking about Donald Trump bragging about grabbing women by the vagina without asking.
Okay, we don't do that without asking, but we do say, "Hey, grab him by the vagina." I mean, it's quite literally that simple. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. I mean,
So do you want to address the fact that I just said that this is specifically Donald Trump saying without asking, and also like, dude,
I mean, is he not allowed?
I don't
to
know
have
what
freedom of
locker rooms
speech?
you're in. You're just talking about your own friend group, dude. MAGA chuds.
I'm sure I am.
Literally, this is what they do in the locker room. No, that's not what people do in the locker rooms when they aren't MAGA chuds. You know what I mean? Like when we're
I mean,
literally
I
normal
guess.
fucking people, right? You know, we don't do crazy shit like that.
I guess you were just never on a team that wanted you, that was souped up on testosterone.
I'm sorry. I knew lots of guys, okay? And it's not normal to literally say that stuff. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't
Unless
know
you're
what
saying,
locker
again,
rooms
amongst MAGA chuds, it's super adorable. Where you
So-
like,
so now there's
so
a-
like, I mean,
so
I
now
don't know what
there's-
your point is.
So now there's MAGAs and MAGA chuds.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's literally you.
Okay. I think men can be, coming from a guy myself, and I'm sure you can agree with this, men can be, not all, men can be a piece of shit sometimes. But if
So then
we're,
why are
if
you
we're
saying
gonna,
they should be that way? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm not saying they should.
Why do you want
I'm
the president
saying
to be a piece of
some
shit?
Men, just like not every woman is a HOE by going on social media and selling their body for content. Just like how I'm sure Margaret.
What
in
is
your
that
chat-
comparison?
What do you mean? What is that comparison?
I don't
trying
know
to
what
get
the
to
relevance was.
I'm trying to get to the point where you can't believe every single woman, and you have said quite literally yourself, if a woman comes out and says something like this, you believe the woman wholeheartedly, 100%. You
Yeah.
cannot always
So listen.
believe the woman.
Listen, what you're not understanding, though, is that there's so much evidence he's admitted to engaging in sexual assault himself. It's like you don't even believe him when he says it. This isn't even about believing women. This is you don't even believe Trump when he says it, when he does it. Like, seriously, he admitted to it. And I'm giving you the circumstance where he admitted to doing it. And you're like, you know what, dude, I'm just not going to look at this. I'm just not going to look at it. I just don't believe women. You're just like bringing up a fact that's irrelevant. By the way, you could not believe the women and believe Donald Trump saying that and still believe he did this. Which, by the way, that would be an insane thing to do. Of course you should believe the women who are assaulted. I mean, that's corresponded by, and it's also justified by the things that Donald Trump has admitted himself. It's also justified by the court case. It's justified by the amount of people. That all counts as witness evidence that Donald Trump is engaged in such behavior.
How many people are on death row that are innocent? I mean,
about
this
4%.
just comes to show.
About 4%.
This just comes to show you cannot believe everything you hear. If that,
okay,
like,
and do you think those 4% of people on death row were going to admit to doing it themselves?
Why?
You have to unmute yourself. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, some of your Democratic hoax, like they just try to mute people. Freedom of speech, though. That's why nobody votes for the Democratic Party.
Me muting you is not limiting your freedom of speech, genius. This is my platform. I determine what speech. It was me muting you, that genius. That's not limiting your free speech. Okay, I'll tell you what free speech is: a governmental protection. Okay, your right to free speech does not guarantee your right to speak on my platform because this is my space.
Oh, this is a safe space.
Well, I try to make it a little bit safe for you so that you can engage in a conversation. The people who need it to be a safe space are always the Trump supporters. You were just complaining earlier about it not being a safe space for you, so shut the fuck up. You need your safe space, you triggered snowflake.
I am the furthest thing from a snowflake.
I mean, you literally are.
I got like
you need your little safe space on my live stream where I don't call you MAGA chud.
I got 150 pounds on you easily.
Okay, is that supposed to be like a W?
Not scared of you.
You just said that so like you're like, I weigh 300 pounds, man. Cool, good for you, man.
So you weigh 100. You weigh 200 and
150. Nice. You can't do 150 plus 150. Jesus Christ. What are we at in our society? We can't do basic math. Can't do 150 plus 150 anymore.
You don't need basic
MAGA
math.
chuds don't know math, dude. MAGA math.
You don't need basic math to become a millionaire.
You're not a millionaire, are you? Are you a millionaire?
Look at Donald Trump.
Hey, bro, are you a millionaire?
Close.
Keep dreaming, buddy.
Close, but
you're
no
close.
cigar.
You're close. How old are you?
25.
You're 25 years old. You're close to being a millionaire?
It's called day trading, buddy.
Oh, you day trade? Really? So we got a crypto day trader on the live stream who's about to hit peak millionaire status and his valuation of cryptocurrency until it drops off next week.
You sucker in people to donate to you for listening, and you.
At least I get to actually keep the money. Your valuation doesn't even necessarily stay. Your portfolio could be gone tomorrow.
I mean, it could be, but sell, baby.
What are you talking about, bro? You said sell. So you're not understanding is that you overnight could lose your entire portfolio because you rely on cryptocurrency.
I mean, hey, just like you say that for me, but social media is kind of the same way. I mean, look at Harry and fucking Chris. Look what they said about women, and now they just plummeted.
Okay, so again,
that could happen to you, buddy. If you mess up, don't mess up.
Well, I just want to know, Harry's still wildly successful. I just want to clarify that, and also the way that you said that was incredibly vague. That's why we had a falling out. But regardless, he's still incredibly successful. Have you fucking seen any of his social medias?
Yeah, instead of you keep muting me so I can't say the truth. Let's say, because I used to watch you guys all the time. I mean, you guys used to be butt buddies and party up together. So when somebody goes from 10,000 viewers to 200 and something viewers, is that not a fall off? When you have 2 million followers?
I don't think Harry ever had 10,000 viewers concurrently, and 2, I don't know where you get 200 from. I mean, have you seen his account? He gets millions of views on all of his posts and hundreds of thousands.
And their max was 390 something viewers. That is fucking sad.
Okay, well, that's on TikTok Live. You understand that that's not his only platform, right?
I mean, I could care less. Why
do you have me defending? Dude, I'm just defending truth right now. Why do you have me doing this?
You're not defending truth.
Literally, you're just denying reality.
I'm not denying reality. You deny reality. I mean, you say Trump lies. Hell, why would I vote for? If I'm going to vote for 2 liars, I'm going to vote for the better one. The fuck?
Okay, so you said a better liar. No, Trump is a greater he's a pathological liar. He lies to a significantly greater extent.
He's a better liar than Kamala because he sold the fuck out of me.
Yeah, so you just admitted to being conned?
Not really, because he not really, because I do
He just
like his
admitted to
foreign
being
policy.
conned without
I like-
realizing.
I like
Dude,
his foreign
yeah,
policy.
dude, come on. He just admitted to being a MAGA sheep. He
I
just
like
got
his foreign-
manipulated like that. He got
I like it.
manipulated
I
by
like-
the sheep. He
I like his foreign
manipulated by
policy.
Trump himself. He's a cult member. He just admitted to it. Thank you for the
I
money
like
gun.
his foreign policy.
He
and I
got
like the way
gotten
he
by the
doesn't let-
con artist Trump.
And I like the way he doesn't let other countries walk all over us like fucking
Really?
Sleepy
Yeah,
Joe.
explain to me how countries were walking all over us under Joe Biden's
well,
administration.
I've said this 1,000 times to so many different people. Kamala went into Europe to stop Russia invading. 4 days later, Putin laughed at the fucking United States like we were some joke and said, fuck you, and invaded Ukraine. It's quite literally that simple.
Trump hasn't stopped the war in Russia and Ukraine. So
actually, the war has actually been ceased.
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it has.
Where did you see this? Where do you think?
Putin was on a phone call actually with Donald Trump? What? Not even 3 or 4 days ago.
Oh God, no! They did not say that the war is over. What are you talking about?
They're coming to a deal. They're doing more than Sleepy Joe and Kamala.
No evidence of that. No
They're-
evidence
they're-
at
they're
all
not
of that.
giving
And by the
money-
way,
they're
he
not
said
giving more
24
money to
hours.
Ukraine.
It's been like literally over a year. Over a year.
Let's think about this. This started under the Joe Biden and Kamala Harris
I mean, I know that you don't understand math. Like, there's a difference between 1 and 365, right? Big difference,
Yeah.
right? So,
Yeah,
like, if he
yeah.
said he was going to end it in 1 day, and it's been over a year, which is 365 days, well, then that means that Donald Trump is a fucking idiot.
So can I ask you a?
He was literally
I wanna
like
keep
1
going on this-
in
I wanna keep going on this
370 fucking
Yeah,
below,
yeah.
dude.
I want to go on this foreign policy. Keep going on this foreign policy thing. But I do have one question for you. Since Dean kind of fumbled the bag and
He's not even
said the
going to
word-
address what I just said.
I will. But since Dean kind of fumbled the bag and said the word, what are you going to call that anxiety pin now, buddy?
Dude, you understand that was a joke, right? This
Oh,
guy's
it
an
was?
idiot. Yes, it was
Yeah.
always a joke. Holy shit.
Yeah, yeah.
And you have people like you that are too stupid to see it. What are you, an Asmund Gold viewer?
No, I mean I'm just going to say
Surprising because those are the people who are like I don't know if Dean's being serious here. It's like the most obvious joke.
If you do it,
It's like it's literally the most obvious joke. He has a purposefully different tone to make a joke out of it, and you don't know that he's making a joke out of it. It's like genuinely serious. Like, could you identify when someone's making a joke?
Do you care about people like judging you? I mean,
No, I
just
talk
come
about
out
it
and
all
say
the time.
on Snapchat.
And here.
Not
I
really.
literally, by the way, every single day I talk about it unironically. What are you talking about? People
if
know
I
that
give
I
you
get
a-
elevated.
if
What
I
are you
give
saying?
If I give you a PO box, can you tell your sister to send some of those edibles?
No. And by the
Come
way, I don't
on.
think you can say that on live.
What
I have
if
to
I-
kick
what
you.
if I came
Hey,
over
do you
to
have,
the
do you have,
dark
Hey,
side?
listen. Do you have a second account?
Huh?
Do you have a second account? I have to go on to the next person. You can't say that on live. I don't know why you said that.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, what is it?
Christian.
Okay, I'll look for you. I don't think you can say that on live, so. And why is he even asking me? You see how he literally, like, he doesn't know that pieces elevates over water for your sins. Like, he doesn't know that. He doesn't know the basic tenets of Christianity. Angel, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. This dude is really flexing 6 digits like he owns the world. Sit down, buddy. It's a big club, and you are not invited. Worst anything, his assets are all based on speculation. Seriously. Morgan, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. All right, let's see. So, by the way, he considers himself Christian. By the way, let's see if he actually upholds those values. Soulless Ginger, it just might be in that context.
I'm
in
not.
which it is.
No. See, there you go. Assuming a shit again. I'm not Christian. My name is Christian, dummy.
Oh, okay. Dude, I'm going to assume that you're Christian if your name is Christian on TikTok Live because of how many people come up who are Christian. But that's okay. You're not Christian. You're an atheist.
No, I'm not like you. Fuck. Why would I be brainwashed? I'm
What
not going to talk about religion on here. I'm
what
not going to talk
religious
about
beliefs do
religion.
you have?
I don't want to talk about religion with you.
Okay. Scared.
I do want to talk. No,
He's scared. He's
I don't-
scared.
No, I want to talk about foreign policy.
He's scared. He's scared.
I wanna
think he's
talk-
scared.
I
Chad, I
know.
think he is Christian. He just didn't want to say it.
Nope. I want to talk about foreign policy.
He's totally Christian. Will you say that Jesus
Why
Christ is
would
not?
I want to?
Can you say that Jesus Christ is not?
Okay,
Wait.
okay,
Can you
Okay.
can you say Jesus Christ is not your Lord and Savior?
I will never say that. Can you just respect?
Yeah, I definitely know your view.
Can you
Lisa,
can you just respect someone's wishes? And I don't want to.
No. OG Jake, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. They said, is this 25-year-old crypto market millionaire that's on a TikTok live at 12:30 in the afternoon while Bitcoin is down 22% in 2026? What a joke, kid. Lives in his basement and he's looking at a downward graphs.
You ever seen The Wolf of Wall Street? Because it's so true.
Yeah, wait, why would you be on my live stream when your stock is quite literally tanking right now?
I'm not doing anything right now. That's the perks of doing what you fucking want as an alpha.
Wait, so you sold all your positions?
I mean, what do you think, dumbass? Hold it in. There you go. Why don't you just become a Republican? You don't have to support Trump. Just become a Republican. Don't be on the dark
Because
side.
I'm coherent.
You are so educated, and the Republican Party does need you.
Oh, you're saying the Republican Party needs me? Well, take the L,
No,
buddy.
no.
Never
Okay, I
join
worded
him.
that wrong.
Take the
I
L.
worded that wrong. Not this.
Hey, what's up,
guy.
Neil?
Bro, what am I listening to? So I just heard this guy call himself an alpha and then bark in the mic. And he also
not
said
know
that
the
I
like,
didn't even hear that.
he also said that the Wolf of Wall Street is like super true.
He also
It
couldn't
is.
do 150 plus 150 earlier.
It's literally
nice.
based on a true story.
Yeah,
Dean Withers.
did this guy also claim to be a crypto millionaire?
Yeah, he's
Nope.
about to be. He said he's
Parker-
about to
nope,
be.
Parker claimed me to be one.
Okay,
No, we
first
all
and
know that you
foremost-
buy
Never say
crypto.
what you're not. Never
Hey,
say
what-
what you're not.
Question: what the Wolf of Wall Street guy? Since that's just a really important story to you. What's his name?
Jordan Belfort.
And how did he make money?
Basically what people are doing today, fucking meme coins and shit, saying they're gonna selling them something that's not fucking true, and then fucking taking money. I mean, it's quite literally that simple.
So do you know what he did or not?
I'm pretty sure it was like stock fraud and stuff.
Do you know anything more specific than that? I mean, I feel like that's like the general synopsis of the movie.
This is his origin story too, by the way.
It's quite literally about stock fraud, and then
Okay,
he
well,
did.
well,
I
to be
can't
more
talk about the other things because I'm gonna slip up and say something I'm not.
To be
supposed
more
say online.
more specific, okay, you obviously don't know what Jordan Belfort did. He pump and dumped penny stocks.
It's literally fraud, dumbass.
Well, dumbass, I asked you for specifically what he did because I think everybody generally knows that he committed fraud.
Well, it
since
wasn't
the
just
whole
penny
synopsis
stocks,
of
that's
the
how he
movie was him
started.
going to jail.
It wasn't just penny stocks. That's how he started, dumbass. Have you watched the full movie? I know your brain can't comprehend anything over fucking an hour and a half, but
Buddy, it says the guy that just called himself an alpha then barked in the mic while you're chilling in your mom's basement for the 35th year.
no, it's called a penthouse.
Really? Turn your camera on.
Why would I turn my camera on for you,
So
Dean?
we can see the penthouse.
No, why would I turn my camera
Okay,
on
yeah,
for
show
you?
us your MAGA millionaire crypto penthouse.
Yeah, wait.
The
no, I have
one
a
that
question.
Donald Trump gave me.
Where is the penthouse?
It's gonna be his parents' bedroom, literally.
Yeah, you're right. It's in my father's basement.
Where is the penthouse?
It's in my father's basement, dude.
Yeah,
no,
that's
I'd assume
exactly
it's a big
what we
city
thought.
like Miami, like New York City or LA.
Springfield, Ohio.
I don't think that there's penthouses in Springfield, Ohio.
There. I don't need to dox myself.
He lives
to
in a
prove
penthouse in
anything to you.
Springfield, Ohio. Everybody.
Do you own it or do you rent it?
Rent.
And how much is rent per month?
Why am I telling you these things?
Well, I mean, I just want to like make sure that the numbers. check
No,
out.
I don't need to tell you these things.
Okay, well, it just makes it seem like you lie.
You ever heard privacy is key?
Well, I think if you were to tell us how much you
Just
pay,
tell
on it
us.
for
You
rent per
already
month
said you
and
live in a
show the
penthouse,
square
so we know it's
footage,
expensive. So tell us how much.
and then it'd check out.
It's more expensive than you.
Tell us. Give us a specific number.
I don't need to tell you that.
Okay.
I don't.
Can you give us a general range, maybe?
Hey, Parker, be like Dean and accept it, okay?
That I don't even know what that was supposed to mean.
Respect my wishes, and no, I
I
don't
have a
need to tell you
question.
these things.
Does Alpha have a neckbeard?
What?
Does
Wait,
Alpha have a neckbeard?
No.
No. Okay.
Also, you said respect your wishes, like you didn't respect like rape victims.
I do.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? So you believe them?
Not all of them. Just like not like you.
So what is the reason you don't believe?
Not where every woman who comes out and says something is 100% true. I'm not going to do
So
that.
do you believe E. Jean Carroll?
To be honest with you, I want to say no, I don't believe her so bad, but you've brought it up on your live so many times, and the only thing that makes me question is the DNA thing. Is if he was innocent, why wouldn't he just give his DNA up? I don't get that.
Yeah.
But then
boom,
again,
you believe it, man.
But then
you
again,
totally
it comes to
believe it.
respect
Come
that
on.
people don't want to give up something just to like prove like the guy's already been
They don't want to
president
prove their
once.
guilt. You know what I mean?
Like
They don't want
the
to
guy's
incriminate
been,
themselves.
The guy's been president once. And he also just had what 70 fucking million people vote for him. What does the guy have to prove? I mean, seriously.
So you understand that he can prove that this isn't applicable to him, right? Because he is such an egotistical maniac that he loves, right, people liking him, and he loves being able to own the fake news media, right? So then if he had the ability to do that, why wouldn't he do it? Because he's likely is going to incriminate himself. That is the logical conclusion from that. Seriously.
I just don't, the only thing that makes it skeptical is the fact that it was in a fucking shopping mall during Christmas time. I mean, come on. Like, it's
Wait,
one of the most
Bergdorf
busiest
Goodman
fucking
is-
shopping malls. Bergdorf Goodman. Yeah, it's one of the most busiest shopping malls.
No,
And-
by the
and
way,
you're telling me
that's not what the people who worked there said.
Yeah, of course, the people who work there, sure.
Yeah.
I
Why
just
wouldn't
find
we
it
listen to
very
the
hard to
people who
believe
worked
that
wait,
some,
wait. Why wouldn't we listen to the people who worked there about how that store operated?
Are we not going to talk about like video footage? Like, did they not have any
they
of
said
that?
that there was no. They said there was no. This is in the 90s. So by the way, 1985 to 1996, and we're in a store specifically, right? And they don't have cameras on every single floor. They don't have the records of all those cameras from back then. They didn't know to keep that data.
I mean, if my middle class family who was kind of broke back in the day could videotape their family get-togethers and then still have them to this day on file, I'm pretty sure the United States government
That was
could
the dumbest
get
thing I've
video
ever
and
heard in my
save it.
life. I cannot
How?
believe. I
How?
cannot believe he said because my personal family specifically was able to literally have video footage of the something. When we were kids, that means that there has to be video footage in every store in America at that certain time period, and it's still documented till this day in 2025. No, or 2026. Sorry.
I said when they were a kid back in the day. I mean,
Also, by the way, but what you have is going to be like a tape, most likely a VHS tape. Now, maybe your family has had that converted into DVD or whatever. But what matters here is that videography at the time relied on the use of physical tape. And oftentimes what stores would do, if they had security cameras, is they'd record onto a limited space of physical tape. And then when they used it up, they just simply delete it and then re-record. And then the only times that they wouldn't delete it and re-record, and that's actually something that they'd save, is if they got like a report from the police station of somebody potentially stealing something, or they think that somebody is guilty for theft, or that they know that a crime had occurred. And that's the only time that they would not delete and then reuse the tape. Because think about it. Why would they just waste so much money on tapes and tapes and tapes of every single day that are physically costly and are costly and then physically take up space? Like that's just not what happens.
And then that just you weren't here for.
After a while, they just recycle the tape and record over it.
You weren't here for this, but that just goes to show, like, why I just don't get why wouldn't she come out when it happened? If she came out when it happened, they'd have those tapes.
Well, exactly. Now your issue is that she didn't say that he raped her when he raped her. But I mean, this isn't something that we see to be exclusively true of Eugene Carroll.
Then again,
this
it
is
just
something
goes.
that is actually true of most people that are raped.
It just goes to
most
show.
people that are raped never come out about it in their lifetimes.
It just
I think that we should be really like Meaning that I don't think it's a good argument to like sit here and condemn her for coming out 23 years later.
But then it just goes to show. I said this to Parker before you even joined again. I said we can't always believe what we hear. Oh, with the evidence that we have, sure, Jerry can do whatever. Like I said, there's people on death row who have been convicted and are innocent. And the only two people who will ever know, unless Donald Trump says something different and then we all believe him, or
Listen,
Carroll
I
says
agree.
something.
I agree
The
that
only
we
two
can't
people who
always
will know
believe
is
what we
her
hear.
and Donald Trump.
One moment. I agree that we can't always believe what we hear. But the reason why I believe her is because she's a credible accuser. And
Credible
of course,
accuser because she
because
wrote
there's
a book.
about a billion different line items of evidence to justify that it occurred.
I mean, did you not just see the tapes where Trump was in? I think it was Mar-a-Lago, where those like blondies were dancing on him. Like that just goes to show everybody back in the day knew who Donald Trump was. So if he did something like this, how has nobody seen this? I mean, you're telling me a guy who was on Wall Street making millions of dollars is able to just go into a shopping mall and just take somebody into a shopping room and do what he did? Like that just makes no sense.
One,
None. Like
Blondie's
where's
is really
security?
fucking weird. Two, that's exactly what happened. Three,
Well,
Donald
I
Trump
don't know their
admitted
names.
to it himself. He literally said he would grab women by the vagina without asking. That's what he
Oh
said.
man.
He admitted
Yeah,
to doing this himself. You don't believe him?
I came up here to fuck with this guy because he's called himself an alpha, but it's honestly a little bit too early in the day for me to be listening to
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
hit
denial. So
the
I hope you have a good
anxiety
rest of
pin
your day,
and go
buddy.
I
back
got
to
you, man.
sleep.
Yo, okay. What'd you just say, man?
I said I told him to hit the anxiety pin and go back to sleep. I'm not gonna believe every woman. I'm not. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, we're not even
Just like
claiming
just like
that you
when
have to believe
Kamala
every
said,
single person. We're not even claiming that you have to believe every single person. The claim is that there's substantial evidence to indicate that this is true. You should believe it. It should hit your standard. The idea,
because
the issue is that you won't believe any women. That's the issue.
I believe my mom.
Okay, so by the way, if your mom had the same evidence as E. Jean Carroll, do you think other people should believe her?
No,
No?
because
So
because
you
I'm
would
gonna
say
ask
people.
her. I'm
So
gonna
you would
ask her
say that
more
people
because
should
I
not
would
believe
ask,
your mom.
because I would ask her
That
more.
makes no
I'd be like,
fucking
okay,
sense.
then
You
why
sound
didn't you
stupid
report
now.
it?
You sound
What?
stupid. You just said people should not believe your mom when she tells them that she was assaulted.
No, I'm gonna ask her more.
What are you
I
talking
would.
about, dude? You would say that in general people shouldn't believe a thing that your mom says. You don't think your mom is trustworthy enough to make that
Now you're
claim.
just manipulating me. You said the E. Jean Carroll incident. You never said.
Yeah, I
You never
said we're
said
the
anything.
same evidence as E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
What? You sound insane.
I'm not. I'm
You
logical.
do sound
Something
insane. No, that's
Democrats
not
are
logic.
not.
That's not logical. That's called being a fucking dick. That's called not
I
being there for
mean,
people that are close to you.
opinions.
You say you care about your mom, right? You acted like you were a mama's boy earlier, but now you're totally
I'm
just
actually
not
a
gonna. You're
daddy.
gonna say
I'm
that
actually a
people
daddy's
shouldn't
boy.
believe your mom when she says that.
Actually,
That's fucking
actually,
ridiculous.
I'm a daddy's boy. God rest his soul.
Rest in peace. Rest in peace. I'm so sorry to hear that.
You know, I actually came up to your live to when he died in 24 to bring some closure.
I hope that it gave you some. I think.
Well, when you were making fun of the MAGA dummies, and it kind of because it was during like the election, or it was like kind of before the election and stuff. So the old MAGA heads that came up here were really stupid, and I mean you're pretty smart, so it was kind of interesting to see you just fucking fuck with them, I guess.
Don't you think they still are?
I mean, yeah, some are pretty stupid, but that doesn't go. All MAGAs are not. Well, fuck MAGA. All Republicans
Like, you know what
are
I
not
would say?
stupid.
I would actually say I think people have gotten dumber who are Trump supporters.
You think?
Yeah, genuinely. Like, I think prior to the election, they genuinely were smarter.
I think ICE has definitely made MAGA view Trump a different way.
Yeah, I mean, they were just willing to defend whatever he says in whatever
Not me.
manner he says it.
I don't agree with the Alex Peretti thing, but the one chick,
Oh,
Renee, whatever her
Renee
name is.
Good? Renee Good,
Yeah.
her name.
Yeah, I don't care.
You don't
She-
care. Okay, so
She was told to leave. She didn't leave. I don't care whether we can go.
she was told to leave. When she did try to leave, she was murdered by Jonathan Ross.
Baby drive. You don't listen to your wife. You listen.
Wait,
to
you just said she
federal
was supposed to
law.
leave. You just said she was supposed to leave, buddy. So
Oh,
she
no,
tried to
wait.
leave. She
When
tried to
fe-
leave and then got murdered. Jonathan Ross, the third
wife-
bullet, is the one that murdered her. Right, and that was taken multiple feet to the left of the driver's side of the vehicle. That's why there was
You do
no
realize her
three
dad was a Trump
three
supporter,
holes
right?
of the bullets.
Her dad was a Trump supporter and still is.
Isn't that like
I mean-
dad? Isn't that father-in-law or something?
Father-in-law. Who cares?
That's a big
the-
distinction. That's a really big distinction.
Just like it's a big distinction.
Wait,
when
I'm
your
sorry.
wife
Do you not
tells
do
you
you
to
not
drive
think
off and
father
a
versus
federal
father-in-law
agent
is a
tells you
big
to stay?
distinction?
Like when a
Ex-father-in-law
federal
is the same thing as father?
Yeah, they have no jurisdiction. Who cares?
What
When
are
a
you
federal
talking about,
agent
dude?
gives you
That is a crazy
lawful
take.
order-
That is a crazy
wait,
take, bro.
You like to bring up J6. Where the J6 National Guard people? What were they? Why were they allowed to do what they?
Yeah,
do
Donald
what they
Trump is
did?
the one who could have sent them there. Right?
Because they were deputized. Do you know what deputized means?
Okay, well, I actually don't know. Tell me.
It basically means when you get deputized, you can give lawful order commands and you can make arrest. Basically, that the National
Okay.
Guard was deputized on January 6th.
And how is
Because
that
of the
going to
riot.
limit Trump from sending them there?
Sending who?
The National Guard.
It would stop the riots, just like it stopped the
Yeah,
BLM
so
riots.
Trump didn't send them there. He took hours to send them there. Secondly, if
Yeah,
we look at
because-
if we look
well,
at
no,
January
we're not
6th,
gonna get
he
into this.
pardoned the violent rioters who beat
Pelosi-
police officers. Did you know that
told
Donald
him
Trump
not
did
to.
that?
Pelosi's corrupt. Pelosi's corrupt.
What?
I mean, her daughter even said it. Her daughter even said Pelosi said no. When Donald Trump could have literally just sent in the National Guard. I'm gonna believe her daughter over her.
Wait, you understand that Pelosi literally can't do that. She doesn't have the authority in that circumstance.
Wasn't she like the mayor or something?
No? But she didn't
She
have
definitely
the
had.
she didn't
She definitely
she didn't
had
have the
authority.
authority.
Hold on, I can still hear.
You said, was she the mayor? Are you kidding me? That is the dumbest thing I think I've ever heard someone say on the live. After you already earlier couldn't tell us 150 plus 150. Come on, man. Maybe you should say the horrible points here that you can't justify that have no reasoning is associated with you being MAGA. Maybe we should say that for once here. Maybe you've noticed a common pattern of behavior within MAGA, right?
Definitely did have the right. She definitely did have the right. I don't know why you're defending her, though. Like,
you said
this is
wait,
just-
sorry. You said she had
Parker,
the right to do
stop.
what?
Like, this is getting tiring. Stop
You
agreeing
said
with
what?
all these Democratic people. Like, enough
I'm
is
sorry.
enough. Like, you can support
Stop
your party,
agreeing
but
with all these
stop.
Democratic people, Parker. Oh my God, please. I'm giving you reason to believe it right now. Engage with it. Parker, stop
She had-
believing
she-
these Democratic people.
Grr. She had the authority and she didn't fucking do it. She let multiple people and cops get beat, and then fucking Trump
She
had
did
to send
not
in
have the
enough-
authority. Trump had the authority, so Trump allowed for cops to get beat, and Trump pardoned the people who beat cops.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's your
Trump's
belief now.
seen-
Wait, I'm sorry.
I'm-
You just said based upon your reasoning, because he didn't send the National Guard there, he allowed people to beat cops, and then he also pardoned those people. And by the way, you're going to say they allowed people to beat cops as if Donald Trump didn't pardon them. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
He didn't pardon every single one of them.
Yes, he did. Tell
every
me.
single
Yes.
every single person who was
Yes.
on J6 who
Yes.
rioted was pardoned.
Yes.
There's just no way.
Yes.
I know he pardoned people.
Yes,
but
he did.
No.
Can you give
No,
me an
there's-
example of a single January 6th violent rioter that's still in prison?
I'm sure a couple of them are.
Give me one example.
I don't know their names because I don't care about them.
Go
I mean,
go look it up. I'm serious. Go
just
look
like
it
I
up
don't
right now.
care about
Go
the
look it up. I'm
Minnesota-
actually genuinely curious if you could find one.
All right, hold on.
I have a few people to thank in the meantime, everyone. Casey, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. I know. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Slumber, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Emmy, thank you for the 10 cents. Send them to my live. Send them to my live. Oh, you said you need ways to debate them? I would say just watch the stream. That's the best way to really get that information. Bonnie, thank you so much for the $15, though. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. I know, right? Tom, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said guy should put all of his money where his mouth is and invest it all in Trump coin. Yeah. Ivy, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Yes, literally, though. He'll literally admit to doing that. It's disgusting. As well as Alexis, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know, and it's insane that people would say that like people shouldn't be believed in that circumstance. Just know that you always have people that believe you here. That's the thing that's important, is that you do have community. Devontae, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $7. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
By the way, I'm about to get you more money. You Democrats are all so made of money. How about you give this guy more? Stop donating that $5 bullshit. Like, that's so cheap.
Bro, chill. Splish, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Melanie, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. Mel, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Delta, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Zach, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for no alpha ever has to tell everyone that they're an alpha. Seriously. It's ridiculous. And by the way, dude, I just think it's embarrassing that you felt like you had to say that, right? Like, again, by the way, on the stream, there's literally there's no need for anyone to send money. Literally, people only send money because they feel like they want to. I don't care how much money people send. I think people, regardless, like, genuinely, I don't know why you'd even care to say that. It just sounds like you wanted attention, man.
No, I just think that you give different reactions to people who send money. Like, why don't the person who donated $3 get 1,000 W's instead of the person who donated 500? That's kind of biased, isn't it?
I think that obviously any person's gonna have a different response, like in a circumstance like that.
But they're still
like
giving
Jenna.
you money.
Thank you for the $100 on YouTube. Super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate some W's for Jenna in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Jenna. I really appreciate the $100.
Yeah,
thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Jenna on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you very much. By the way, I don't even think I said 1,000 W's, but I said, can we get some W's, right?
And it won't say because of I'm the one I'm looking at. It's not saying, I'm guessing because of like court orders and stuff, but it's not saying our names. It says some J6 people were pardoned, and it's ABC News, the most corrupt news ever.
So can you just give me a single person who's still in prison who was a violent rioter on January 6th?
I just said it's not saying their names.
So you have no evidence. And yet you still claim
News says some. ABC News says some. That's all I need.
Okay. Well, would you like to give me actually any person? I asked you for a single person.
No, because I don't know their names. I don't care enough about them. That was what, in 2020? What the fuck do I have? Or what was it? 2018? I think 20. No, hold on. Trump got elected.
What was it? 2018.
Hold on, wait. Trump got elected and Hillary in 26, and then 2020, right?
What was 2020? You said
the J6, right?
2021.
Oh, 2021. Okay, I was a year off. Basic math, us MAGAs. I just need you to stop.
You really wait? You want us to believe that you're almost a millionaire?
Get off that topic. I just need you to stop dogging Trump.
I'm sorry, bro. Like, I'm serious, bro.
And actually,
you really want us to believe that, dude? I'm sorry, man.
Actually, look at some of the good he does. Why are we talking?
I'm sorry,
about
man.
Me?
It's either you got fucking lucky on a random shitcoin, or you are lying.
Hey, people, I'm up all night to get lucky.
So he probably did get lucky on some random shitcoin, if that's true.
You got to get lucky in life. You can't be rich without a little bit of luck.
Oh, I mean, I actually do agree with you.
Just like you can't be in the position you are without a little bit of luck.
Totally agree. I admit that all the time.
There you go. Now hop off my dick.
But like, I mean, it was all the luck for you.
Yeah.
I have a skill set still, right? Like, it was all luck for you, dude. Jesus Christ. There are people where you need luck. Luck's a part of it. But for you, luck was the entire thing.
White privilege, what can I say?
Okay, that's not specifically just going to be that. Secondly, if you want to reference this, like you clearly are misusing that term.
And why
and
do
also,
you
Brendan,
disagree?
thank you for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get
There
some
we go.
W's for them
Now
in the comment section right now? They said, get
500.
rich, get educated, and go left. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some
Never.
W's for Brandon in the
Actually,
comment section right now. Spies, thank you so
you
much for the $7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
you have been very,
One W
very
for
close.
Spies.
You have been. I just want you to know, you say the wrong things, but you have been very, very close on getting me to not be supporting Trump. I'm not gonna
Okay. So what's holding you back?
lie. To be honest, you're gonna say what the fuck, but these are all accusations right now. If a single piece of evidence in the Epstein list is proven by one of those, because what I read was absolutely just fucking horrible. If one of those become like true and proven in a court, then yeah, Trump is toast.
So, I mean, these are the things that were used in court as evidence. You know that, right? This is the
This
investigation. These are parts of the
yeah,
investigation.
because the 3
Also, by the
million
way,
the
they didn't
3
release
million
all the
pages
files,
just got
and
released.
they didn't even unredact all of them for Massey and for Ro Khanna. Did you know that? Did you know that some were still redacted? And it was proven that they did redact people specifically that were very well known, that were co-conspirators. That's what Ro Khanna and Massey said. So, how about you take the fucking L? We have confirmation today. Confirmation today that that's true.
Confirmation from who?
From Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey. Bipartisan.
Who's Ro Khanna and Thomas
Ro
Massey?
Khanna is a Democratic congressperson, and Thomas Massey is a Republican congressperson.
And how did they prove that this was real?
They were able to look at the files unredacted, but even some of them were redacted, and they're only supposed to be redacted in situations of the fact that there would be classified information. Because they're it's supposed to be that they have access to the unredacted and that we will have a redacted version, but they have to explain all of the redactions.
So the I'm confused here. So the files that Trump is in, they proved that those sources are true, or accusations are true.
What this showed is that they're redacting people's names specifically who were co-conspirators to Epstein.
Yeah, but Trump is already on there. I'm saying if you can prove Trump did any of the things that he did that is said on the files, then yeah.
Wait, so you're not that he's protecting PDFs in the Epstein files?
Why would he be? Well, wait, hold on. How is he protecting
with the certain redactions that they had in place?
How is he protecting PDFs when his name is literally on there? Wouldn't he be trying to protect himself?
Because quite literally, a co-conspirators' names were redacted.
Okay, but what does it have to do with Trump?
That means that they were
because his name is on the files. I mean, have you not read it?
Trump is working with the DOJ to prevent the release of the Epstein files, right? So if you understand that already, that he literally has canceled Marjorie Taylor Greene and called her a traitor because she wanted the release of the Epstein files, and he didn't want them to be released. He said that they were a hoax for so long, right? Can't you put two and two together here?
I just don't see. I don't see what a billionaire like that would want with some child. I mean, that's kind of disturbing to even think about.
Could you have said that about Epstein? Because Epstein was very rich, wasn't he?
I mean, he was rich and on Wall Street.
Could you have said that about Prince Andrew? Could you have said that about every single person that's listed in the files?
Could say that about Clinton.
Because they were all very rich, weren't they?
Most of them, yeah, sure.
So then what was your point? Your point was, what could you... For example, Elon Musk begged to be on the island.
My point
and he's the richest person on the planet.
Now he is. My point is those are just accusations right now. But then I don't know if you saw this, but then the whole whoever the chick was involved in this, she just asked for or I don't know her name. The Maxwell chick. She just came out today. Yeah, she just came out today and said she'll say what she needs to. Something like she'll say what she needs to say if she gets Clamery or something.
Just say woman, by the way.
Woman.
It's not difficult.
I don't remember the word, but she said if she gets Clamery, however you say it again, it's basically like a pardon. And like whatever she says can't be used against her. But then if she if what she says can't be used
Clemency?
against her, why would you? Yeah, clemency. If she needed that, then why wouldn't you just say what they're asking? I don't. That just doesn't make sense to
What do you
me.
mean? What do you mean? Because she's not answering questions specifically from Democratic Congress people.
Well, because
like
she,
Ro Khanna,
she's,
Ro Khanna
well, I
was
don't know if
asking
you saw it
questions.
today, but she just
Ro Khanna specifically asked questions that don't implicate her, that were just talking about other members, and she was unwilling to answer questions from Ro Khanna.
and were they about Trump?
Yes, in some circumstances.
So that's probably why she asked for it.
Wait, why is she pleading the fifth when talking about Trump?
That's what I don't get. Like, this shit is so fucking confusing.
Yeah, wait,
to me.
explain to me. If Trump never did anything wrong, why would she plead the fifth when talking about him?
I mean, in his own words, if you have to plead the fifth, you're guilty. He does say a lot of stupid shit. Now that I'm like looking at it.
So then, like, why do you support him, given that you
Because
think
I
he's
can't
guilty
support.
of
I
this? Wait,
can't
by the way,
I
you
don't-
said
hold on,
what's
hold on.
confirmation and
Whoa,
evidence that he's
whoa.
guilty? That's confirmation and
Whoa,
evidence.
I never said I thought he was guilty. I said he said
Wait.
some stupid shit.
Wait, okay, so you don't think that that's a smart thing to say, that if someone specifically pleads the fifth that they're guilty?
I mean, I pled the fifth before, and I'm not guilty.
Okay, well, do you think that she's pleading the fifth here because she's guilty, or because or someone's guilty? And it could affect where she goes?
Somebody is, but not her, I would say, because I've pled the fifth multiple times.
You said not her? Are you
Well-
trying to advocate for Ghislaine Maxwell right now? You said what?
Fuck no.
What do you mean not her? The
I don't fuck
fuck?
with anyone. No, I don't. Fuck that bitch or woman.
Don't say that. Like don't
No, I
use a particular woman being a horrible person in order to try to think it's okay to talk to women that way in general. Like that's just
Well, she is a
ridiculous.
she is a horrible woman. So I think we
I
can
don't
talk
think
about
that
her
means
anyway.
it's okay to refer to women in that context anyway. So explain why you would just use the circumstance to try to do that.
I wouldn't. I just for this instance, I don't like that woman.
Okay, so then
Because
why
she-
did you just try to say that she wasn't guilty?
And you said that. I said
No, I
it doesn't
didn't.
make sense. I said
No,
my
so
own
listen.
words. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so you said specifically, or at least
Yo,
you
this could
acknowledge
be
in
a-
this
yo, I
context
just
that
want you
her
to
pleading the
understand-
fifth in relation to questions about
I just want
Trump.
you to understand this could be a big win for you.
Wait, listen. Do you think that her pleading the fifth in relation to questions about Trump could mean that she knows something about Trump that he's done?
Maybe.
Do you think that's very likely?
I think it's more likely than unlikely, but I wouldn't say very likely.
So why isn't that enough for you to be like, I don't support Trump anymore? That it's more likely than not that he has done some crazy shit that Ghislaine Maxwell knows.
Because what was this guy doing in the 80s? Like, seriously. So he was with children and doing this shit to E. Jean Carroll? Like, that just does not make sense to me.
Into the
Like,
90s. It doesn't make sense that he was assaulting people when he bragged about doing so.
yeah, like
It's
wouldn't
just
you
like,
have
dude,
better things?
how much
Like,
evidence
as
does
a-
this guy need, dude?
like,
you need you
wouldn't
need
you
it
be
to,
doing
like you
something
need like a
else?
video. Unironically, it's like you need a video shown to you. And even
No.
if the video is shown to you in the case of Renee Good, you still won't believe it. So it sounds like you're just a cult member, Ben. Like genuinely,
no. See,
the
we can
reason
go
why I
back on that,
haven't
but
been
you're gonna get
listen,
proved wrong.
and no, I just genuinely want to say this because you said that you had a chance of being able to change your mind earlier. What you're not understanding is that the reason why I haven't been able to change your mind is because you, actively speaking, can never view Trump in a negative light. You can't do it.
I can actually.
Then do it. Then acknowledge it.
Him calling the Alex Peretti a domestic terrorist. I mean, it's not right. But then his family said he was messed up in the head in the few months upcoming. So I mean, and he wasn't the same person. Not to mention
That
he didn't
still
go to
doesn't
work
mean-
for the. He
Wait,
didn't go to
that's
work for
not
the,
at all.
the
That's
last 3
it's
months.
not at all relevant. Not at all relevant. to him being
That guy
murdered.
was a literal cult member.
No, he wasn't. What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sure he wasn't. But no. And
He
you
was
wanna
literally
keep bringing
murdered in
you wanna
cold
keep
blood
bringing up
on
the Renee
in broad
Good.
daylight in the
Feeling-
streets.
No.
We
and
all
the
saw
reason why
it.
the reason why this is so hard to just for people to comprehend is because we're letting feelings
And
get in the
Santana,
way.
thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Fuck Santana.
Thank you, W, for
When,
Santana in the comment
when-
section.
when-
Hey, wait,
when-
what's wrong with Santana?
No, because he can never debate. He doesn't know how to debate. I just debated this guy the
he
other
debates
day.
all the time.
I debated this guy the other day, and he doesn't know, and he kicked me because he's a fucking dumbass, and I was proving him wrong. That's why he holds
So
1,000
Santana
viewers.
kicked you.
Well, no, he did some like he had his like friend up there, and they did some dumb shit words, and then somebody was reporting their live, so then they had to restart it. So then I was like gone regardless because he had to restart the
So
live.
then why are you blaming him when he had to restart?
Well, because he didn't let me back up.
Okay, so
So no
the world
respect
does
there. I was
not
cooking.
revolve around you, dude.
Yeah, no, we're
You
getting
literally
off
hate him
topic.
because
Hold
he
on.
didn't have
We're
you
letting
on his
feelings-
live. Aw,
we're letting
you just
feelings
wanted to
get
be on his
no.
live. Aw,
No, we're letting.
that's kind of cute.
feelings
That's
get
kind
in
of
the
cute. That
way.
like, well, bye. He just got harassment and bullying violation, so I got to go into the next person. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
I support Trump. I'm 23.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Just to change my mind, I would vote for Kamala Harris.
Kamala. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck you, Jew.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Of course I support Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Well, if I could go back in time, I would be like 14, so it wouldn't really matter.
In the 2024 election.
Oh, in the 2024 election, yeah, I would have been like 17, 16.
Wow. Okay. Your math either sucks or... Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22,
And how? What's your birth year?
2003,
And what month?
June.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Because
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Oh my
Yo, what's up?
god.
How old are you?
No.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, well, sorry. They just didn't answer right away, so I literally ended up kicking them. If you do meet that set of criteria on the screen, just send a guest request right back. If you're on YouTube, everybody hit that thumbs up. Let's try to hit 2,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
I support Trump 100%.
Are you driving?
I'm in a car right now. No, I'm parked.
Okay. You have a little bit of feedback. Is there a way you can fix that?
Is that better?
I think no, it's still there.
Hold on. Let me turn this down a little bit. What about now?
Let me see. Yeah, it's still there.
I don't know.
Okay. I just recommend sending a guest request back, and maybe I will try to get you back up here, and hopefully that will fix it. You could swipe out of the app, come back into it. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request. Again, if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to request.
You're good. Don't worry. You're good. You're good. Let's go to the next individual. Everybody, only send a guest request. Again, if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Oh, sorry. I need to put the criteria on the screen. I apologize. Let's go on the next individual here real quick. Only again, send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Again, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's get this next person up here. Alrighty. So the next individual only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's the call to you?
Yo, it's 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, for the most part.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Yeah, I think that even though he isn't necessarily like the most devout Christian himself, he pushes somewhat of a Christian ethic. Again, obviously, he doesn't meet the full criteria. Just some things such as understanding the wrongness behind things like abortion, trans ideology. And though he's never publicly said it, I have a belief that he doesn't believe in gay marriage either.
Okay. So what's wrong with gay marriage?
Well, I think that if you accept that, gay marriage ought to be legal, then you have to take it from a standpoint that marriage doesn't involve procreation.
Yeah. Do you think it's wrong for a person to marry an individual that is infertile? So a man and a woman get
Obviously,
married. One of
there's
them is infertile and knowingly so.
yeah, obviously there's outliers to this. If you live your
Okay.
life, I'll demonstrate the outlier. In most cases, especially in like a Christian sect, we're urged to marry for the purpose of procreation. And it's kind of like that's the one person you can procreate with. Obviously, if you're in a marriage in which one of the individuals is infertile, there's going to be an outlier to the rule, but still you should push procreation.
Has Trump done that?
Has Trump done that?
Yeah, with just one person.
No.
Sounds like he's
We're
really
all- we
upholding
all-
a strong Christian ethic.
What was the criteria that I gave? Do you remember? I said
Pursue
even though
Christian
he's not the
ethic,
most-
and that he's going after specifically abortion, trans ideology, and gay marriage, and specifically you have yet to justify gay marriage being illegal, right? That's a
Well-
ridiculous view.
So like I just gave justification here. We'll walk through the dialogue trail, right? So I just gave the justification for the outlier. Are you willing to concede that marriage is the type of thing that does not require procreation?
Absolutely. What marriage
Okay,
definitely
so
does
then-
not require procreation. You act like
Okay,
that's a
sure.
crazy thing to concede to. Like,
I
that's
think that
so
if you concede,
basic.
yeah, if you concede to that, it leads you to pretty absurd conclusions.
How? You don't
Like,
have
what
to have
would-
children if you get married?
Yeah. Yeah, obviously, then if it doesn't involve sex and procreation, then it would be
Wait,
the case.
for many people it involves sex, not all.
Oh, okay. So how do you procreate?
It can be through in vitro fertilization or it can be through intercourse.
Yeah, intercourse, obviously, right? So if it is the case that
Not all
the-
intercourse creates reproduction, though.
that is true. That's not even the point of the argument. The point of the argument is that if procreation necessarily means that one must be fertilized through either insemination or like ejaculation, then it would be the case that sex would be the prominent force within procreation. If that is the case, then you're saying it doesn't involve procreation, therefore it doesn't really involve sex. If that's the case, then like what stops somebody from like marrying a rock? You think like people
What?
should be
Because
able to
it's not a
marry-
person. We're saying you
No.
get married to people, but it doesn't mean that you specifically have to have sex in marriage. You're
Then
saying
what does
people
marriage-
who wait. So by the way, you're
Yeah.
saying people who do not have sex in marriage. You're saying that they are not married. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, obviously.
They're not
Otherwise,
married.
no. If they're not having sex, no, they're not married. Yeah. Yeah, they're
You
just
can't-
good
so
friends.
you can't be married if you don't have sex under this guy's worldview. If you
I
just
think
like
that
literally
if you-
choose not
if
to
you
have
are
sex, you
married-
can't possibly be married. Even if you're married under
Yeah.
God, by the way, which is that's a ridiculous worldview. I
Under
just want to
your-
clarify.
under your worldview-
Most
under your
Christians, I'm pretty sure
worldview-
most Christians disagree with you.
Under your worldview, that would make sense. Not under
Well,
my
most
worldview.
Christians
My
disagree
worldview-
with you, right? Like, what are you talking about?
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Do you think that like two people that really like each other but never have sex are like in a relationship, like a romantic relationship?
Yes, I think you can have a romantic relationship without sex.
What's the argument? for
Wait,
that? Go
like,
ahead.
wait, listen. my relationship with my girlfriend, for example, is not
Yeah.
just the relationship that I have with her because we have sex. It's also that way because of the romanticism involved with our relationship and the significance within the context of that relationship. So a marriage, for example, can demonstrate significance. It can demonstrate length of a relationship. It can demonstrate vows.
Mm-hmm.
It can demonstrate being there for each other. There are so many things that
Yeah.
marriage can demonstrate that are irrespective specifically of just having sex. So to just
So
define it as
yeah.
only having sex is obviously absurd. And by
And
the
I
way,
think when
that
you're in a
also
romantic
denies every single
relationship,
person who's asexual, specifically, that gets married. And I think that's absurd. I think there are notions of marriage that do not include having sex within marriage.
yeah, I don't think that asexual marriages are valid.
Like by the way, that just means you later in life aren't going to be married
What do you mean?
because you'll be in a sexless marriage. That's what I was saying.
Oh, you think that I'm going to be in a sexless marriage?
Yeah, because who would want to have sex
Is
with
that
you,
just a
man?
rhetorical? Is
That
a
was
rhetorical
obviously a
jab, or-
joke, man. It was
Okay.
obviously a joke.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, whatever. I mean, the point is, like, what's the difference between somebody just being really good friends with somebody and like living with somebody compared to a marriage? What's the difference there?
Wait, repeat that.
What's the difference between a marriage and like two really good friends living together?
Significance and commitment, values, prioritization,
Yeah, these
love,
friends can have the same. Yeah, these friends can hold those
romanticism.
same values. Sure, those friends can hold the same values without having sex. Would they be a couple, or
Well,
would
you
they
have
just
to
be
you have to have a
friends?
designated relationship
What does that mean?
that you both recognize the relationship.
Okay,
Both sides
so
within a relationship have to recognize the relationship is existing in order for that relationship to be legitimate, correct? If
like,
just one
okay, so
person
wait,
believes the relationship is there
That
and the
still
other
doesn't.
person doesn't believe the relationship is there, then they clearly don't legitimately have a relationship, correct?
Wait, hold on. That still doesn't answer the question. Like, what's
Wait,
the
can you
difference?
admit that? Can you admit that? Both
No,
sides
I'm
have
not
to
willing
admit
to
that this
grant that. No,
relationship exists?
no, I'm not willing to grant that. No,
No.
because here, I'll explain why. Right? The reason is like, well, hold on. A
Why?
relationship.
So like a
Yeah.
stalker could just like literally claim that they have a relationship and they do? What are you talking about, dude? You're an idiot.
What?
Yeah,
No,
your
no.
view is
Hold on.
compatible with saying a stalker can just say that they're like literally in a relationship with someone. You're just gonna say that they are because it's not two-sided.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying, and I'll explain why. Right? So the thing is like when we're talking about relationship, maybe it's better we define the term so there's less confusion. When you say relationship, what do you mean?
Yeah, it's gonna be a designated commitment between two or more individuals.
You don't think like a friendship is is a type of relationship?
Oh, I thought we were especially referencing like a significant other relationship.
No, obviously I'm when I say relationship in this context, a relationship follows
Are you trying to
is
say
like an
friendship? I
umbrella.
think you need to be
No,
specify the
it's an
type of
umbrella.
relationship because there are many types of
Yeah,
relationships.
it's an umbrella term, right? So like if it is the case that what's the difference between like a marital relationship and a friendship outside of
I just
just
want to let you
getting
know, I
married?
wouldn't typically say like I'm in a relationship with one of my good friends, right? Like that's not the way that I would refer to it. When I say I'm in a relationship with this
Sure.
person, that's my significant other. That's typically the way that I refer to it. That's typically how
Hey,
that word is used. I don't, maybe you're using it in a different connotation.
no, just because I say that, just because you don't think that, just because you don't say that it's a relationship doesn't mean that the syntax of this is a relationship is incorrect.
I never said that. I said, how are you using it? I said, are you using it in a different connotation? That's what I said.
Well, yeah, here, I'll repeat it, but I've already demonstrated this, right? So the classification I'm using the term relationship is an umbrella term. Obviously, we have married relationships, we have parental relationships, we have friendship relationships, friend relationships,
Yeah, we have
platonic
working
relationships.
relationships. We have
Yep.
relationships at school. Like these are very
Yeah.
vague acquaintance level relationships. So I mean,
Like that's why.
relationship isn't a very signifier within that context. I don't think it's a relevant thing to bring up. Now, in terms of this in general, I'm going to ask you, what is marriage?
I think marriage is the symbolic what's the word I'm looking for? Symbolic ceremony in which two people come together um, under the Lord and confess that they are the oh my gosh, why can't I remember this? Um, Basically to say, just in layman's here, I'll just say it in layman's, right? So it's a symbolic unionship within Christian, within a Christian worldview in which these two people are coming together to procreate, to start a family, usually in a biblical like
Do they have
context.
to? Do both parties have to believe in Christianity?
Yes. No,
Okay.
no,
No.
not necessarily. Not
No.
necessarily.
So you can be an atheist and get married.
Okay. So in I can't read. I think it was Paul. Paul says not to divorce your partner if they are absent from
Can
God.
atheists get married?
Can atheists get married?
Yes.
I don't think that they're like two atheists.
Yeah.
I don't think that their marriage is valid. No,
Why not?
because it's not done
Because
under
they could have a symbolic ceremony under the Lord because their family members are Christian, for example. And like say the person who
What?
designated the marriage specifically is Christian. Christianity is a huge
Yep.
part of their life, especially symbolically, traditionally, things like that, culturally speaking. So it was under the context of a Christian worldview. Even a pastor, right, was the person who did the ceremony, and they are both atheists still. So I just want to clarify that is true in many contexts. There are actually, by the way, I've been to a marriage like this myself. Okay, I just want to clarify. Do you think that they were married?
No.
Oh. So even though it was under the Lord, even though it was a symbolic ceremony under the Lord, because they both didn't believe in Christianity, that means that they weren't married. Okay, so then here's my question. So one, not only does it mean that no atheist can be married, but no other worldview, no other marriage is legitimate unless you believe in Christianity. So
Correct.
what about Muslims? What about people who are Jewish? What about every other religious worldview? You're saying all of them have fake marriages? Is that what? Are you really saying every single religious worldview other than Christianity has fake marriage?
Yeah, back up. When you say Jewish, what sect of Judaism are you speaking of?
I don't think that's relevant.
Well, yes, there is. There's Jews that believe Christ is God, and there's also Jews that don't.
I'm not familiar.
So I can't remember the specific. I can grab you, like I can go get a source, but there's a specific set of Judaism in which they accept that Christ is Lord. The other sects don't believe
Okay.
that Christ that God has sent
Sure.
somebody to die
Okay,
on the cross
I
for
don't
us.
see how that was relevant to my point.
Well, if it is the case that they believe in
So you're
that
saying
Christ
some
is
people who are
Lord,
Jewish specifically have legitimate marriages, but you think that people who are
yeah,
Muslim don't have legitimate marriages, people who are
no,
Hindu don't have legitimate marriages, you think people who are
no,
Buddhist don't have legitimate marriages, you think all atheists don't
no,
have legitimate marriages, you think everyone
not
who's not a
legitimate,
Christian,
not
right,
yeah.
or has those particular worldviews that specifically believe that the Christian God is the God, or believe that Jesus
Yep.
Christ is God, or whatever, everyone else is fake marriage.
No, not fake. Illegitimate. It's not
So most
legitimate
of the world is
under
not legitimately married.
no. And I understand Muslims believe in Jesus. Like he believes he was a prophet. He just doesn't believe that he was. He doesn't believe he was God.
So you just say
But
illegitimate marriage. So by the way, so my
under the
marriage will be illegitimate under your
context
view
of
as well. So by the
Christianity,
way, do you
under the
think it should
context of
be illegal
Christianity,
for me to get married?
I mean, you can call it whatever you want. Like if you want to call
Wait,
it
do you think it should
marriage,
be
sure.
illegal for me to get married though? Because you
No,
said it
I'm
should
not
be illegal
making.
for gay people to get
No,
married.
I'm not.
Why not? Why not? Because under your
No,
view, under both contexts, they're not legitimate marriage. So why
that's
should
not what
one
I'm.
illegitimate
That's not what I
marriage be
said.
legal and the
That's
other
a
one be
straw man.
illegal?
That's a straw man. When did I say that I think gay marriages or atheistic marriages, any of these marriages should be illegal?
You
I
said gay
never
marriage should
made.
be illegal. That
I
was actually
never.
the original
No.
argument what this was all about.
That's not. That's not what I said.
That's
I never said that
literally
they
what he
should be.
said.
No, that's
What are
not
you
what I
talking? I
said.
can play back the audio.
Can I? You go ahead. Play back the audio. Play back the audio. I never said they should. I never made a prescription. I made a descript. It was a descriptive. I never made a prescription. Friends living together. Oh. Okay. So how do you procreate?
Go back in time.
Guy the other day, and he doesn't know, and he kicked me because he's a fuck.
Looking for some debates.
June.
And, let me see. So the next
If I did
individual
say
only
that, I spoke. Then I misspoke.
has Trump done that?
I-
Okay, so you admit it. You just like literally.
No, I'm not
You just
admitting
didn't
it.
mean to
I'm
say
saying
it?
that if I did say it, it was a I misspoke. But I don't believe I said that.
You did. I can play it back.
Well, then
but-
let's hear it. Yep, let's hear it. $100. Trump done that.
Yeah, with just one person.
We'll put $100 on it, Parker.
Sounds like he's
We're
really
all-
upholding
we all-
a strong Christian ethic.
What was the criteria that?
It can be through in vitro fertilization or it can be through intercourse.
You want to put $100 on it, Parker?
Yeah. If you concede to that, it leads you to pretty absurd conclusions.
How? You don't
Like,
have
what
to
would-
have children if you get married?
Yeah, I'm the outlier. Are you still? You should push procreation.
Has Trump done that?
Accept that gay marriage ought to be legal, then you have to take it from a standpoint that marriage isn't necessarily like the most.
So the next individual only send a guest request if you meet that.
Even though he isn't necessarily like the most devout Christian himself, he pushes somewhat of a Christian ethic.
Would you like to put $100
Again,
on it, Parker?
obviously, he doesn't meet the full criteria.
Can you speak
Just
during? I
some
can't hear
things
it.
such as understanding the wrongness behind things like abortion, trans ideology. And though he's never publicly said it, I have a belief that he doesn't believe in gay marriage either.
Okay. So what's wrong with gay marriage?
Well, I think that if you accept that gay marriage ought to be legal, then you have to take it from a standpoint that marriage.
If you said that gay marriage ought be legal, so
Yeah.
you're arguing against gay marriage being legal then,
That's
because
not
you're
true.
saying that the implication of this worldview that you're critiquing is that you
Wait.
think it should be legal. Unless you're,
No.
wait, do you think gay marriage should be legal?
I don't have I'm agnostic on that position. I don't care if it's legal or illegal.
He's agnostic on the position that it should be illegal or legal. What are you talking about?
What was the statement I said directly after that, Parker? What was the statement I said?
Okay.
Okay. Procreation.
Do you think it's wrong for a person to marry an individual that is infertile? We just had this conversation. You were arguing against it and saying, like, clearly in that scenario that you think that, like, you were arguing against it being legal because you were saying
But
if
you
you
need to
think that it
provide
ought
that.
to be legal,
You need to provide that.
that's
I never
going to
said
have
it should
absurd
be illegal.
reductios. You just said that.
Abortion, trans
Listen.
ideology.
No, I said it Listen,
leads
be
to
quiet.
absurd conclusions. And though he's never publicly said it, I have a belief that he doesn't believe in gay marriage either.
Okay. So what's wrong with gay marriage?
Well, I think that if you accept that gay marriage ought to be legal, then you have to take it from a standpoint that marriage doesn't involve procreation.
Do you think it's wrong for a person to marry an individual that is infertile? So a man and a woman get
Obviously
married, one
there's-
of them is infertile and knowingly so?
Yeah, obviously there's outliers to this. If you live your life, I'll demonstrate the outlier. In most cases,
Yeah, I think that we heard enough in order to say that you clearly were saying that you were arguing against
Never
it being
said that.
legal.
No, never said that. I just made a descriptor. So the descriptor
So
is
can
that
you
if
at
you
least
accept the
least
conclusion,
acknowledge from this standpoint then that you think it should be legal?
I don't think that it should be legal or illegal. I don't care.
That makes
don't
no
care if
fucking
it's
sense.
legal or
It's either
illegal.
that it's legal or illegal. It's literally a dichotomy. It's a
don't-
true dichotomy.
I don't care if it's legal or illegal. I think that when I say this, when I say if you accept the conclusion that gay marriage ought to be
wait,
legal,
why does
wait,
this
why are you
belief have
interrupting
any
me, Parker?
relevance?
Parker,
Why does
can
this
I
belief
finish
have
one
any
second?
relevance to politics then?
If you accept the conclusion that gay marriage ought to be legal, which is a descriptor, not a prescriptor, if you accept this conclusion,
Ought is a prescription.
obviously, if you accept the prescription that gay marriage ought to be legal, I'm making a statement which is a descriptor. Like, what are you not understanding?
But you're saying
Are
that
we
you
done?
don't accept that position, right?
Accept what position? That gay marriages should be legal?
Yes.
I said I don't care whether it's legal or illegal. I've already
Then why did you? Then I have a question. If you don't care, listen. If you don't care whether or not gay marriage is legal or illegal, why did you bring it up as a point as to why you support Trump? If it has no relevance to politics, why did you bring it up?
Because I'm using it as a point from a Christian purview in which gay marriage is not legitimate. Like
Wait,
you are
but
not.
that
you
just
are-
doesn't
you are
change it.
so
Wait, listen.
lost, Parker. Lock
No,
in,
what you're lost and you just don't realize because Kamala Harris
yeah,
is
yeah,
Christian. If you're just saying he believes in Christianity by saying this, well then that's no different than Kamala Harris. That doesn't get you any different. So I don't understand what your point is there in trying to identify this unless you were to say that he believes that it should be illegal for some reason. What that would then be different from Kamala Harris because if you just say that he believes in
What?
Christianity, that's not reason to believe that's any different from Kamala Harris.
Progressive Christianity accepts the same 7 tenets as Satanism.
Okay, can you tell me what those tenets are?
Here I can grab them for you. I don't know. I don't know.
Can you
off
name
the top of my
can you
head,
name
but I can
2 off
grab
the
them
top
for
of your head?
No, I don't know them off the top of my head.
Can you name one off the top of your head?
Don't know one off the top of my head. It's not relevant. Even if I didn't know like
A
if
single
I didn't
one.
remember,
A single one.
if I didn't remember a single one, it's
Can
still,
you name
it's
Can you
still
name 4 of the
yeah,
10 commandments?
4 of the 10 commandments. Oh gosh, yeah, no, I'm not gonna be able to do that for you, Parker.
Just
I
do
don't
it.
remember them off the top of my head.
Come on.
I'm not the best Christian, Parker. Never claimed that I was.
Well, you actually can't do it.
I don't know them off the top of my head. Thou shalt not
Okay.
kill. Thou
What
shalt
are
not
what are the
commit
first
adultery.
4 books of the New Testament?
Like I said, not the best Christian.
So, by the way, you're voting for Trump because of he supports a Christian ethic, while simultaneously you don't even know the gospel. You don't even know Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
No, I know Matthew, Luke, Mark, and John.
Yeah, but so I asked you what the first 4 books of the New Testament are,
I
and you
actually
didn't
haven't
know.
read through all of them either. But yeah, so
You haven't read through the
you think,
gospel.
wait, hold on. Is your argument right now that you must know the Bible in its entirety to be a
Yeah,
Christian?
if you're going to argue that it should be forced on other
Really?
people, by the way, if you're going to argue that your Christian views should be forced on other people, you should know the gospel
You
off
just
the top of your
repeated the
head.
conclusion.
Yes.
What's the
You
argument
should
for
know
that?
the first 4 books of the New Testament
You
if you are
just
going to
repeated
force
the
it upon other
conclusion.
people. You don't
You're
know basic
repeating the
facts about your
conclusion.
religious views. Why could
You're
you force them
repeating
on
the
other people if you
conclusion.
don't know basic
You're
facts about your religious
repeating-
view?
You're repeating the conclusion. Can you give the argument for that?
Yeah, I'm saying if
What's
you
your
don't know
argument?
basic aspects of your religious view, then obviously
you're
I don't think that you have a
repeating or
legitimate basis to say what should and shouldn't be legal in terms of politics based upon
put
those
it in a
religious views.
syllogism.
Because your
Put your
religious
argument
views are not
down.
informed
Put
enough
your-
in order to be able to then
But-
demonstrate a certain political view
Yeah.
to be good or right or wrong.
Put your argument in a syllogism, so that you can't use the
I
conclusion.
think he's
over
like
and over again as
purposefully
the
trying not to engage with my point here. Do you want to engage with
because
any
you're
of the
just
points?
repeating the
I don't think
conclusion.
I don't think I need to put it in a formal syllogism for you to understand my point.
You're
Like, if you think
repeating
that
the-
points need to be put in formal syllogisms in order to understand points, I'm sorry, but you need to go touch some grass. Okay?
You're not
Engage
making
with the
a
point that I
point, you're
just
just
made.
repeating the conclusion.
Engage with the point that I just made instead of just saying that I need to reformat it into
No.
a syllogism that is formal.
I don't accept your conclusion to be true. You need to give an argument for that. Ground it.
So you don't accept the conclusion that specifically
You must
if
know
some-
all parts of the
Hold
Bible.
up, let me clarify.
Yeah.
If someone
Yep.
specifically doesn't know basic facts about their religion, that they shouldn't force their religion upon other people? Regardless of whether or not you accept the argument is irrelevant at this point. I don't really care. Most people accept this argument. Okay? If you don't know basic facts about your religious worldview, and you're saying your religious worldview informs your political worldview, then your political worldview is not well informed. Does that make sense? That is by the way, that is formal.
No, I don't accept.
Yeah,
that.
if your political worldview is grounded in your religious framework, and your religious framework is not well informed, that means your political view is not well informed. Because
Yes,
it's
and you're
grounded
saying
in
you
your religious
shouldn't-
worldview.
yes,
So
and you're saying-
that is an obvious conclusion. That's
You're
logic.
saying, yeah, you're what? What are the 3 laws of logic, Parker?
The law of identity, the law of excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction.
Okay, you at least know the 3 classical laws of logic. So now, using the 3 classical laws of logic, you cannot put it in a formal syllogism to demonstrate your conclusion. All you are doing.
I literally
Parker,
just gave you
Parker,
I literally just
Parker,
gave you an
Parker,
argument. You didn't
Parker.
listen.
Even you, those are all conclusions.
Here, listen.
You're
Your
making a
religious
normative
listen. I got you.
prescription. Why
Listen.
am I
I'll give you the premises. Your religious
yeah.
worldview informs and is the basis, the justification for your political worldview. Okay? Your religious worldview is not well informed. Therefore, your political worldview is not well informed because it's grounded in your religious worldview. That's an argument. That's 2 premises and a conclusion.
What's the inference rule?
Wait, can you just
You
engage
didn't
with that
even-
point?
You just made 2 statements.
I gave you 2 premises and a conclusion.
The premises don't ground any assertion
Wait, so
of
then
truth.
why? So what premise do you dispute?
Both of them, both premise 1 and premise 2.
Okay, what do you dispute about the premise?
I need justification for both premises.
Okay, so you don't. Your religious worldview does
you
not
just put
inform
it
your.
into modus
So let me
ponens?
clarify. Your religious worldview does
even
that is
here.
in modus ponens. So your religious worldview doesn't inform your political worldview, right? That's what you dispute.
If P, then Q. Even
So,
if then
listen.
just repeat.
So
you're putting the
listen.
whole
Listen. Does your
conclusion
religious
into the
worldview?
government. That's not
Does
a
your
premise.
religious listen? Does your religious worldview inform your political worldview? Is it the justification or the
not
logical basis of
necessarily.
it?
Not necessarily, not in all aspects.
Okay,
but
wait.
for
Okay,
some
so
of them,
then
yes.
Okay, in some. So not in all aspects, but in some. Okay,
Yeah.
so you pick and choose. Okay, so then if you just pick and choose, then how are you going to say that he's pursuing a Christian ethic? It's pursuing your own ethic, not Christian ethic. It's your own ethic on
What?
whatever specific Christian ethic to take into a consideration from a political perspective, not specifically the Christian ethic on what specifically should be in the context of the law. So you say it's pursuing a Christian ethic, but it's clearly not. It's you picking and choosing whatever you want from Christianity, which is the same thing I could do. I could pick whatever I want from Christianity, and that is
You know
in
what?
my own worldview, not the Christian ethic. That's not
You know
pursuing
what?
the
I'm
Christian
willing.
ethic. That
I'm
is my
I'm
own
even
ethic.
willing. Yeah, I'm even willing to concede that, and still, you have yet to justify the claim. You have to
Oh, wait,
justify
wait,
why.
wait,
Hold
wait,
on, hold
wait,
on,
wait. So
hold
then,
on,
wait, I
hold
got
on.
you to
You said
concede
you'd
that
let
you're
me
not
speak.
pursuing Christian ethic. That was your original argument. Your original argument was that Trump
That's
was
not
actually
what.
pursuing Christian ethic, therefore you
Unless you
support
added
him.
that at the end while I was talking, I did not hear that, and I don't concede
I
that
did
point.
say that.
I concede the point. I concede the point that sure, yes, I am taking some parts of Christian ethics, and you can do the same, in which you can inform your political opinion, and then use it in a legislative worldview or a legislative framework. Like either way, it doesn't matter.
What is the difference between you taking some parts of Christian ethic to inform your political worldview and me taking some parts of Christian ethic to inform my political worldview? There's no distinction, okay? So that's your personal worldview in terms of how politics should be operated that is not grounded in your religious worldview, okay? So you just conceded to complete separation.
I
Because
conceded to complete separation of
yeah,
what?
if you acknowledge any distinction, by the way, you acknowledge
Yeah.
complete separation, because now it's just whatever you want from Christianity, not whatever Christianity demonstrates to be true.
No. Hold on. It's not that whatever I want from Christianity.
It
It's what I
is.
know.
It is. You're picking and
It's what I
choosing what you
know.
want from Christianity to be in
It's what I know.
politics.
No. What I take from Christianity and to inform my political worldview is what I know from Christianity. I don't know everything of the Bible. I just started this like maybe.
Okay, but
a year
anything
ago.
that's a sin in the Bible should be illegal under your view.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so if you tell your kids Santa Claus exists, you should go to jail?
Are you talking about thou shalt not bear false witness?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that. Yeah, can you demonstrate that all lies are a sin under? Yeah,
Wait, can you answer the
demonstrate that?
question?
No,
That's
can you
bearing false
demonstrate that?
witness. Are you lying
No,
to your
no,
kid when you
dude.
tell them Santa Claus exists?
No. Do you understand our normative ethics?
Wait, pause,
Like, what
pause.
do you think our normative ethical?
Are you lying to your kid when you tell them Santa
Do you
Claus
think-
exists?
Yeah, do you think that our
You
normative?
can't answer this question. Are you lying to your kid when you say Santa Claus
Yes,
exists?
you are. Yes.
You are.
Do
Is
you
lying
think
a
that
sin?
Christianity
Is lying a
follows
sin?
deontological?
Is lying a sin?
Lying is a sin within context. Do you think that?
Wait, not in all contexts?
Yes, if you think that people should go to
Okay.
jail, like hold on. Let me ask you a question. Under the Christian ethic, do you think Christian ethic prescribes that people should go to jail if
No.
like a robber
No.
breaks? Hold on.
Wait, I don't
Hold
think
on.
that
I'm
Christian
not
ethic
done. You don't
prescribes
even-
what should be
was the
law.
question I was gonna ask? What was the question I was gonna ask?
I don't think Christian ethic prescribes law.
You think? Wait. Obviously, we're talking in the context of like some type of like Christian nationalism. Like that's what
Wait,
we're talking
no,
about.
we're not. Christian nationalism
Yes.
is an interpretation of Christianity.
Obviously, that applies Christian ethic into law.
Okay, but like not Christian ethic does not logically necessitate that you believe in enforcing that in the law.
No, that's not what I said, Parker. What are you talking about? Never said that. Never made that claim.
Okay, so you agree that you do not have to enforce Christianity in the law to be Christian.
Exactly.
Okay, so Christianity does not make prescriptive claims on how the law should operate.
No, not the
No,
not biblically. No.
Okay, so if the Christianity does not make prescriptions on how the law should operate, then it is not informing your political worldview at all.
No, that's what? How'd you get to that conclusion? Walk me through the
Be-
dialogue.
because,
Walk
listen.
me through the mental gymnastics of how that works.
Listen, so although specifically Christianity could influence some of your moral positions, it's still, in terms of a determination, is predicated off your
Yeah.
personal prescriptions on what should be law rather than a prescription from your religious view. So your
How do you
religious
think
view
we
is
ground
not the grounding.
legislation? Do
So
we-
to
do-
clarify,
do we
your
ground it
religious
in
view,
opinion or morals?
your religious view is not the grounding of your political position, then, right?
If we make laws based on morality, then yes.
Okay, so it is based upon your Christian views, yes?
Yes.
So
I'm
then
a
why
Christian
do you put it?
nationalist.
So then why do you do it in some scenarios but not others? Do you think adultery should be illegal?
Yeah.
So you think
Yeah, I
Trump
think
should be in
adultery should
prison
be
for
illegal.
committing adultery?
I think that there could be a grandfathering clause if they repent for their sins. Yeah,
If they repent, has Trump repented?
I'm not sure what Trump's done.
No, he hasn't. He still lies and says that it didn't happen, even though Stormy Daniels talked about how it happened.
This is a huge red herring. Can we get back to the topic at hand?
No, it's not. Right?
Yes, it is.
I'm asking you if you apply these certain types of moral views in the context of the law, and it's obviously not in all scenarios that you think it should be illegal. So I'm asking you in what scenarios, how do you identify that it should be legal in some scenarios and illegal in others? It's your own personal determination.
Yes.
So the predication, or at least what you get the prescription from, is literally from your personal view.
What criteria did I give for Trump behind my support? What was the criteria?
Yeah, you said he pursues Christian ethic, going after abortion, trans ideology, and you says he doesn't believe in gay marriage, right? Because you said you didn't actually think that it should be illegal, even though you were trying to argue against it being legal.
Never said that. What? I never said that it should be illegal or legal. I don't care whether it's legal or illegal. I just think that it's illegitimate. I don't think he believes that it's true. I think that if you take the conclusion that gay marriage ought to be legal, then you're going to have to unalive on absurd conclusions.
No, you don't.
Like that it would be like okay to marry a rock or a tree.
No, you don't. You don't have to concede to that. That makes no fucking sense.
We've already gone over it, and you can't demonstrate.
You can marry people, not trees and rocks.
Why not?
Because two parties in a marriage have to both be able to agree that this particular relationship is in existence and does exist. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree. Well, not under
your worldview. So you don't think that two people in a relationship have to be you don't think two people in a marriage have to be committed to being married?
Under my worldview, you do. But under your worldview, I don't think you can.
Under my worldview, there's commitment there. A rock cannot form a commitment, genius. You're a fucking idiot.
Sure. A rock can't form a commitment. But you're going to have to demonstrate that this is the criteria that is needed. Demonstrate it.
What? I'm saying that this is the criteria for what I designate to be marriage, and you're saying if your view was if you believe that gay marriage should be legal, you necessarily have to believe that rocks can marry people? What? And I gave you a criteria of both sides have to be committed specifically to this, right, and have the ability to consent specifically for it to be applicable.
Yep. You're giving
That's
that
not a
criteria.
criticism of my view.
You need to give it. No, you need to demonstrate why this is the case under your worldview, why this criteria must be met. It's not hard.
I'm saying that's a description of my psychological preferences on how marriage is defined.
So if it is just the preference of somebody else that they can marry like a dead animal, like you're okay with that?
No, words are subjective. They have different types of ways of we can reference them. Marriage is a word, okay?
Yep.
And the way that I'm using this has a certain criteria. So if all words are subjective, why are you asking for an argument for a definition, you dumbass?
I'm not asking for an argument for a definition, dumbass. I'm asking for justification for the criteria. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. You're asking for an argument for the definition.
What do you think justification
What do you mean a
means,
justification
Parker?
for the criteria? The criteria is simply a description of a certain word that I'm using.
What?
Yeah, the criteria is a description of a certain word that I'm using.
Okay, then we need to define the the semantics. What does criteria mean? What does justification mean?
Okay. So justification is going to be what demonstrates something to be true. And criteria is going to be a certain set of settings, right? Or points that will then determine a thing to meet a certain type of understanding, I guess.
Okay.
In a very vague sense, that's typically how I'm using it.
Sure. Like I'm willing to accept that, but even still with that definition, there's still room for justification for criteria. Like you could if I say like a rock is just hold on. If I say like a rock it just is fulfilled of the criteria of like plastic, then obviously my criteria is false. It doesn't make sense. It's irrational.
No, you're just using it in a typical way it's not used. So people typically use a certain word in a certain way, right? You're using the word in a different way. If what you mean by rock is plastic thing that is in a circle ball, okay, that's not how we're typically using the term rock. That doesn't make you wrong for using the word in that way. It just means that you're not conveying a message in an effective way.
So wait, you think that all criteria is used for is to demonstrate whether or not the definition
How we're using a
is
certain term, whether or not
being
something will be
conveyed in an
applicable to a
effective
certain
way?
term. Yeah, because
I don't
language is
think
to
so.
convey certain ideas to other people.
Well, then you're gonna need to justify that claim.
Okay, I'm just gonna kick you if you're gonna ask me to justify that language is used to communicate ideas to other people. Like that's just stupid. You know that that's
Like,
what's
no,
language
if
used
you're
for.
making a
Fucking
claim that you're,
kindergartners know that. Hell,
oh, you're
infants know
lagging,
that.
Parker.
Infants know that when they respond to certain types of language. Hell, dogs know that when they respond to certain types of language.
Parker, you're lagging.
No, I'm not. That's you.
Is it
Are
me?
you
Hold on, let me
trolling
turn
me?
off my Wi-Fi. I'll just go
Are
on
you
my.
trolling me right now? This guy's embarrassing.
No, I'm not trolling you. How is that embarrassing? You have yet to justify any of your claims. You can't justify them.
You're telling me to justify definitions, dude. That makes no sense.
I'm asking you to justify criteria. Why this criteria? Why you believe in your little head, Parker? Why this
Dude, it's a
criteria
definition
is
of
the
a
most
term. I'm
effective
saying
way
I
at
typically
conveying?
use this definition of the
Oh my
term.
goodness.
What do you mean
Yeah,
justify
what was
it?
the
That makes
question I
no
was just
fucking
asking?
sense. You're
What was
asking
the
me for the
question I was just
justification for the
asking, Parker?
criteria of the definition of the term.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Yeah,
I'm
you are.
asking for you why in your head is this the best way of conveying marriage? Why is it the best way? That's the justification I'm asking for.
It's my understanding of marriage.
Okay, so if my understanding of marriage is different from yours, then none of us are correct.
None of us are either correct or incorrect. It's just that you're using a different way of referring to it, and I would say that your way is unconventional. I think of ridiculous.
Why is it unconventional?
Yeah, because you're saying that people who don't have sex in marriage are not married. Like, that's just stupid.
I think the marriage is illegitimate.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah, you can say it's stupid. That's not an argument, Parker.
It is an argument because you can have a commitment, a romantic relationship without having sex.
Yeah, no, that's stupid. That's my
No, it's
argument.
not.
That's stupid. It's stupid. That's my argument. And you have to accept it
Well,
because I said it's
everyone's gonna look at you as being ridiculous. So it's like, I mean, you can keep saying
that's
that, but it's
fine.
not descriptive of reality.
We probably, out of the 6K people that are in here, 5K of them follow you. I don't care what these people think. Like, what?
Okay, is that supposed to make you feel better about what you just said?
You used it as a point of saying that my argument is stupid and your argument isn't.
Hey, I'm let me just demonstrate what I proved to you. What I proved to you is what I proved to you in general in this conversation is that Christianity as a whole does not influence your political position. So you can't bring up Christianity as a justification for your certain political position if you don't actually uphold it specifically to be an argument and can't give a justification for why it's or the morally relevant distinction, funny your name is that, as to why it's applicable in one scenario and not the other, right, in terms of Christian ethic, right? And the reason why is because you predicated off of it your personal values on what should be legal and what should be illegal. Therefore,
that's not
indicating
true.
that the justification or the basis for your political perspective is not your religious perspective, but rather your personal perspective on what religious values should be involved.
I literally already clarified this, Parker. I'm using my Christian world.
You're stupid, so I'm done having a conversation with you. You're wasting our time. If you can't comprehend it now, maybe you will be able to in the future. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request. Again, if you meet that set of criteria, listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
One cycle, just one cycle, bro.
What's up? What's up, Parker?
And how old are you?
21.
Are you the AJ Chris kid?
Bro, let me just...
I can just tell by your tone of voice. You are obsessed with me. Why are you so obsessed with me? You're always in my life. Sending guest requests for me because you want my time. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. You know what's up, how old are you?
Hello. I'm 18, September 4, 2007.
Okay, and do you support Donald Trump?
No, but my mom does.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said no, so I just kicked you. I apologize. If your mom is with you, then you can send a guest request back, and I'll have you back up, and I can talk to them.
I love you, Parker! I love you!
Appreciate you very much. Let's go on the next individual here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
love you, Parker!
Thank you very much. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the
Phil
description
is
to YouTube.
an angry guy. Phil, you are.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Phil is an angry guy. We need that song to drop. New song dropping. We love it. We love it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Yeah, and do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I support Trump because, like our trade deficit, how come we're billions down? How come like no president like ever like addressed fairness in that before?
Hey, what's your birth year, by the way?
Oh, I'm sorry. My birth year?
Yeah.
78. I mean,
Definitely not. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Shit, didn't mean to be here. I'm sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. I still can't get over the fact that that one Trump supporter earlier didn't know 150 plus 150. I thought that was really fucking funny, dude. Holy shit, that was hilarious. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? They're not sending their best. I'm telling you that right now. They're sending... Actually, you know what? They are sending their best, everybody. This is the best they've got, everybody. This is the best MAGA has to offer. If you're a MAGA supporter and you want to prove that this isn't the best MAGA has to offer, please send a guest request right now. If you're a Trump supporter and you meet the criteria listed on the TikTok screen, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. We're running out of guest requests because, you know, MAGA doesn't have much good to offer anymore. Or never did, really, honestly. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2001.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would say Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because of his immigration policies.
Okay, what immigration policy?
Deporting all illegals.
Okay. Can you name one particular... actually, wait, I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can move on to the conversation. Give me one quick second. Holy shit, I just missed so many people's donations because my phone was on the ground, everyone. Tabitha, thank you so much for the $55. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Tabitha in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That was about an hour ago. I'm so sorry for not seeing that, by the way. Literally because my phone was on the ground. I'm like, where was my phone? I couldn't find it for a second. Madeline, thank you so much for the dollar as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Suzanne, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much for being a true patriot. Can we some W's for Suzanne in the comment section right now? And Tabitha, thank you so much. So was Madeline, thank you so much. Lance, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Of course, you would think that that wouldn't be applicable then. Like, that's so ridiculous. Chelsea, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Can we some W's for Chelsea in the comment section right now? Thank you. They said my husband and I are both atheists, been married for 6 years. Oh, the bio was 16. Thank you, everyone, for letting me know. And the IRS for sure thinks our marriage is legit. I know, right? Tara, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much for as someone who's in a lesbian slash asexual partnership. I'd like to say it's more than friendship. Thank you for doing what you do and always believing survivors. It means the world to people like me. You're truly a beacon of hope for the white male species. Thank you very much, Tara. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Tara in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Monica, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. Oh shit, I just saw this. I literally didn't see these messages from before. Oh my gosh. I didn't even see Santana's message. Yo, what's up? What's up?
How's it going? All good. I figured that's what it was. I know you're locked in.
Yeah, my phone was on the ground. It fell on the ground, and I was literally an hour behind it on donations. It's been a long time since I've done that before. I've been like over an hour behind. Like, that's really bad, Parker. Jesus. What are you doing?
I heard. Check the one that I just sent.
love you, Parker.
The one that I just sent. That's like I'm super excited about that one in the group chat.
Oh, I'll have to see. Let me get this next person up here, and then I'll take a look. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. It should help get it out to more people, as always. Oh, that's sick. That's so sick.
Fuck you, faggot.
You're disgusting, man. Bill, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Bill in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Bill. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Fetus. Did you have a easy time finding guests today?
I did. I had a really good. Like I had a couple of really sensible debates. Like actual people. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I like his immigration policies. Like, I think if you come to this country illegally, you should be faced with crimes.
Okay. So you think that if people commit a crime, they should be held accountable for committing said crime?
Yeah, but not politically motivated.
So you think the crimes that Trump committed weren't actual crimes and they were just politically motivated charges?
What
and
crimes
convictions?
What crimes did he commit?
34 felonies of falsifying business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York.
You know that.
Wait, did I just talk to you?
No, I didn't even go on this live today.
So what's your birth year?
2006.
And you said you're 19? 1 month.
August.
Okay. When did you graduate high school?
Why are you asking me all these questions? I graduated high school in 2024. Because I had to do summer school. But can we get back to the point? Like, I can show you my ID. You want to see?
I'm sorry. It just took you a second to say that. I don't believe you. like it took him a second to think. He was trying to do the math.
I don't understand why they wouldn't have it together before they got up here.
You said what?
I don't understand why they wouldn't have it together before they got up here.
I know, right? Like, I would have done that as a kid. That would have been my move.
Yeah.
Why am I in the queue? I'm so sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. It looks like MAGA doesn't have much good to offer today. Hey, what's the pal to you?
Shut up, you fat cunt.
To the next individual, to give it a second for people to join up. Alrighty, do give it a second.
That last guy was a long debate, but he was insufferable.
Yeah, he sent a guest
Super
request back because he really hates you, apparently, because you kicked him off or something.
Yo, hello?
Yeah, what's up, how old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Of course, Trump, man.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I mean, I agree with him on our border policies and stuff like that.
Okay, what border policies?
Like, you know how there's been like such a decrease in people coming over our border since, you know, the Biden administration.
They just cut out. And by the way, wait, someone said my PayPal is down. It doesn't seem like my PayPal is down. At least I didn't get a message it was. Yeah, I know. I got no message it's down.
Are you still
What's up?
there? You're muted.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. I think he's still here. Hello?
Yeah?
Yeah, okay. Well, go continue. Sorry, we couldn't hear you.
No, I said there's been such a decrease in, you know, illegals coming over the border since the Biden administration, you know?
Okay. And what did the Trump administration do in terms of policy that you like?
Well, I mean, like I said, man, he's, you know, getting people out of our country that are not supposed to be here. And, you know, there would be no point, you know, like coming here if you know you're going to get deported, right? So, I mean,
Okay,
I think that's a big...
So you're saying he's just deporting more people. That's not a policy. What policy change did they engage in that you like that led to more deportations?
Well, I mean, that's kind of a... Hold up, give me a second.
Okay. Give him a second, everyone. Apparently, he needs a minute to find some information here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Helps get it out to more people, as always. He's swiping out. And people are spamming he follows kids anyway, so I'm just going to kick him and go on to the next person because he's taking a while to come back anyway. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Just FYI, I just tested your PayPal. It's working. So.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, Parker?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I am over 21.
And do you support Trump?
I'm a partial supporter of Trump. I would say I voted for Trump. So.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Oh, definitely Trump. And just looking at it from like an outside perspective, there's no chance that Kamala Harris would have been the first female president. And that's just looking at that rationally. Yeah, there's no chance that she would have been like the first ever U.S. woman president. There's no chance.
Yeah.
So just looking at it from like an outside perspective, it will probably come within the next 20 or so years that we'll get a female president. But Kamala was not the answer, and the only other option was Trump.
Why do you keep saying female? That's weird.
Yeah.
Woman. I mean, now y'all are just nitpicking. But
no, we're not.
Yeah. What do you want me to call them?
Well, I mean, when you say female, you could be talking about like a horse, a sea turtle, an octopus.
That's some crazy thoughts right there. That's that's not what I'm referring to.
They're female.
But I will call her Madam Harris if you would like.
Just saying.
Madam
That's
Harris.
better.
But that might be a horse name too, so who knows?
I would love to hear why he said that though, but like, because that was like a bold statement. I haven't heard that, like from a quote unquote outsider's perspective, she would have never been it.
Yeah, no, just like thinking about like if you were like in school again, like in high school, like looking at a history book 50 years from now, there's just like 0% chance that you would see Kamala Harris as like the first female
Kamala.
president. Like
So
I could see in the history
you're
books
just
that I
claiming
could
this,
see it
and that's
more so
because you
being
didn't
like a
vote for
Hillary
her.
Clinton.
Okay, wait.
A
Why
Hillary
do you?
Clinton over Kamala?
Oh, why?
Honestly.
Why? What's the relevant difference between Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris that means you think Kamala Harris wouldn't get to that position, but Hillary Clinton would?
It just makes sense based on the placements of them in both elections. Also, Clinton's kind of like placement in the like political world, given her husband, but also Kamala's like history and experience.
Why can't you say Kamala?
I just said Kamala, so
You didn't. Also, she got the third most votes in United States history, like third
congrats.
most.
We're getting more votes now than ever, so that doesn't really prove
like,
anything. So
the
thank
stuff
you.
that you're saying is nonsensical.
That does not prove much at all. There's the third most votes, and the other two are the last two elections before that. So I don't really know what you're trying to prove.
Wait, yeah, like Kamala Harris got more votes in this election than Trump got in the last election.
Like that's crazy because you could say it from the other perspective too. Like Trump, what he's posting on his True Social, which I don't have True Social, but I got the most votes in Republican history. So Santana, you can't be arguing that stupid.
No. You understand what you're saying is nonsensical because one, Joe Biden in the
I don't think
last
nonsensical
election.
is a
Hold
word,
on, can I
first
finish
off,
my
but-
point? Joe Biden got more votes than both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris this election, and Kamala Harris got more votes than Donald Trump in the previous election. So the context absolutely matters. But your point of saying that like, oh, she wasn't viable at all, you still haven't said anything that was an actual reason why she wasn't a viable candidate.
I just don't think she was involved enough politically to be. I mean, obviously, the Democrats thought that she was a viable enough candidate to be the primary candidate for the election, but like looking at it from an outside perspective, I think she was like one of the least qualified Democratic candidates in my lifetime. And I told you I'm above 21 years old.
You think that Joe Biden's more qualified at the age he was to be president than Kamala Harris?
I mean, like a former senator? Yeah, I would say so.
Wait.
She was a former senator.
Kamala Harris was the most qualified candidate to ever seek the office of the presidency for a first term.
When I look at Kamala Harris, I think of
Listen
DA.
to me for a
That's all I
second.
think
Listen to me
of,
for a second.
honestly. I don't think of politics, I think of DA.
Name one
That's what I think of.
candidate that was never president that has more qualifications than Kamala Harris.
Wait, you're gonna have to say that again because I think
Exactly,
I could
'cause
answer
you were
Biden
talking
with that.
over me. No, one president that was never president. One candidate was never president that had more qualifications than Kamala Harris.
Hillary Clinton. That's
No.
one.
How?
I mean, she was a first wife, so she was in the office. Like she was actually in the
That's
office.
not
So I
a
think that gives her a little bit of
qualification for
experience.
president. Oh my God, what are you talking about?
I mean, first wives definitely have some say in what goes on. I mean,
Kamala Harris was
Eleanor Roosevelt is one of the most prominent first wives. I mean, she had a big.
Wait, that can be true, but that in of itself is not a qualification
know
for
why
being
y'all have
president.
that
Do you think
reaction.
Melania
It seems
is
like- honestly, I don't think that
do you
y'all
think
really know
Melania
as
is
much as
qualified to
y'all
be
say goes
president?
I can't lie.
Do you think Melania
The
is
fact that
qualified
y'all
to be
say
president?
qualification is not
He can't
4
hear because
years
he
being in
keeps
office.
talking over you.
Yeah, listen, Colby. Do you think Melania is qualified to be president? Can you unmute yourself, man? Click the microphone in the bottom right.
My bad. Yeah, I said I'm a little skeptical to answer that one because I honestly don't think Melania does as much as a first wife compared to other first wives like Michelle
First
Obama
lady,
and stuff like that.
So
Okay,
yeah,
technical terms, y'all know what I'm talking about.
And you can say that. You can say that. I totally get you there. But one thing I'm saying in this point is that just being a first lady in of itself is not evidence that someone is qualified for presidency, right? And secondly, right, we can point to the fact that Kamala Harris was VP. She was a senator. She was a district attorney. She was attorney general, right? She had some of the most qualifications you could ever point to, way more than Trump. Not even fucking close. And yet you still think Trump was a better candidate?
There's no other candidate in modern U.S. history that worked in every branch. She had a position under every branch of the 3 branches of government, every single one, while also being a senator, while also being the vice president. Name one other candidate to never hold the office that had jobs in all 3 branches and held the level of duties that Kamala Harris did. Name one.
I mean, I'm not sure in all 3 branches. I doubt many candidates for president have ever had that. But I know, like, for example, I just based off quick research, because you're asking me pretty specific questions. Hillary Clinton was the former U.S. Senator for New York. She was also the Secretary of State for 4 years. I mean, those are 2 different branches, I would say.
Yes,
That have
yeah,
like 2 different, probably legislative a little bit. And maybe a little.
No. You can't say legislative.
Maybe judicial a little bit too.
No,
No
she was
executive,
in
of
2.
course not. But
she was in 2, not 3.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's probably hard to find any candidates that have relation to all three branches of the
But Kamala
government.
Harris did. Kamala Harris did.
But Kamala Harris's other qualifications don't meet the status.
Yeah.
And also, I believe if we're gonna go really on that topic, I think Tim Walz was a terrible vice president candidate. If she chose a different candidate, then maybe she would have had a better chance at beating Trump.
No, we're asking you why you voted for Trump over Kamala Harris. Okay, that's what we're asking. We're not asking about other people.
We're gonna get there.
Why do you support a
reasons,
racist over someone who's not racist?
The stock market has been a ton better since Trump has taken over candidacy over Biden. That's one, especially recently. I'm not sure if you own stocks, but if you go to the past
stocks
month
grew
or so,
at a lower rate under the Trump administration under the first year comparative to Biden's last year.
I've gone and looked at it already, and yes, go ahead.
Do you have your volume turned down?
A little bit. Why?
Okay, can you turn your volume up, Parker? So apparently these guys have been doing this weird thing lately where they actually get online and they turn their volume down so they can't hear you talking to them, so they won't get interrupted while they're making a point, and that's why they steamroll through the stuff that you're saying, because they don't want to be interrupted, and so they turn their volume down so they can't hear us. That's why I keep saying he's talking over us. He can't hear what we're saying. He's turning his volume down so he doesn't lose a train of thought as far as once he starts steamrolling. Like, that's literally the thing they're doing now.
I heard that part.
Keep your volume up.
Hey, and thank you for the galaxy. But yeah,
wow.
Overall,
that galaxy went to me. Jason, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll thank him for the galaxy. Thank you.
I'm thanking him for you. Come on, a couple more manners. But yeah, overall, I think the stock market is one of the bigger reasons over Kamala. I didn't trust really Kamala financially to help the stock market.
If you want to thank some people, how about you thank Zach for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can you thank Zach for the $50?
Thank you, Zachary. But yeah, overall,
can you thank Bill for the $20? Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you.
I don't think you got $20.
Thank Bill. Thank Bill. I did get $20.
And overall, if you guys want to talk about ICE,
thank Bill real quick. Thank Bill.
Exaggerating.
Hey, buddy. Thank Bill. Thank Bill. You said you wanted to thank people.
So I do agree with your point there. I can see where you're coming from. Like,
hold on. You said stop. You said you wanted to.
Parker.
Yeah, his volume.
I hear him thanking all of his fucking fans. I hear him saying thank Bill. I'm not gonna thank shit.
Yeah, so thank Bill. Wait, you just thanked people for the galaxy that was sent to me. Jason, thank you for the flying jets. Thank you so much, Jason. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can you thank Jason for the flying jets?
Wait, so are we gonna go back on topic or no?
Wait, you just said you wanted to thank people. You did this, not me.
No, because you didn't thank the galaxies. I just wanted the person. I know that's a little penny, a little pretty penny. So I wanted to thank that person.
Well, Robin, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you so much and 50 cents. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Fearful, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, David, at the $2. Candace, thank you so much for the $2. Melanie, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Apparently, that's shocking. Melanie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I think it's absolutely crazy, and I've told people to watch it.
Seems like you're a big Pete Buttigieg fan.
TS, thank you so much for the $5. James, thank you for the $5. Jason, thank you for the $5 as well. Delta, thank you for the $5. Matthew, thank you for the $5. Smart Alec, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. James, thank you for the $5. And Vancy, thank you so much for the $2. I think Buttigieg is definitely better than Trump.
Buttigieg.
Yeah, I would vote for Pete Buttigieg if he were the nominee.
Yeah, he's really good with highway safety and stuff like that, and like public transportation.
Planes weren't falling out of the sky while he was the Secretary of Transportation.
Yeah, plus
that's what I'm saying, Parker. I bet you Parker's a huge Pete Buttigieg fan.
Yeah, plus you could get literally refunds, right? You could actually get refunds. They got rid of a lot of the protections while flying that Pete Buttigieg added. I just want to clarify. So, I mean, I definitely don't think Pete Buttigieg's positions are like the best. I think that there are candidates in the Democratic Party I would prefer. Like, for example, Ro Khanna. I think Ro Khanna has put himself in a position right now where like he could very, very well be a candidate that people look to as like someone who can work with the other side, that is, truthful, that is trying to get the facts while simultaneously being able to talk to the progressive and moderate side of the party. I think he's a great candidate that people should be looking at. Do you like Ro Khanna?
I'm telling you, he's doing the weird incel stuff.
He's muted.
They're so weird. Cassie, thank you so much for the 3. I'll always make sure to shut
Oh, sorry, my
down
mic
the
turned
nonsense.
off. I was gonna say I don't know that candidate. I don't know of that candidate, but if you do want to go on another topic, I'd be down to talk about ICE, because I do think what they're doing is a little overboard, but I'm not as heavily favored towards what's going on in Minnesota, and I think that's a little overdrawn a little bit. If you want to talk about that.
Okay. What about what do you want to talk about? Be specific.
No, just like ICE protocols, them being like federal officers, and I guess the way that public is acting towards them, and how
here's one thing.
Towards.
Actually, one thing to take into consideration. There's literally, this has just been reported on. Congressman says Trump's name came up more than 1 million times in the unredacted Epstein files.
Yep.
So I'm surprised it's not more.
Also,
Bruh.
Howard Lucknett just admitted that he went to Epstein Island. He said that, oh, it was only for an hour and my family was with me, but I went, after saying that he didn't. Howard Lucknett. He just admitted it. Like maybe about an hour ago. Admitted that he went to Epstein Island.
And he's in Trump's
Wait, so
island.
we're gonna
Yeah,
touch
that's
on my
crazy.
topic?
I have the video if you want me to send it to you.
Yeah. Sorry, I literally, to be totally honest, I didn't know his name off the top of my head. So I had to look him up. I was like, geez,
Secretary
that's
of
crazy.
Commerce.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
saw the Secretary of Commerce. Literally insane in the Trump admin.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, but literally 1 million times in the unredacted Epstein files. Why do you think they redacted Trump's name so much? At this point, it's like the Trump Epstein files. Like, he's like half of the files, dude. 1 million times? Like, that's not even like a joke. That's 1 million times. He left. I mean, what can you do when you hear that Trump's name is in the Epstein files a fucking million times? You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That is insane.
The wild part is like, cause a lot of more people have been able to see like the unredacted version, and a bunch of Congress members are like really pissed, including like Lauren Boebert. They're saying all of them are all together saying that Trump lied. Like they're all saying that Trump lied. Not only like, apparently there's proof that Trump lied about cutting Epstein off as far as kicking him out of Mar-a-Lago. And he was still in contact with Trump and going to Mar-a-Lago after the time frame Trump said that he was no longer friends with him.
Yeah, I'm literally making this my title right now. Jesus Christ, dude. This is so insane. Like, just like, what fucking timeline are we in? Jesus Christ, dude. We are in, like, practically the worst fucking timeline possible. Mm-hmm. Like, genuinely. Like, this is fucking ridiculous. Let's get this next person up here, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Good, Parker. How you doing? I'm 20 years old. Yo, fuck Trump, bro. He's a fucking cunt. He's a pedophile, bro. Fucking.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Apparently, the admin is fucking defending him now.
Mm-hmm.
That is crazy, bro. That is like nuts.
Absolutely the worst timeline.
They're literally defending going, you know what, going on the island's not actually meaning that they were doing anything that were bad. He went there with his whole family. And how could a man commit these crimes with his whole family there?
But see, the problem is he originally said that he didn't go at all. He said that he met him one time, he hated him, and he never interacted with him after that. Now he's finally admitting that, well, we were on a boat, we stopped in, we had lunch for like an hour on the island, and then we left. Okay.
The Green Wedge, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. The only sanctuary city in this country is Washington, D.C. Literally. Yeah, he apparently claimed he cut off Epstein in like 2005. That's crazy. That's so ridiculous. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 22.
Do you support Trump?
I'm gonna rape Santana's mother, nigger.
You're fucking disgusting, dude. Holy shit. That is so gross.
Also, my mom would kick his ass.
That's just
No
so
loser.
insane. What a loser.
Get out of here, dweeb.
Literally, though. Disgusting. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
What's your birth year?
2007.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because his immigration policy and his ICE.
Okay, name one ICE policy change that you like.
You got me here, Parker. I don't support Trump no more.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen up. Let's get out to more people. Try to get to 2,000 likes on YouTube, everybody. Alrighty. Chat, by the way, did the Christian guy earlier that hates Santana, did he get kicked earlier because of the fact that there was did I kick him normally, or did he have to get banned because of the flag or something?
You kicked him because of the flag.
Oh, okay, for sure.
I heard about it, so I went back to check it out.
Yeah, I was just curious. Let's get this next individual up here, though. Serge, thank you so much for the 20 euros. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Totally agree. It's absolutely crazy. What's up, how old are you?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to join.
Karen, thank you so much for the 10. I try to be Miranda, thank you so much for the 20. I'm happy to hear that you love the song. Jay, thank you so much for the 1. I haven't seen that, but I'll check it out. And Amy, thank you so much for the 2. Yes, Howard Lucknett, under testimony about an hour ago, admitted that he did go to Epstein Island.
Dude, like, I don't even know what to make my title right now on my stream. It's like, do I make it Trump admin official admits to being on the island, or Trump's name is in unredacted files 1 million times?
I think you have to make it around something like the fact that more just keeps coming out. Like what I said the other day, the fact that like the stuff they're trying to hide is going to be the worst of the worst. I'm telling you. That's why they like want to stop now.
And when I say 1 million times, chat, no fucking joke. I literally had to put in my title, confirmed, no joke. Trump is in unredacted files 1 million times. Like, that's fucking nuts. When someone said that, I thought they were being, like, I genuinely, when I first saw that, I thought they were, like, what's the word? Fuck, I can't think of the word. Over-exaggerating,
Hyperbolic?
like, hyperbolic, yeah. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Like, I thought they were being hyperbolic. That's so ridiculous. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. I think with all of this shit coming out, we're just like, the Trump supporters are weaning away. Like, how do you defend this guy?
Oh, they do. They still do. I just I sent an invite to someone, or told him to come up. He's not gonna come up. Mar, I know you're still watching. Get up here, you coward.
Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? Absolutely crazy.
Santana, I'm gonna rape your mother, you fucking nigger. I'm
You're
gonna rape
so
her.
disgusting. What the
I'm gonna
fuck, dude? Can TikTok do their fucking shit and ban them? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
There he is.
Yes, sir. 25.
And do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I mean, he's the because he's the president. I feel like if I didn't, it would probably be cognitive dissonant. You know what I mean? Because I'm in America. I'm
Dissonance?
just like,
Okay, so did you support Biden?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he was the president. You got to support
Okay.
the president.
If you could go back in time and you could either actually say the election was held today and it was either Harris versus
Okay.
Trump, who would you vote for?
Harris versus Trump.
Okay, why would you vote for Trump?
I like the business stuff, like the economical stuff. So
Okay, what economic policy of Trump's do you like?
I mean, there's a lot. I mean, like he pulled from Paris. That's why we have reduced gas prices and stuff like that. So that's like one economical thing. He also supports domestic product. That's another economical thing. I could keep going. Don't want to steamroll you right
You said
now.
he took from Paris. I don't know where you got that from.
No,
and
he
you're saying
withdrew from Paris, meaning
The Paris
instead of
Climate
us going
Accords?
to other countries,
That's not what
and,
reduce
and
gas prices at all. That's not
no,
true.
instead
So,
of us going into other countries and just bullying, he pretty much again set up domestic shop and is now promoting domestic product
well,
within our
did you
economy.
know that domestic production investment, or actually real domestic manufacturing investment, has declined since every quarter of Trump's administration so far?
How so?
According to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, every single quarter of his administration, it's declined.
Since when?
Since the beginning of his administration.
Okay. Do you know how domestic product work? Meaning that on a micro level, there's different prices for different brands. So although what you said may be true, just by default of a domestic economy, there's going to be different prices for different brands. Meaning I can go to the store.
Domestic just means
and I can
within the
buy
country. So
Levi's.
you're just
Hold
saying
on, meaning I
within
can
the
go to
country
store
economy.
and I can buy Levi's, or I can buy another brand, and it can be different in price. Are you aware of that, Parker?
Of course, I'm aware of the idea that there's a market and different goods on the market.
Okay, I just wanted to expound on that. Also another reason why I like it is
Well, you acted like that was something that like you had to be Sherlock Holmes to find.
No, I'm gassing myself up. I ain't gonna lie, because I gotta keep the momentum. It's two of y'all. I ain't gonna lie, but this is
Santana's not even talking right now. He's
bear with me. He called me out. Brother called me out.
I'm
all right?
enjoying my protein bar.
Yes, sir. All right. Another reason is because it's like less socialism and communism.
Okay, you define socialism and communism.
In my theory, I'll do that in a brief moment. My theory is that they don't really necessarily generate anything in a sense that in order for us to all own something, there has to be conception. So, due to the conception that a person kind of, holds some type of ownership, especially within the structure.
What is
in our economy,
socialism
in our
and
business
what is
structure
communism?
in USA.
Define those terms.
Okay. So describe socialism and so basically they both just mean ownership of the Commonwealth ownership of us people. Meaning, if we produce something, we should somehow get ownership of that via dividend or something. That you guys never really expound on how.
No, I'll tell you.
guys
One,
just
I'm not a
preach it.
socialist. One, I'm not a socialist. Two, I'll tell you what it is. Socialism is when the workers control the means of production. Communism is a
I just
stateless,
said that.
classless, and moneyless society in which there's public ownership of the means of production. So, you
Just
might.
said that.
You didn't. You didn't say means of production. You didn't tell us who was
I said
specifically
production.
owning it.
I
and you
said
said everyone.
we
By the
own
way,
the production.
workers owning the means of production does not mean everyone specifically gets a dividend for all labor. That makes no
So
sense.
you were aware that I said that because you just quoted what I said. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. And again, I want to have a two-way conversation. I don't want to be disingenuous. So please don't do that again, Parker. I will try not to do that to you.
I wasn't
but
being
please don't do that
disingenuous.
again,
I was
sir.
explaining to you what it was.
But you were aware of what I said because you just quoted the dividend stuff. So again,
Yeah,
there's a lack
that's
of,
not what it is.
Uh-huh.
Wait, that's not what it is. I said that's exactly not what it is. That's what I said.
Okay. I agree with that. I don't want to go further into the rabbit hole. I'll just say another claim about socialism.
So we're not
is that there's a
socialists.
lack of
Wait. I'm not a socialist. Do you agree with
there's
that?
okay. Yeah, I want to label you like that, but you do be rocking with that stuff. I'm not
How
gonna
so?
label you like that. Because you always promote again for the Commonwealth. Meaning, I'll illustrate this right now.
I'll tell you,
Parker.
I prefer socialism
Parker,
over MAGA
Parker,
ideology.
May I have a frame rate? May I provide an illustration? May I have a dollar,
Yeah,
Parker?
go ahead.
May I have a Parker? Excuse me. May I have a dollar, Parker?
No.
Right. So I'm on here and I'm providing content to you, which is production, and I still cannot receive a dollar. So that's a prime example of why communistic and socialism doesn't work.
You're
But
not
I
producing
digress.
for me.
What?
That's just
I
ridiculous.
digress.
You don't
That's
earn.
totally not
By the way,
How so?
in a socialist system, you wouldn't own a specific amount of the labor of the stuff that's produced on my live because I'm creating a platform for you based upon
Just
my
ask for
labor and
dollar.
my own platform. I can choose to have you on or to not have you on. You don't have your own platform. You can make money off of your own labor. If
Right.
that were true, you'd be making money off of my labor, right?
Right, and that's what I had exactly, and that's what I was talking about conception. And as far as someone, it has to be a conception, and someone pretty much does own that.
So,
right?
by the way, I'll
you're
just tell
aware
you,
of
I'm
authority.
producing.
You're aware. Let me just provide this point, sir. You're aware of.
So I'm the one producing here because I'm the one who's running the stream. It technically does not classify as you producing because you're a guest joining up on the stream. You're not the one producing in of itself. That's like saying specifically if you go on someone's like show, right, that you should own part of the show or something in socialism. That's not how socialism works even. By the way, I used to be a market socialist, so I used to agree with cooperatives like being mandated, but that is not necessitated under a cooperative system.
Okay, so that's like saying that I work for this manufacturer, but I shouldn't get paid or I shouldn't get any commonwealth from this
You aren't
manufacturer like you
working for the
believe.
manufacturer right now. What are you talking about?
But am I not providing content and labor right now?
You're not working for me.
Okay, Parker. Right, you're correct. I'm not working for you because I'm not getting paid. That's why I had asked for that, Parker. But I digress
You're
again.
not gonna get
Another
paid.
reason why socialism.
There is no mechanism to pay you, right? There will be none. Even under a
Parker, it
socialist
was
system,
just-
you wouldn't get paid.
All right. So now that I'm done with my
You don't think
illustration, I'll go to
volunteers
the
can
next
exist
point.
in socialism? Like that's his idea. You volunteered to do this.
Parker,
You
that
didn't
is
do it
correct.
for
but
money.
Okay, Parker. But you're doing it for money. But anyways,
Yes, I
another
am.
reason why socialism does
And-
not
and
work
what's
is
your-
because
what's
the
your
lack
issue
of
with that?
innovation. The lack of innovation and incentives,
Wait,
as I just
one, I'm not
provided, I
advocating
asked
for
a dollar.
socialism, and two, your system will
Mhm.
lead to less innovation because of the fact that you are imposing tariffs, which decrease competition on a global stage.
No, that increased business competitiveness, and then that also again drives up the domestic economy. That was my opening statement, Parker. Lock in, bro. Clock it, bro. Track it.
It
Okay.
doesn't.
So, okay. So what you sounds like, I believe what you are, advocating for is some libertinism or authoritarianism. Which, yes, because that's what all this goes down under.
Libertinism.
When libertinism is pretty
Yeah,
much
no,
when people
I'm
do what
a
they want to do.
libertine. I'm a libertine.
People do what they want to do just because it's good. Like that's pretty much what it is, and that's where it goes when you pretty much go too far off the left. You're just doing stuff out of just because you want to
Yeah,
do
because
it, and because it's pleasurable,
libertine.
and because it's
We're
pleasurable.
libertarians here.
That is true. That is true. Another reason why
No,
you're
it's not, by the
authoritarian-
way. So I'm a social democrat, meaning I'm a liberal.
So you do believe in socialism, then?
No, social democracy is not socialism. It's liberalism.
But so now you're just gaslighting. Okay, cool, Parker. I just wanted to
What?
illustrate how you're gaslighting.
Wait, he's
'cause you just said, "What's
gaslighting you because you
libertinism?"
don't understand what he's saying?
You just asked me what libertinism gaslit me, and then he just admitted to being a libertism.
It's
So now I'm
libertarianism,
just like-
dude. I was trolling you.
Okay, brother. All right, brother. So again, gaslighting, right? So, anyways,
I'm not a libertarian, by
Anyway.
the way.
anyways, again, like I said, this is a broken system because you guys provide propaganda stating that we may have a dictator, but again, these practices and these this economy that you're pushing is literally only ran by a dictator. Can you answer that, Parker?
I'm not advocating for a dictator. And by the way,
Is
socialism isn't
is-
advocating for a dictator either. Socialism is
most
advocating for the workers to control the means of production. Have dictators co-opted socialist
But how does
ideologies
that
in order to be
work,
able to
Parker?
do that? Yeah.
Someone has to implement something for that to happen. Do you not understand what conception is, Parker? Like, I know you're smart, bro. I know you're smart.
Conception.
Right, like the beginning. Like someone has to put, like, you know how we have these policies? Someone had to think of the policies and implement them, right? It's called case law. Like,
yeah,
are we?
you understand that like the different forms of government and society, like we already have a standard. There's countries that already exist within socialistic practice.
Would you
right?
not?
There's
Would you say that
socialistic societies, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Like we could literally take these countries that have been around for hundreds or thousands of years, these countries that have gone through all of the ups and downs, and we don't even have to we can skip all the hard parts and just go directly to the end point as far as some of the successful things that they've implemented, like the social safety nets that have been successful in other countries. We can adopt those things and just quote unquote do them better. Like we don't have to start from scratch. None of that makes sense.
Yeah, and also just to clarify, you do know that social programs aren't socialism, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that. I don't know that, Parker.
You don't know that?
No, I don't. I don't know that, Parker. No.
Okay, so otherwise that would mean Trump's a socialist.
Okay. Well, from this conversation, I don't know what you are. You know what I mean? I have no idea what
I
you
told
are. It
you
doesn't
I'm
even
a
matter.
liberal. I'm a liberal.
Okay, you're a liberal. Cool. So you're far left, then. That's all I really needed to know.
Liberal does not mean far left.
Holy shit, this guy doesn't know anything.
That really does. But anyways,
it doesn't. So what's
gonna
far
let me
left?
speak, Parker?
Advocating for children to be fed? Advocating for people to have access to healthcare? Advocating for people to have
Parker,
access to
bro.
childcare? Making sure that people have shelter? That's far left.
that's just communism. Actually, that's what that is.
Wow.
Every communistic country has that, where they give you
So
rations.
let me clarify.
They give you food. They give you rations.
Dude, we're talking about a bare minimum established for everyone. That's not communism. Okay? That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. It is not communism to feed children.
Fundamentally, it is.
Do you think providing free school lunch and breakfast is communism for children?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Do I think that that's? I said fundamentally that's where it comes from.
So no.
'Cause
So,
again, where did this?
so answer this question. Fundamentally, do you believe it's communism to provide free school lunch and breakfast to children in schools?
Fundamentally, that is a communistic practice, and that's what I was gonna say earlier. That
Wait, so if that's
we the
communism, then
people-
communism is not bad, bro.
we the people.
Exactly.
That's and also that's not communism, bro. That is not communism.
Parker,
It is not communism to give
we the people.
literally children food. That's
Wait,
within a
wait,
liberal
wait.
society. Right now, that happens within our society. Therefore, you think our current society is communist. Wow, you're an idiot.
Parker,
Wait,
Parker, no. Literally,
wait.
we the people own the public.
Mar. Hey, are you a Christian?
Is this a red herring?
No, just a question.
This
Are
is
you
a red
Christian?
herring because what's the relevance to it?
Just yes or no. Super simple.
Can you answer yes or no? Is this a red herring?
No, it's not. I've already said
This
it.
is a
you just
perfect
lied.
question.
So you just lied. You
Mar.
just lied
Can
because
you
there's
just
no.
answer? Are
Mar,
you
this is a
Christian,
great
yes or no?
question. Please respond to Santana real quick. Perfect question.
Yes, I am, but again, it's a red
Okay,
herring.
so-
just wanted that to be known.
So Jesus was a commie.
How is Jesus? You cannot.
Because he
First
gave
off,
out free food.
Listen. They had fish
first
fries.
off, wait a minute, sir.
He
Can I-
wasn't
can I
even
just-
selling plates. He was just giving plates away for free.
you a
I would
Christian?
have sold those plates.
Are you a
Yeah, I'm
Christian?
a devout
plates away
Christian.
for free.
Yeah, I'm a
Santana,
devout
are you a
Christian.
Christian, brother?
A Christian brother.
Are you a Christian? I'm asking you as an African American. Are you a Christian?
No, I'm not, but I do
Okay,
believe in.
okay.
I believe in God. I believe in
Okay.
a higher power.
So I'll just
as far as the
illustrate how-
Christianity.
Hey, Mar,
I'll
I
just
am a
illustrate
devout
how, from my
Christian. I'm a
viewpoint,
devout Christian,
You just
Mar.
compared God to a human, just from my viewpoint. You know, you
No,
just
I
literally
said-
compared God to a human.
You
So that's
said
kind of like
feeding.
pride.
You said feeding people is communist, or you have to be a communist in order to
Did I
feed
say that,
people.
or did I
and,
say fundamentally?
Well,
that
okay,
that
so then
derives from
fundamentally,
communism?
Jesus was a communist because he
So
fed
Jesus
people.
and Jesus wasn't
Fundamentally,
human under
you
his
have
view.
to.
Mar, you don't
fundamentally,
think
you have
Jesus
to
was
take
human?
the church away from politics. So
Was
fundamentally,
Jesus
that's
human?
You're flawed. You're flawed. That's what I'm saying.
Was Jesus
You're
human?
flawed. Bro. Jesus is God. You don't believe in Jesus, so you can't have this conversation. 'cause it's gonna
I
be
am a
flawed
devout
conversation.
Christian. What are you talking about, dude?
So you're a Christian.
Yes, dude.
What's the first book of the Bible?
Are you talking Old Testament or New Testament?
What's the
Genesis.
first book of the Bible?
Yeah, I asked you Old
Parker?
Testament or New Testament.
Parker, if I asked you, ask me that question, I'll tell you. Since you don't know.
my
Ask me
Okay,
that.
well,
He doesn't know the
technically it'd be
difference between
Genesis
the-
because
Yeah, he
of
doesn't
the
know.
Old
Good job,
Testament
Parker.
being the
AI
first
finally
aspect
answered
of
it
it.
for you, Parker. Good job. But yes,
Wait,
it's
I'll
Genesis.
tell you the. Wait, what are the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Bro, it's the gospel. Mark, Luke, John, all of them, bro. Peter,
Matthew,
Paul.
Mark, Luke, and John. So you don't even know the
Oh,
fucking
wow.
order in which they're listed.
Wow. I
Don't
have to
forget
name
the
them in
book of
order, but you
Clarence.
couldn't name the first book in the first chapter. Wow, make it make sense, Parker.
Don't
Make it
forget
make
the Book of
sense.
Clarence.
Bro, the book of okay.
Wait, by the way, you mean Genesis? Genesis is the first book. I don't know what you mean.
Yes, it's the first book, the first chapter. Literally, you couldn't even name it. Couldn't even name it.
By the way, I can name it. I just asked you Old Testament and New Testament, and Santana said it before I could even answer it. Because I would have been able to answer it. I was just asking you Old and New Testament.
Okay, can we get back to topic, or do we like to do red herring after red herring?
You didn't know the
This is
first
a-
book.
this is- these are
by the way,
fallacies.
he
These
didn't
are
know
fallacies.
he didn't know the first book of the New Testament, and yet he's trying to do this. That's embarrassing. You
trying to have
unironically
a
didn't know the
philosophical
first book of the
conversation
New
with you.
Testament. He didn't know it was Matthew.
You didn't know that Genesis was the first book of the
I
Bible.
did.
and you're
I did.
trying to- like what?
I'm sorry.
right,
That's just really dishonest for you to say that.
Right, because you brought in a red herring, so that was dishonest for you philosophically. Both of you.
It wasn't a red herring.
And
it was
Santana's grown
demonstrating
as
that
heck.
based upon
You're
your
too
argument.
old for that, Santana. Respectfully, bro.
It was
Anyway,
demonstrating. It was
wait.
demonstrating based upon your argument that you would believe that Jesus is a communist because he gave out free food.
No, because that was never my argument. I said
It was.
fundamentally that is where it come from. So you're already again the point that I made, like literally 30 seconds in, that you take everything out of context. You're still doing that 5 minutes later, Parker. You're 20, bro. Grow up. Come on, man. Trying to have a
How
real
old
convo.
are you, Mar?
Bro, yes, I'm crashing out because I'm trying to have a real convo.
And
and
no
y'all
one
trolling.
said about anything about crashing
Like,
out. How old are you?
Come on, bro. Like, cause that's just weird as fuck.
How
Like,
old
I'm
are
trying to
you?
come up here and be for real. And
It
y'all
doesn't
trolling.
seem like it. You seem like you have impulse control issues.
All right. So can we get back to the topic at hand, or would you like to go red herring after red herring?
Sure, Jesus was a commie.
that was never that was the first red herring because again, what relevance did it have to a political conversation?
You should be a communist. Jesus, like
But
traveled
why are
around.
you putting the church
Jesus
in
didn't
politics?
believe in borders. Jesus was giving people shit for free.
Uh-huh.
Jesus was like, you know, I don't want Caesar shit. Tell Caesar to take his shit back, right? Jesus said something about like a camel and a needle and like.
So I
not
put you
getting
guys on the
into heaven.
politics, so now you're trying to do biblical stuff, and you guys don't even believe in anything, right?
What are you talking?
You
Yeah,
guys don't even believe in anything. You have no
I
faith.
was trolling you
You
earlier.
have
I'm not
no
actually.
faith.
I'm not actually Christian. I was trolling you earlier. I don't.
I know.
But like,
you,
I don't
you
know what's your
you
point.
don't stand for nothing, bro. You
I
don't
do.
stand on nothing. No, you
It's,
don't.
it's annoying when Christians say that you don't stand on anything if you're not Christian. Like, how fucking self-centered are you to believe that the only way to stand on something is being Christian? Genuinely, get a fucking grip on reality.
It's
man.
being truthful. That's the only way to stand on something.
That's
You
not.
lied.
There's
The first
there's,
moment I met
I'm sorry.
you
There's no
lied, bro.
evidence for
Lied
Christianity
to your
being
teeth.
true. There's no evidence for Christianity being true. You can say you believe it based upon faith, but no evidence.
That's why I said I believe in God. I believe in a higher power. I can't say Christianity is the right religion. I can't say any religion's the right religion, but I do know that part of like religious belief is to, you know, do good things and good things happen, do bad things and bad things happen. My name is Earl. And so I try to make sure that I live by, you know, good things, because
That
even
sounds
if you
good.
say that
The
you're
reason
a
I like
Christian,
conservative
you're
stuff
supposed to
because there's free
actually
market.
you're supposed to show like your your labor by your fruits. And if you're not actually advocating and doing good things, then there's no way that you could actually call yourself a Christian.
So what I just heard from that is the reason why you guys don't claim anything is because when I come at y'all or anybody come at y'all with beliefs or opinions, you can just sit there and say, well, I'm agnostic and I try to do my best and I don't have to stand on anything because I don't believe in anything. That's what I just heard from you.
Yeah.
Santana.
Wait. By the way, yeah, I don't have to believe in
That's what I
something
just heard
that.
from
I don't have to believe in something that caused the universe into existence. I can say that I don't have reason to believe anything, and that's not enough for me to be able to believe something. I
So
don't
why
just
would I
things
believe your
because I feel like
politics
it.
if you can't say that? What?
Because I don't just say things that I don't have evidence for.
But you do. You just
don't.
provided you just provided an illustration.
No, I didn't. I said I don't have evidence, so I don't believe. That's why I'm agnostic. Are you like stupid?
So what's your evidence that God does not exist, Parker?
Well, I have the evidence that the Christian God doesn't exist, but I don't have
No,
evidence that
Parker,
overall
Parker.
every
What's
single
your
God doesn't
evidence that
exist.
God does not exist, Parker? That was the question.
The Christian
not what
God
you
or
said.
every God in general?
If there's no Christian God, Parker, in theory, you can make the claim about any other God. So answer the question, Parker, because I have to do this nasty devil advocate, which I hate. But
Thor might exist.
Answer the question, Parker.
I asked you a clarifying question. The Christian God
And I
or
clarified
any
it.
type of God?
Parker, that's disingenuous. Answer the question at hand. What I said. Play the clip
I'm not
back if you
answering
need
it
to,
until you
Parker.
clarify.
Play the clip back if you need to, Parker. I asked you, what is your evidence that
If
God
you won't
does not
clarify and you're
exist?
just going to be annoying, I'm going to kick you. I'm not wasting my time.
What is
Stop
your
doing
evidence
this.
that God? What is your evidence that God does
Are
not
you
exist?
referencing the Christian God or are you referencing any notion of God?
Did I say Christian God or did I say God?
Well, I don't know what you're referencing. 'Cause
Oh
you,
wow!
if you're Christian,
Any God,
believe
any
that-
God, any God, any God,
Okay.
Parker, any God.
I don't believe every God doesn't exist. That's not my view.
So you don't believe in anything, in other words, right, Parker?
I don't believe in a God, but I do believe in things.
So provide me evidence that God does not exist, Parker.
I never said every God doesn't exist. That's not what I said.
All right, bam.
I just said that
So
I
now
don't
put
believe
you on
it
a
to be
political
true
debate
that those
and
certain
a
gods
religious
exist.
debate in a matter of 15 minutes.
That's not ending any debate. I just said
No.
I'm agnostic. I've always said this.
No, I just clarified that I cooked you in two separate debates. That would
He didn't cook me on anything.
It didn't
Me
even need to go
clarifying
there.
I'm an agnostic
It didn't
atheist
even
is
need to
not
go
you
there,
beating
brother.
me in a debate.
He really thinks that he's like the main character in his head. Like this shit is wild.
Bro, what? Come on, bro. Man,
Like I can't imagine. That's so embarrassing.
Okay.
It is.
All right.
It's really cringe.
All right. So, do you know about natural law, then, Parker? Since you're such a genius, Parker, do you know about natural law?
Yeah, but I don't prescribe to any version of natural law.
Oh, you don't. So you don't. Do you not believe in science, Parker?
You can believe in. By the way, I thought you were referencing a moral understanding of natural law, not a scientific understanding of it.
Parker,
I mean,
If
a
you're referencing a
universal or
scientific
an
understanding, yes, I
objective.
do believe
A
in.
universal
I do believe
or
in,
an objective.
Yeah, I do believe in the scientific understanding of natural law.
Okay, so now I have to engage this because it's hard conversating with you because you change your mind in a matter of seconds, Parker. But
No, I don't.
so
I don't know. You're so dishonest and incredibly
I just
insufferable.
asked you if you believed in natural law. You said
Wait,
no, then you said yes.
I know what the breakdown
There's
is.
two
I know what the
different
breakdown is.
conceptions of natural law that we were referencing there. You're doing an equivocation between
That's
the moral understanding of it and the scientific understanding of it, okay? There's two different understandings. I thought you were referencing the moral understanding because we were having a conversation about values.
Okay, and I can understand that, but Parker, philosophically speaking, that's like saying you believe in the Big Bang, but you don't believe in science, Parker. That's kind of what I'm
I
getting
do
at,
believe in the
right?
Big Bang and I do believe in science. I'm confused.
Right, but then you just said you don't believe in in moral natural law, but you believe in universal natural law. So that's why it doesn't make
No,
sense.
I believe in scientific natural law, but I don't necessarily prescribe to a certain version of moral natural law. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, man, we were just racking them up, guys. Hey, clip this, guys, please. So
You're an idiot. You're just so
you're right.
stupid.
You're
Like
right.
you don't
You're
understand
right.
that those are
I
different
really am, yes.
topics.
I am. So Parker, can I ask you what's your divine purpose or what's your purpose in life?
I don't have a divine purpose because I don't believe in a divine being.
Oh.
But I do have a
So-
purpose specifically,
Yeah.
right? I do think that my purpose is defined in terms of helping people around me, in terms of living my life in the way that I would see fit, in the way that I think is morally good to do so. I think
Okay,
that
and
I
what are you
find
good at?
purpose specifically
Uh-huh.
in the lives that I do every single day and changing people's minds and making society better and getting people to reasonably think more and critically think more.
Okay, Parker. From a libertarianism, that sounds good. But just because you're doing stuff that you like and you love and you're passionate about, you do understand that that does not necessarily mean that's good. Correct, Parker?
No, I think under my view it indicates that it's good because it is reflective of my values.
That's an absolute claim, Parker. So that's crazy that you just made an absolute claim to something that you don't even really have faith and belief in, which is life.
I don't
but
understand
anyways,
how I can't make a claim that
Uh-huh.
I think what I'm doing is morally good under your view.
you cannot make an absolute claim philosophically. No,
What do you mean by absolute?
by saying you're 100% sure that you're doing good and the right thing.
Yeah, because it's reflective of my own psychological
Okay.
preferences. So I am certain of that.
Yes. So you're just projecting a false reality. Cool, I get that, Parker.
That's not projecting a false reality.
That's what you just said.
You said that
That's
I'm
what you
not
said,
doing
in
good
other
for the.
words.
Wait, so you think it's true that I'm not doing good for the world? Is that what you're saying? How do you prove that it's objectively true that I'm doing bad for the world?
Well, since you don't believe in God and God is good, that would kind of be a reason how you're not doing good in the world because you
All the
don't have
time.
faith.
So because I'm an
Correct.
atheist, so
the
you don't
have
think
no faith.
So he doesn't
You
think
have no
atheists
faith.
can do good. Wait, by the way,
that's
you think atheists can't do good?
Not necessarily, but you believe in
You
something.
just contradicted
but you
yourself.
hide your
You
motives.
just contradicted
You be-
himself. So I
No.
can still do good,
hide your
even though I'm
motives.
atheist. So you saying I'm an atheist does not mean I'm not doing good. So give me an argument, an objective, fact-based argument that indicates what I'm doing is bad.
Well, like how I just said that you took a lot of stuff that I said out of context, and then you was being disingenuous like the first minute that I arrived on this podcast. And
I wasn't. These are all your opinions. These are all your opinions, not objective facts.
That when I play the clip back, we'll see it. When we play the clip back, we'll see it, Parker.
No,
Play the
these
clip
are
back.
these are your interpretations of what happened. What are you talking about? These are
Okay.
your own
I'll
personal
take that.
perspectives.
I'll take that. I respect that. That is interpreted. All right. So are you?
Thanks for
Are
the
you aware
concession.
that? I mean, yeah, I'm a human. I'm not gonna sit here and lie through my teeth.
Gladys,
like
thank you so
devil.
much for the $50 on PayPal.
Think
For
that would be
also
the
an
devil on purpose?
atheist, by the
Come
way.
on.
Thank you so much, Gladys, for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Cassie, thank you for the $5 from a far left liberal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for who used to be Republican, but had to change when Trump started grifting. Thank you very much. Miranda, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yes, I would be interested in doing that again. Robin, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you so much. Jamie, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Lindsay, thank you for the $10. Martin, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jeanette, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you very much. Can you say thank you to all the donors?
I mean, apparently I don't have to actually since I'm not working, so I don't have to. Are you aware of hedonism, Parker?
Wait,
You know
hold
what
on.
hedoni-
If you're not gonna
Uh-huh.
say thank you to those donors, can you say thank you to Ashley? Ashley, thank you to the 5. I'm used to
I ain't
it.
gonna lie, I
Linda,
like
thank
you
you
a
so
little bit
much
more,
for the
Santana,
20.
so I-
You are
yeah.
absolutely too kind. I'm all good. Heidi, thank you so much for the 10. Heather, thank you so much for the 5. My name is Earl. Benjamin, thank you for the 2. You know how we do. And Amanda, thank you so much for the 2. Yeah, you can call them doofuses, but they're more dweebs than anything.
Yeah, I am a geek. Yes, and again, like I said, shout out to you to your chat. I kind of rock with the way you handle stuff a little bit. It's a little bit more respectful. So that's the only reason why
Do
I'm
you see how
tipping my
people
hat.
say it so
That's the
inverted
only
all the
reason I'm
time?
tipping my
Like
hat.
last time
That's the
this happened
only-
to Santana, I was like, you see how it happens all the way, and just people always have like these certain types of things. Like, dude, this happens how many times? This happens like every day on the stream, but it's like the other way around.
Santana's live. He got the music. He's telling me we about to go in here and spar. Like he's not on no little high, throw some rocks and hide his hand and like on some little girl stuff, bro. Like that's why I rock.
What is the little wait, so tell me, what quote unquote little girl stuff did I engage in? And by the way,
So
what's
hedonism
wrong? Why are
is
you
when
trying
you
to
do pleasurable
associate why are you trying to associate being a girl with an insult?
I didn't do that. I'm
You just
explaining how
did.
hedonism. How?
You just tried to associate being a little girl with an insult.
Okay, Parker. Can we talk about hedonism, Parker? Or is that too much for you?
Can you respond to my point? Or do you just
I
like
don't- I
every
don't
single time
recall.
I
I
make
don't
a
even
point, you're
recall
just gonna
your
pivot
point.
to something else?
I don't even
Talk
recall
about red herrings, by the way.
Right. Literally, it started from red herring, but hedonism is a political stuff. So anything that I say political, you avoid. But anything that I say is just random and just gibberish, you attack it. So I find that
Goodbye.
funny.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you.
So would you like to talk about
if what
hedonism?
you say doesn't make sense, I'm going to dispute it on a live where we're debating. Is that seriously a complicated thing to understand?
Okay. So let's debate hedonism, Parker. What do you think feel about that?
Why are you completely pivoting away from all the points that I've made?
You made one point when I had through one
I
ad
made
hominem
multiple
after I was
points.
called a dweeb, Parker. After I was called a dweeb.
You wanna cry about
then
it?
made an ad hominem. Wait a minute, Parker.
That's not an
I
ad
then made
hominem. It's an insult. Know the difference.
That an ad hominem is an insult, Parker. So now we're
No,
doing
it's not.
semantics.
No, it's not.
And
No, it's
yes,
not.
it
No,
is,
it's not.
Parker.
Listen. An ad hominem is an insult that says that
It's
they're
a
wrong
personal
because of the
attack.
insult. Yeah,
It's
listen.
a personal attack.
Yeah, listen. It's an insult that says that they're wrong because of the insult, not just
Mm-hmm.
an insult in of itself. So we proved you were wrong and then insulted you after. That's different. That's not an ad hominem.
Yep.
I'll concede that point just to go on to another topic, Parker. Maybe discuss hedonism.
You concede a lot. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I mean, yeah,
Let's-
because this is how you philosophically talk to people and be a real human, Parker. This is how
Yeah,
you
it's
be a
just
real human.
you constantly concede to Parker. Yeah, thank you very much. Real humans concede to Parker. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Parker, you just lie and play it cool.
How did I lie? Name the lie. Name the lie, buddy.
Oh, I named three. I named the red herring fallacy. Then I named how you was being intellectually
I didn't engage in a red
dishonest.
herring. What was the red herring? Because you
talked-
just engaged
talked
in
about my
multiple.
Lord
I
and
just explained
Savior.
how.
You talked about my Lord and Savior, which you do not believe in, Parker.
That's not a red herring. That's not a red herring. It was literally a reductio ad absurdum because we were showing you that based upon your understanding of communism, that it would mean that Jesus himself is a communist.
But how is Jesus irrelevant to communism?
How is it relevant? Because of the fact that
How
you
is
believe in
Jesus
Christianity.
God irrelevant to communism, Parker? Yes.
Irrelevant or relevant?
Relevant, because that's how you
Relevant
cause a
because
red
of the
herring.
fact that it's a reductio ad absurdum, showing specifically that because you believe that certain definition of communism is true, doesn't mean that you actually apply that definition in reality. Because when we refer to it or apply it to Jesus, you don't want to apply it.
But then I told you that you cannot apply any governmental stuff to Jesus. It says that in the Bible, but you don't know that.
We're
You don't
talking
know
about
that, Parker,
feeding people.
because you
We
don't
weren't talking
believe
about
it.
governmental stuff. We're
You don't
talking about
believe
feeding
it.
people.
Yeah, you said
Bro,
that.
okay,
You said
I got a
that. You
story
said
from the
that
Bible.
communism was
God
feeding
told-
people.
Hold on. God told this man to go live under a bridge, and he was scared. He said, "What am I gonna eat?" God said, "What are you worried about? Go over there." And he ate birds. Wow, I just told you a story, Parker. That you. Oh my gosh. What does that mean, Parker? What does
It
that
had
mean?
no
I just told
relevance
you?
at all. Like
None.
Right,
was,
right.
was,
A red
was your
herring.
purpose there?
A
Were
red
you trying to say
herring.
that had no relevance at all? So, by the way, let me just
Yeah,
clarify.
it was a red herring.
Let me
I'm
clarify.
just-
Let me
I'm
clarify.
just proving I could have cooked
Let
you,
me
but I just didn't do it
clarify.
because it was irrelevant.
Let me clarify.
Idiot.
I explained how it was relevant, genius, and you still don't understand. It was relevant because it was reductio ad absurdum to your point, showing the comparison was, again, based upon the idea that you thought communism meant giving people food, okay? So Jesus gave people food. That means he's communism under your view, okay? Therefore, that isn't communism, and communism is a little bit more complex than that.
Okay, and you just illustrated how you take things out of context, and you quite literally misquoted me because I said fundamentally that is where it derives from. So once again, you are just proving every point that you run away from conceding but you just keep reiterating them. So may we speak about hedonism or something else, or
You're gonna try and pivot? No, I did not. There's no. You're just not understanding how reductio ad absurdums work, and we're showing you how your
I
view doesn't
understand
make
how
sense
circle
in your
reasoning
reasoning.
works. You have circle reasoning. Would you disagree or agree with
There
that?
was no
Parker?
circular reasoning there.
We're talking about the same opening statement, and we have not gone anywhere.
Because you haven't conceded on this one yet. You conceded the other one, but you haven't conceded.
You just
this
said
one.
I'm Mr. Concede. You just said I'm Mr.
So
Concede.
concede
Parker.
again.
Oh my gosh, this is gonna be a clip, brother. I'm telling you, you better delete this because I'm about to clip the fuck out of this, bro. Excuse my language.
When you do, please edit the words that you're saying, because you keep saying words that aren't either they aren't real
They're
or they don't mean
buzzwords,
stuff that
and
you
and
think.
it hurts you.
No,
They're
like
buzzwords and it
literally,
hurts
they're
you.
not real, or either they don't mean what you think they mean. Like I don't know what the fuck is happening right now. But
You don't know
like,
what stoicism is. You don't know what
How about
ego
this?
is. You don't know the ism that you talk about.
Thank you. How about you just post your clip and get 0 views on it? You know, everyone in the comment section will be flaming you because it will be people specifically from my live stream.
Yeah, I mean that's how cults work. So I mean, I'm not
That's
surprised,
not a cult.
but
That's called
just-
literally people believe what I believe because what I say makes sense.
A cult. Okay, cool.
That's not a cult.
Would you like to speak
okay,
about?
you're
yeah,
in a
would you like to
cult.
speak
You
about
support.
egoism?
You literally support Trump no matter what the fuck he does. You're in a cult.
I mean, because he runs the country, bro. Like,
So just because he's president, no matter who's president, I'm going to support them no matter what. You sound like you're in a cult, buddy.
No, because I believe in the Bible. The Bible
Support
says,
the president no matter what. Never critique them. That sounds like a
That's
cult.
not what the Bible said. The Bible says, hey, you're supposed to try to do good. You're supposed to try to follow the ways of Jesus.
Trump doesn't do that at all.
You cannot try to do what you're just trying to make me do, pretty much.
Would Jesus vote for Trump?
Jesus would not do any of that, brother.
Exactly.
What?
So you should do as Jesus does, right? So don't vote for
But I'm
Trump.
not Jesus, Parker. I don't think
So-
I'm a god. That's the difference between
But no, but you
Christians
should
and
do like
atheists.
Jesus.
You
You're
guys
supposed to
actually
emulate
think
your
you guys are
actions
God.
like Jesus. You are supposed to act
Atheists
like Jesus because Jesus is
think
the
they're God.
standard of perfection. So what you're not understanding is that your own view indicates that you shouldn't support Trump because you said that Jesus would not vote for Trump. And if Jesus does something, that means you should do it as well. Because Jesus is the standard of perfection for human beings.
Yeah. So
cooked.
Would you
Fucking
say
cooked.
that?
You got cooked.
I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, for sure, man. I'm boiling right now. I'm in the hot seat. Oh my gosh. Parker. So what do you believe in, then, Parker?
What do I believe in?
Yeah.
And in what concept? In what situation?
Well, everyone has to believe in a higher power. Like no matter how
No,
you
I
spin
don't.
it,
I don't have to
actually
believe in a
do.
higher power.
You do, whether it's the universe, whether it's this Big Bang.
Universe
or
is not a
whatever.
higher power.
But in your theory,
Higher power means above the universe, right?
No, it wouldn't. In your theory, in your
What the
little
fuck
puny
does that mean,
science,
then?
in your little puny science that you halfway believe.
My puny science? You mean
that you halfway
scientific
believe.
fact that demonstrates everything that you use in your daily life operates in the way it does.
So if you know about
You go to the
scientific
doctor.
practice,
Hey, Mar, do you go to the doctor?
barely.
Barely?
It's hard
so
out
you think
here.
it's better to not go to the doctor?
I just know that when money's tight, I can't go to the doctor, Parker.
Oh, so maybe you should advocate for a universal healthcare program instead of the concepts of a plan that Trump was advocating for the whole time.
Why would I advocate for UBI when all the when
This,
I
this
have
is
a
not
good
UBI.
family-
This is I said
That is
public
UBI.
option for healthcare.
That is UBI.
That's
is
not UBI.
What is UBI,
No, it's
Parker? Divine UBI.
Universal
Divine
basic
UBI,
income.
Parker.
Universal basic
Huh?
income.
Okay,
What
so
the fuck does that
so-
have to do with healthcare?
so would you not say that healthcare is income?
No.
Oh my god.
So how is the doctors going to get paid?
It's a service being provided for you. It's not you getting income or money
So how does the doctors get paid, Parker?
through the government.
So that would be UBI, correct, Parker?
No. Because it's not income you get as an
Okay.
individual. Wow, you're just stupid, dude. Jesus Christ.
No. Because that's literally UBI. Just because you do semantics, like that's UBI, bro.
That's
if
not
the government gives
UBI.
you some money, that's UBI.
Dude,
if the
they're
government
not
gives you
giving you
something that's
UBI
equivalent
means
to money, that's
UBI is a
UBI.
universal basic income. Means everyone gets this certain amount of income. Okay, it does not mean universal basic
No.
services. So universal basic services and universal basic income are different things.
All right. So how do you feel about Marxism, Parker?
I'm not a Marxist. And
fuck
like
does-
constant pivots.
Oh my
Because it's just
God.
I can't. I'm not. It's just at a point when the disingenuous is just so severe that as a human,
How?
I don't
How
want to
is
be nasty.
how am I being
Parker.
disingenuous?
No, Parker, I don't want to be nasty, brother. I really don't. So that's how I refrain
You
from
you
doing
literally
it.
think are you saying I'm a grifter? Is that what you're saying? Because you should look into a mirror
Again,
and look who you
I don't
support.
want to. I don't like labeling people, Parker, and that's why I ask you these
You
questions.
just labeled me
but
as
then you don't
dishonest.
answer the
You very
questions.
you very much labeled me as being disingenuous and dishonest, which by the way would mean
Because
that I'm a grifter.
that is something that I stand by. Yes, yes.
So I am not dishonest. Why do you think I'm dishonest?
Well, you've been trolling me. You've been taking things out of context. Then you've
I
been
did
trying to
troll you once. I
steamroll.
did say that I was Christian once, but I told you after that I was trolling.
Okay, so you've been lying to me, Parker. So
Yeah, that's the one thing I said that. Yeah, I
It's
definitely
disingenuous,
lied to you
Parker.
there. Yeah.
So that's why I put the label on you, bro.
Okay, that's not lying in
So-
general, and that's not being dishonest in general. I was trolling and making a joke, dude. You don't think you can ever make jokes that aren't serious?
But you're providing a serious.
Like I said, I
platform
was a
on
devout
politics.
Christian because practically everyone on the live knows I'm not a Christian and knows that I'm an atheist. Okay, that's the reason why I make that joke. It's like when I say I have 10 kids. Well, I actually do have 10 children, so.
And you're a trillionaire.
Yeah, I am a trillionaire as well.
I got to get out of here. Two quick thank yous. Gladys, thank you so much for the $50. Holy fuck, I really appreciate you. And Benjamin, thank you so much for the two. Benjamin said, "This is how you know he isn't arguing. He's free associating. His brain just hits shuffle." Like literally, that's exactly what's been happening this entire time. Anyway, I gotta go. I appreciate you having me up, bro. I'll see you later.
Good seeing you as always. Ernest, thank you so much for the $1. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you for the $5 for Sir Pickle Lane. This isn't a TED Talk. This is a scavenger hunt. Thank you very much. Ivan, thank you for the $5 for the Pieces Cult membership fee. Thank you very much. Jada, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much for an atheist, libertist social worker. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $2 as well. Thank you very much. Heather, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Heather in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I know, right? It's ridiculous. Susie,
Okay,
thank you for the
perfect.
$5. I did. I actually put it as my title on YouTube. Susie, thank you very much. Go ahead. You were
Okay,
saying?
now Parker, I can admit that this has gone very far to the rabbit hole due to red herrings. But may we stick to political things, or may you answer questions, Parker? Is that a respectable
Go ahead.
request? Or okay, so okay, thank you. So with Marxism, what do you think about authoritarianism and or authoritarian? Again, bear with me, I'm illiterate, okay? Or a libertarian. I'm illiterate, Parker. I can't read, bro. They took away schooling. So what do you think? How do you feel about that, Parker?
Who took away schooling?
I think, according to you, you know who took away the education stuff. So I think this would be a good segue for you, Parker. Or you could answer the question at hand about Marxism. Which way would
I
you
feel like
like
you're
to
just
go?
a troll, and I'm about to kick you.
Bro, I just asked you.
You are unironically acting exactly like a troll would, like genuinely.
Okay, Parker. How do you feel about Marxism in application?
I'm not a Marxist. I don't agree with Marxism in application.
Okay, Parker. With you being a socialistic liberal,
A social democrat is a liberal, not a socialist.
Okay. But for me, for me, that just is a buzzword and it goes off as socialist. Okay. For my
course.
interpretation, yes, and I'll be glad to admit that my interpretation, that you display Marxism traits. Parker, would you disagree or?
If you consider Marxist traits, meaning I want to feed children and provide healthcare to people in need, then I don't know what the issue is. You were just complaining about healthcare costs, but then you don't want to provide a universal healthcare access. You literally just said
I paid
you
for my
support Trump.
stuff.
Yeah, you support Trump, but then you literally couldn't afford medical bills, you said.
No, Parker, that is correct. For years, my dental was bad, and out of nowhere, I just paid all of it up front because I had money. Right? What does that matter, Parker? What does that matter? I still handled it, and want to know what's better? That I handled it without the government. Want to know who I handled it with, Parker? Myself and the Lord. How do you feel about that, Parker?
Well, I think it would be better off if everyone had access to a universal healthcare system so that no one has to worry about whether or not they can pay their bills in terms of medical bills.
But why can't they just figure it out themselves or believe in something higher to figure it out for them, Parker?
That's just not how it works. Inevitably, everyone needs healthcare, and it can bankrupt anyone to have a certain condition happen to you. Okay? So you need to actually understand that, like, this is something that everyone will benefit from, And it's exactly what Jesus advocated for, to provide health care for people who are in need.
All right, all right.
Didn't Jesus heal the sick?
Come on, bro. Come on.
Didn't Jesus heal the sick?
Nah, come on. Wait, I'm trying to think, and you're kind of gish galloping right now.
That's not gish galloping. I'm just asking you specifically if your own person that you think is the moral standard for perfection did the very thing that you're critiquing.
Again, I have to separate politics from Jesus. So if you're telling me if Jesus did miracles, yes, Parker, of course. But that he didn't.
Wait, so you
do
separate
miracles
politics?
for
Okay, wait.
political gain. He
So
didn't do miracles for political gain, Parker.
So to clarify, you don't inform your political views based upon your religious views at all.
Yeah, meaning I'm not gonna, like, for example.
Okay,
yeah.
fair. So then, what is the basis for why you support Trump? Let's go back to that.
There we go, brother. So yeah, I like how he handles business. I mean, like I just said, I was broke all them years, and out of nowhere, I was able to fix my teeth. Now ain't no more crooked smile. See what I'm saying? So that's one reason.
So you just said that was you and not the government. So then explain to me how you said the government helped you do that.
Well, in your theory, wouldn't the government have control over the economics, Parker?
No.
So the president does not have control over economics, Parker. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think the government should have control over the entire economy.
Okay. That's not necessarily what I said. I'm just saying, do you think that they have effect over the economy?
Yes, I think they should. I think they should regulate certain things. They should have control over certain things.
Right, and I'm telling you, the effect of that put money in my pocket. I'm thankful for that.
Like what specifically? Name the economic policy Trump passed that made you better off.
I mean, yeah, again, he's driving up domestic production, so that's
No,
one
he's
good
not.
thing.
Real domestic manufacturing investment declined every single quarter of his administration. What's your source?
My source is the gas prices dropping. What's your source?
Gas prices dropping does not mean we specifically increase domestic production. What are you talking about?
What? Again, my original claim was that he
Give me a
withdrew
source
from
that
countries.
we increased domestic production.
Again, we withdrew from Paris. Again, we're no longer
The Paris Climate
digging
Accords
into
is not
other
what led to
countries'
this.
resources.
Oh
and
my
now
God,
we're digging
dude.
into our own resources.
This guy's
Parker.
so ridiculous. Getting out of the Paris Climate Accords is not what caused gas prices to go down. What are you talking about?
How would you say not, Parker?
One, because there was a greater level of gas price decrease between 2023 and 2024. Plus, we can also point to the fact that in terms of... No, it's not. You want to bet?
In 2023, I was paying a lot. I was paying like $6 a gallon, bro, or $5. What are you talking about?
You want to bet?
I don't care what your statistics say. I know what I was paying in 2023, Parker. Talking to a grown man. I was paying $5 per gallon. I pay like $3 now, Parker. What? What are you talking about, bro?
Okay, so if you look at the Energy Information Administration and you look at the past year prior, you will see that gas prices between 2023 and 2024 went down at a greater rate than what it did specifically between 2024 and 2025.
Okay, but just to give you my interpretation, the president that was there for 4 years finally affected the economy the last year of his term. Is that what you just said, Parker?
No, I'm specifically talking about the. No, you're not understanding. I'm talking about over time, right? There was a similar trend between, for example, January 2023 and January 2024 that we saw between 2025 and 2026.
Oh, so now you went from so now you just moved the goalpost because now we was at 2023, 2024, and now we're what date did you just say now, Parker?
Between 2025 and 2026.
Okay, so now we're looking at different statistics then, Parker.
I'm looking at January 2023 to 2024 and January 2025 to 2026. It went down by a greater amount of cents specifically in 2023 to 2024 than it did specifically between 2025 and 2026. What was so complicating about that?
No, the only complication is that you read two different graphs. That was just the.
I didn't read two different graphs. These are the gas prices, and it's just on two different years.
You said from 2023 to 2024. Then you said 2025, 2026. Those are two different graphs. Two different sets of data. Two different sets of data, Parker. Correct?
You're quite literally stupid. These are gas prices in the U.S. All formulations. Okay, I'm comparing in the same month of the year between a year that happened in the past, the year change that happened in the past, the year-to-date change for 2023 to 2024, comparative to the year-to-date change between 2025 and 2026, to compare a year under Biden and a year under Trump, and you don't attribute the year under Biden, where there was a greater decrease in gas prices, to be because of Biden, right? Yet you do specifically here with Donald Trump say that it's because of
No,
him.
I did. No, I was saying that. No, I was saying that I agree with you that that's what I'm saying. You didn't need to move the goalpost. Like I was agreeing with you that cool. The president finally affected the economy is last year. But what does that mean? Because like that, but you just moved the goalpost and then used a different set of statistics, and that kind of confused me, Parker. So
that wasn't a different set of statistics. I was making a
That is a different set
comparison
of statistics.
between the year-to-date change 2023 to 2024 and the year-to-date change 2025 to 2026. That's not complicated.
So the reason that it is complicating is statistically speaking,
Oh my God.
you have two different experiments and you're trying to contribute that two different experiments.
What two
equal
different experiments are you referencing?
from 2023 to 2024? That's one
not an experiment, genius.
That
That's
is
the
an
same data
experience
source.
because that's a time period
Listen,
of when trials.
so
and
two different
error-
time periods
Uh-huh.
for gas prices. Yeah. What's the issue with comparing that?
Because those are two different experiments, and you're trying to
Two different
conflate the
time
two.
periods. Yeah.
You're
Why
trying to
can't I
conflate the
compare
two.
two different time periods?
You're trying to conflate the two to prove what point, Parker?
No, I'm trying to show you that you don't say
Mhm.
that just because there was a decrease in gas prices under Biden, that decrease was because of Biden. You have to point to certain things they did to cause this. Now, what did the Trump administration do to cause this?
No, I'm telling you that I would agree with that. Like if that was the case, that I was paying what I'm paying now in 2023, I'd be like, damn, bro, like he really did hook us up with the gas. But since that's not the case,
No,
and
you're
I
not
knew
listening. You're not listening.
Okay.
There was a greater decrease. It went from $3.34 on average in the country in January 2023 to $3.07, right, in January 2024, okay?
But that's not what I was
2025, it went
paying,
from
though.
376, this around the same amount, to 281, okay?
Wow.
So there is
Wow.
a
So
bigger distinction.
from your claim, right? If we just use this random claim, would one not say that Trump made a higher decrease than the other person, than Biden, Parker?
What?
You went from $3 to $2 with Trump, and you went from $3 with Biden, Parker. Could you
$2.81, man.
Right. So again, you went from 360 whatever to 292, and you went from 360 with Biden
360
to
to
330.
292. Where are you getting these numbers?
Can you recite the numbers again for me, Parker? My bad. Can you
Yeah,
recite them for me?
334 to
334. I'll write it down.
307.
Yeah,
Okay.
mhm.
And it went from 307 to 281.
Wow. To 281. So yeah. Nah, well, yeah, you definitely did change the numbers. That's crazy. Either
I
way,
didn't.
right?
Those are the exact numbers I cited.
All right. I'll concede that point, Parker. You got it. You got it, brother. Although, like I said, that was disingenuous because the way you did the statistics, but you got it off.
How is it disingenuous?
Because when you're really trying to do an actual statistic pool, you're going to try to make sure that there is no confirmation. You're going to try to make sure that it's as not biased as possible, but you move the
This isn't
goalpost so many
biased.
times. You moved the goalpost so many times to where it was just like, I just had to be like, you got it, bro, because you just moved the goalpost like 3 times, man. Like, what?
How? When did I move the goalpost?
So you moved the goalpost first by talking about 2023, and then randomly you just started talking about Trump stuff after I was going with your lead of.
Dude, I'm sorry. You might be one of the dumbest people I've ever talked to. Like, genuinely. Either you're trolling or you're one of the dumbest people I've ever talked to. I'm not moving the goalpost by comparing two separate years. Changes, year-to-date changes.
You didn't let me provide a point. The point of the moving the goalpost was if you have a experiment from 2023 to 2024, right? A completely different experiment. Like you said, it's a completely different person in office. And then as I go with that lead of thought, you then said, after I was agreeing with your logic, you knew that I was going to use your logic against you. You then brought up another experiment of Trump from 2025 to 2026.
Hey, dude, from the very beginning, I said specifically if you compare, again, prior years under Biden, we saw greater year-to-date changes than we saw under Trump. So I was saying it wasn't specific to Trump that this was happening. So what means that Trump caused this is what I was saying.
then I had remember when I had said that he pulled back into the domestic economy and stopped trying to go overseas and take their stuff and started
And
to
we've
make
seen
our
a
own
decline
oil.
in real
Do you
domestic
remember that?
manufacturing investment, and we saw
Do
the
you remember
highest
that,
levels
Parker?
of U.S. domestic production of oil at any point in U.S. history under the Biden administration at that time.
Parker, are you using ChatGPT? Because why did you not respond to this 5 minutes ago?
I did already say this.
Okay, I must have.
And no, I'm not using
heard it.
ChatGPT. It's called having
Okay,
a brain and memory.
Well, yeah, but your brain was taking a long time to compute that. I was just wondering. Okay.
It wasn't. I've already explained this.
Okay, again, Parker, like I said, again, I'm paying less money in gas than I was in 2023. I know that to be a fact. You can pull statistics up of the average, just like anyone can pull up the average median of salary. That's like what, 60K? But then and if you talk to anyone on your live, they're making like 20K, bro. So that doesn't
What?
really matter.
Real median wages, I just want to let you know,
Respectfully.
have gone up at a lower rate the first year of
Respectfully.
Trump's administration
Respectfully,
compared
guys.
to the last year under Biden's administration. And by the way, I don't think that would be the specific. I think it would probably be representative of the population. I don't see any good reason to believe that it would be lower, right? Like much lower, like 20K.
So the point that I was just providing is that going off of this framework and this logic is that you said, oh, the average with this, right, is this, right? But then if you use the average of salary, then what's your excuse if I talk about the average salary, Parker?
Well, average salary might not be representative of the median individual because it can be controlled by outliers. If you have very high outliers in terms of the level of wealth in our society or income, well, then that can pull the average. So that's why you should go by median. So look at real median wages. We've seen real median wages not go up at the same level that they were the prior year under Biden.
Okay, Parker. Well, every statistic has an outlier. So what did you really just say, Parker?
Well, real median wages aren't affected by outliers in the same way that average is affected by outliers.
They
if you took a statistics
completely
class,
are.
you would know that.
They yeah, and you know what you studied in statistics? The bell curve, right, Parker? And you know what the curve means? That means if Parker gets an F on his test, somehow he gets a D because someone smarter than him got an A. That's what that means, Parker, correct?
That's not what a bell curve is, you idiot. The
That's
bell
not-
curve is a
what's the
normal
bell curve?
distribution, and that's I don't even know how you got that from that. You're talking about grading on a curve.
Yeah, I'm talking about statistics.
Bell curve
and
is different
curving.
than
I'm
grading
talking
on a
about the
curve.
statistic
I want you
curve,
to
right?
know that a bell curve and a normal distribution is different than grading
Yeah,
on a curve.
yeah. You guys can't engage with this conversation that we're having. This is an intellectual conversation, okay? Yeah, but yeah, you're correct. The bell curve is statistics, right? But the reason why we solve for the bell curve is to get the outliers to understand that this little 10% that Parker is talking about is just like 5%, right? And then you do it with the other one, but then you go to the middle, and just because you have the middle of whatever that number is, whatever statistic Parker wants to pull up, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Dude, this guy thinks he's so smart, and he's one of
doesn't
the dumbest
matter,
people I've
because
ever talked
wanna
to
know
on
why
the
it doesn't
live.
matter?
Dude, Jesus Christ, man. I have a question. What does per capita mean?
Just per individual, in other words.
Okay. Can you tell us the ABCs in order?
The ABCs, no. I'm illiterate, remember? I can't read or write. Is that funny, Parker? Is that funny, Parker? That I cannot, I'm being dead serious. I have dyslexia, Parker. Is that funny?
Wait, okay, so you're saying that you don't have the ability to read or write at all, is what you're saying?
I'm saying that by definition, some can label me illiterate due to dyslexia, Parker. Are you going to question my disability?
No, I'm not questioning. I was
Okay.
asking because people who I know who have dyslexia still like they can read and write. They just will have some sort of issues specifically with like certain types of letters, right? And certain
Right. So,
contexts.
yeah. So, for example, when you made fun of the way I was pronouncing things, that's due to dyslexia because we have speech impediments. We have a lot of interpretational problems. So,
Okay, speech impediment is a different thing. So, do you have a speech impediment?
Parker, brother, please do not try to tell me what my life has been and what I go through. Okay,
I'm
Parker?
not trying
If
to.
I
I'm
just
just
told
asking you, do you have a speech impediment?
due to me having dyslexia, yes, Parker. If I have a
I
hard time
don't think that
interpreting
necessarily.
letters, what?
I don't.
If I have a hard time interpreting letters and word, how would that not play a part on my speech, Parker? Are you being serious? This is why you need common sense and why you need to believe in something, Parker.
By the way,
because
Santana has dyslexia, and he said he's not illiterate.
cool, because we don't want to say that we're illiterate, but it's points and times where it comes up, bro, and it doesn't need to be said just to prove. Like, come on, bro, don't need to. You're over here fucking using ChatGPT. Like, come on, bro. Illiterate dude over here cooking with no ChatGPT, bro.
I genuinely
Remember
don't.
that.
I'm not looking up on ChatGPT
Go to sleep.
right now.
Remember that.
I looked up, does dyslexia give you a speech impediment? And it says it's not classified as a speech impediment, but it can affect language processing and communication, leading to challenges in speech for some individuals. That's true.
So semantically speaking, it causes speech impediment, correct, Parker?
I don't think it's going to cause you to not say Kamala Harris correctly. Like when we say
I mean,
Kamala
sometimes
Harris.
it literally, I mean, tomato, but sometimes that can be the case, quite literally. But I understand that
It's not in this circumstance, though.
Well, if I literally, for example, for example, some people might have a hard time spelling. Never mind, I'm not even gonna do that.
Just say Harris then. Like, I don't know what your big issue is here. What's your point? I asked you for the ABCs, by the way.
Yeah, remember, and I told you I was illiterate, and that's why it's not really funny that you're laughing that I can have a hard time reading and writing, and then you ask me about the ABCs. They actually hurt, Parker. Like, I'm about to cry, bro. Come on, man.
I feel like you're trolling me right now.
You're bullying me. Nah, I mean, bro, I literally have, on God, I have dyslexia. What?
Bro, having dyslexia doesn't mean you don't know the ABCs. Do you know the distinction between those?
I don't know that. Okay, bro. All right, man. All right, Parker.
Okay, all right.
You got it, bro.
Yeah, can you admit you're trolling before I go on to the next person? Because I just want to let you know, you're Christian, and unironically, if you lie, that's a sin.
I've been as truthful as possible. I don't even think I even told a lie during this conversation, bro. I don't. What did I lie about? What? And tell Santana to get up here, man. Like, why is he ducking? Like, I pulled up over here for Santana to talk to really have some, you know what I'm saying? He over here ducking, man. Like, come on, man.
Well, you can now spend the rest of the time on the live in the guest box. I feel like they are just wasting our time, to be honest. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria to list in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I think that you're a fucking idiot.
And do you support Trump? And you're a coward because you just ran away. If you actually want to debate me, send a guest request right now. You just called me an idiot. Send a guest request back. Stop being a coward. But I really doubt you will send a guest request back because, again, you're just a coward. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Total accident. Didn't mean to. Sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It should up, get out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So also you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request again if you meet my set of meet the set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Everybody. Already hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on YouTube, it helps get it out to more people. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a quick second, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. I do apologize. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and the pinned comment on my YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm gonna rape all women in his life. I'm gonna rape your girlfriend, Parker.
You're so disgusting. You're so fucking weird. What a fucking weirdo, Jude. Genuinely. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Well, what's up? How old are you? So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
No, I think you and Dean are weird for accusing.
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's how old are you? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
And why do you support Donald Trump?
For 3 reasons. First one being his policies. Second one, abortion, and third one, dickness. He supports dickness.
I think they were trolling. I don't even know the last thing they just said. I thought they were just trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Why did you hang
How old
up
are you?
on that girl when she asked you that
How old are
question?
you? How old are you? How old are you? Can you answer my question, please? How old are you? You gotta meet the criteria to be on the TikTok screen. If you don't meet the criteria on the TikTok screen, I kick you and go on to the next person. Do you meet the criteria on the TikTok screen? Can you unmute your microphone, click the microphone in the bottom right and answer the question?
Why are you hanging up on
Can
that
you
girl
answer
when
the
she asked you what you
question?
and D
Answer
looked?
the question.
Dude, you know I sound old.
Do you meet that criteria on the screen? Do you support Trump?
You know I sound older than 18.
Okay, so do you support Trump?
Why are you silencing women, Parker?
Do you support Trump? Me kicking
Why are
someone
you
because they...
silencing women, Parker?
You're an idiot.
Why are you
Me
silencing?
kicking... Okay.
Why are you silencing? Why are you silencing?
Are you a woman?
Silencing women.
Are you a woman? Is that
You
what you're
want me
saying
to
right
be a
now? Because
woman?
I'm muting you right now?
You want me to be a woman? You want me to
What?
be a woman?
Obviously, you
to be a
don't meet
woman?
that criteria. No, I don't.
Faggot.
Oh, you're just going to use a slur now? Okay, so that's the type of people that think I'm quote-unquote silencing women for kicking them from the stream because they literally don't meet the criteria on the screen to join the live. That's what he considered silencing women, while he supports a guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing women who actually literally has tried to silence women that have accused him of sexual misconduct and held him liable for it in a civil court, by the way. So that's just embarrassing. Yo, what's up,
I'm
Paul?
gonna rape all the women in life. I'm gonna.
You're so can mods, if you can find that person's account, please ban them. I have the only ability to kick them, so I need mods in that circumstance to click on their account if you can and try to ban them if you have the ability to. I know I kicked them off really quickly, but that's the only thing we can do in the circumstance. Like, they just make a new one. They keep doing that, but like
She did
anytime
not
they
sexually
do.
harass you. Stop lying. You and Dean
How
need
old
to
are you?
stop the lies right now.
How old are
okay?
you?
Everyone needs to know this. Everybody.
I don't know what they even said. I don't even know what they just said, but they're just saying I'm lying for no reason. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello? I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Oh, wait, by the way, the last person claimed Tashika did not sexually harass you. That's what they just claimed. By the way, that is true. That did absolutely happen. I'm not lying. And claiming that people are lying when they say that people have sexually harassed them is literally is sexual harassment apology. So, I just want to clarify for that. That's not a good thing to do. And for people defending that, that's incredibly fucked up. I don't know why you would defend that. All right, in this case, it's a child, so let's go to the next individual. That's just a crazy thing to come up and say, by the way. To say that I'm lying about that is insane. Actually ridiculous. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Oh,
Do you support
I
Trump?
was tapping the screen. I'm so sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. You're good. Don't worry at all. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
And what's your birth year? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request
2007,
if you meet that set of
February.
criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. That's obviously a fetus. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Blueberry, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Blueberry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Shit. Yeah,
I do hear
I'm
you.
sorry. I didn't mean to request.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go on the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm over 21.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do, but I wanted to go on a topic that you and that last guy that was on here for like an hour were talking about religion.
Let me clarify
I
first,
think it's
though.
kind of crazy to
Let me
say
clarify
that
first.
if you
Can I clarify first? If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump. But to go back on my point, I think it's crazy to gauge if someone's religious or not based on if they know the first 4 books of the Bible or like I think that's like kind of crazy. It's like saying
No, I didn't
if you're
gauge
a
whether or not
sports
they were
fan, name
religious.
the
You're lying. You're
MVP
lying.
from 1970.
You're lying.
Like that's
You're lying. You're lying. I didn't gauge whether or not they were Christian based upon that. I said that they shouldn't be forcing their religion upon other people if they don't know these basic elements of their own religion. Because they don't even know what views they're forcing on their religion. I said that their political views are not informed if their political views are informed by their religious views, and their religious views are not well informed. That's what I was saying. You just are misinterpreting the entire conversation, or you didn't listen.
It must have been a misinterpretation, but from what I viewed from it is that both of y'all were going back, and I mean, he was doing the same thing too. I mean, you guys were both testing each other on the parts of the Bible, which I think is kind of crazy to do. If someone says that they're religious or not, that's their own personal belief. No one should be testing them about religion like that, unless that's your major in college or something like that. But yeah, I think it's kind of crazy. That conversation.
I'm asking what the gospel was because he was trying to force it upon other people.
And I understand that if he's forcing it upon other people, but I mean, you played it into it too. I mean, you were doing it and he was doing it as well. So I didn't side with either, but I thought it was kind of childish to do that.
What was I doing?
If you don't know, what was the first 3 lines of the Bible? If you can't tell me you're not religious.
That's not what I said. Wait, you didn't listen to me again. I just explained this. Hey, I did not say if you don't know these, you're not religious. I said then it doesn't make sense to use that as a basis for your political views. That's what I said. So you are purposely misrepresenting what I'm saying to try to argue against it. That's called a straw man fallacy.
And yeah, I saw one of the comments. It says, "Don't get religious, get political." But to go back to political, what do you think about what's going on with ICE right now, especially what's going on in Minneapolis or what was going on a few weeks ago in Minneapolis? I just want to get your views so I can respond because I feel like my views differ from the nation's views slightly, a little bit.
Wait, repeat what you just said?
Like, what are your views on what's going on currently with ICE and like especially what happened in Minneapolis a few weeks ago? I just want to hear your views so I can compare them with mine.
I think that Renee Good and Alex Preddy were murdered.
Wait, is that it?
Yeah, that's I thought you were referencing.
Yeah, no, but your thoughts on it, because that's not. I mean, that's a statement, but that's not really like thoughts. I mean, unless that's the only thing you're thinking of.
I gave you thoughts. I just said they were both murdered. What else are you asking me for?
So
to
you're
think
fine
about?
with
Just
what
saying.
ICE is doing, because technically that's the only statement you have. I mean, you're not saying if you support.
No,
it or
I'm not fine with ICE.
Okay, so that's another statement you made. So that's 2 statements. Okay, is there a third statement?
I don't know what thoughts you're asking for, so I'm clarifying.
No, I just want to know like what your thoughts like about federal agents, about the protests that are occurring currently across the country. I mean, to get specific, like what do you think about all of those? I mean, do you think the protests are being handled properly? Do you think the ICE agents are
No.
handling the protests properly?
No. If I say that they were murdered, that means that they're not.
So do you think people should be touching federal agents?
Do I think they should be touching federal agents? Like
Disrupting
typically,
what
no.
federal agents like protocols are? Like, I mean, those are ICE.
Do you think Alex Preddy was murdered?
Yes, and that is extremely terrible. It's awful. But then again, it's something that the government has pushed. ICE has become a lot stronger in recent years, but then again, they should be viewed as
So you do think he
cops.
was murdered, correct?
So I think he was killed. No, I wouldn't say murdered.
Was he
There's still
murdered?
a
Okay,
case- there's still a case going
so
on.
then here's my
I'm not gonna
question.
talk about
Do you think
undergoing
that those
case,
agents acted in self-defense?
Based on things I saw in the past of like him kicking out a car tail light, him
No,
like,
in the
spitting
video.
on
It has to be within that video
battery.
before he was murdered. It cannot be 11 days prior he kicked the fucking tail light of a car. Like genuinely, that's fucking embarrassing.
I'm just saying, on my objective view from my perspective, seeing all that stuff, and also like him being able to carry a gun and stuff, I do see how cops could feel offended from seeing that, and also just him laying hand. I mean, I could see how he was trying to act for the public good, but then again, he technically is interfering with a government order, like in federal officers. Like, it is awful what happened to him. But then again, like, would I be doing that? Fuck no. Fuck no. Like, you would not catch me doing that shit that he was doing. Even though I think it was heroic what he was doing, you would not catch me doing that shit because I know the consequences of that shit. And that's just a rational view. So, like, yeah, it's terrible what happened to him. But then again, you have to understand the state of where we're at now, and that's just how it is. So
I'm not understanding your points here. So, like, let's go through this here. Do you think that there was a reasonable fear of an imminent threat of serious bodily harm and/or death to any of the agents in the circumstance before they shot him?
from my perspective, there's a possibility given, I mean, there being a gun there, the audio of the actual scenario of when he was killed, the video footage that I've seen from the killing, and I'm not calling it a murder because it hasn't been classified as anything yet. So,
dude, I'm going to ask you the question again. If you don't want to answer, I'll just go on to the next person. I'm sick of asking questions over and over again without getting responses. Okay. You can't just say he had a gun, therefore it was justified to shoot him. He was a legal, lawful concealed carry owner in the state of Minnesota. You can't just shoot people who are lawful gun owners. Okay. So what reasonable fear of a serious or of an imminent threat of a serious bodily risk of or serious bodily harm and or death to any of the agents in the scenario was present?
I believe there was an imminent threat. Yeah.
What was it? What was the reasonable fear?
The fact I do believe him having a gun and him not having a gun is definitely adds to the fear compared to him just having his own body. That definitely is a factor in it compared to like just shoving or punching someone. He technically could pull out his gun and shoot someone, so that definitely is a possible consequence of.
So he was disarmed before he was shot.
So it's not. And also,
did you know he was disarmed before he was shot?
I saw that his gun fell on the floor like right before the shooting happened, like seconds before.
No, it didn't. He was disarmed before he was shot. He did not fall on the floor. He was disarmed by an agent
with his gun in hand.
Yeah, he was disarmed before he was shot. No, that was before he shot.
But then I wouldn't classify it as honestly classify it as a murder. I would classify
it obviously is murder. He did not have a gun. You said the justification for the reasonable fear of an imminent threat of serious bodily harm and or death in the scenario was because the fact that he had a gun. He was disarmed before he was shot. Okay? And by the way, having a gun in being a legal, lawful gun owner is different from brandishing said firearm. Okay? Him conceal carrying is different from brandishing. So he never brandished, he never reached for it. There was no reasonable fear in that scenario, no ID of him having a firearm that would then justify lethal force on behalf of the agents.
So what do you think about bringing, with a license or not, bringing a firearm to a protest? Or bringing a firearm to a situation that you know could possibly get a little feisty given, I mean, from what I've seen, there was possibly like websites and stuff that would give locations.
I would say it's legal. I would say it's legal to do. It's illegal
It
to
is
do,
legal to
and
do,
I would
but
say,
but
concealed
be rational
carry is
now.
different from brandishing a firearm.
And they are two different things. But what are your thoughts on bringing a gun to, like, I would say, like the January
Like,
riots
are you
for
trying to get me to say like Kyle Rittenhouse was stupid for bringing a
I
gun
mean-
to a protest? He was, because he was aiming it at people too.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with Kyle Rittenhouse really either, and I don't really agree, like. And bringing guns to the Capitol is kind of the same as what happened here. I mean, no one died. I mean, officers died there, but in this case, I think it's just not smart in general to bring a firearm to a protest, especially one that like 2 weeks prior.
You could say it's not smart. You could say it's not smart, but that doesn't mean you should be murdered. It's completely legal. And by the way, it is not legal to go and take a gun.
Fight. He knew what he was doing a little bit. Like,
it is not legal to go take a gun into the Capitol. Okay? It was legal for him to carry in the situation he was. The Capitol is not open to the public. Okay? Where they were is open to the public.
Technically, where they were supposed to be protesting would have been a legal area because the government can give
They weren't
spots
protesting.
for protest, but they went across those lines. They even went inside the Capitol building, which of course is not allowed. But they did have a certain section that they were allowed to protest. They, of course, did not regard those and went over and went in areas that were not allowed.
Wait, are you talking about in Minnesota or January 6th?
No, I'm talking about in DC.
Okay. Sorry.
But I'm just talking about the general fact of bringing a gun to a protest / encounter with federal agents that has the possibility of getting a little feisty, a little violent. That is just risky in general. That's not a risk I would personally take. And I just think that added to what happened. And it probably wouldn't have happened if
So do you think it was unjustified?
I think it was justified with what I've seen. So justified with what I wouldn't say the killing of someone is
Unjustified
justified
or
in that situation.
justified?
It's given both perspectives. I think from the federal agent's perspective, I think it was justified. But given
No, do
the
you
person
think
that's
it was
now dead's
justified? Oh
perspective,
my
I-
god, bro. I'm just going to throw my head through a fucking wall, dude. I don't know why people change the questions I ask them. I asked you if you think this. I didn't ask you what the fucking agent thinks, okay? I asked you what you think.
I'm sorry, you had to repeat that. The audio kind of cut out.
I asked you what you think, not what the agent thinks.
Based on what I've seen so far, I believe it was justified from with the ICE agents because I've seen it happen with police officers all the time. And where in the area I live, it's just a sad thing that happens. I'm not saying that it's something I'm happy about at all. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's a thing that happens sadly in this world. If you go look at other countries, it's things that happens there too. But I think it was justified based on what I've seen, based on, of course, the prior videos too. I've heard that some of the ICE agents that were at that original video of I'm forgetting his name now. The person that was killed, they were there at the scene when he was actually killed. And that video, I'm not sure if you've seen it, is not that good for him. Like him spinning a massive loogie at an officer before they closed the door and him kicking out the tail.
Oh my god, this is 11 days prior, and he
but
wasn't murdered in that scenario. We're talking about something 11 days later where he didn't show any violence
You're
towards
acting like
any of the
people have
agents.
the memory of goldfish. I can remember what I had for dinner 11 days ago.
How do you
Like,
know
I can
those were
remember
the
someone
same
kicked out my
agents?
fucking tail
Dude, how do you
and
know those were the
spit a
same
loogie at
agents?
me. No, I saw articles. If you could actually look it up, I believe one or two of the agents were there at the scene when he passed away.
Give me a source.
I mean, I don't have my computer in front of me right now, but
Go look it up then. You have your phone. Thanks to people in the meantime.
I mean, I'm on
Benjamin,
live.
thank you so much for the $2, by the way. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank
Do
you.
you have a- do you have a-
Lance,
do you have
thank you so much for
Santana on the
the $5. I
phone-
really
on the
appreciate it.
call
Thank
so
you
we
so much.
can
Give some W's for
side check?
Lance in the comment section right now for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, crazy how inaccurate AI can be. I just searched you up and it said Parker Get a Job refers to a TikTok live streamer often identified as Dean Withers. He's a popular liberal-leaning content creator also known for hosting political debates on TikTok Live. You gotta be kidding me. No way it says Dean Withers. You're trolling. Angel, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know, right? It's crazy. I don't know why people don't know that. Benjamin as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Ava, thank you for the $5. Benjamin, thank you for the $2 and for the $2. And Rachel, thank you for the $5. Laura as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. And Amanda, thank you for the $5. Elena, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for Ignorance and Hate is Dangerous. Thank you so much. I really appreciate some W's for them in the comment section. Angelina, thank you for the $28. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Luna, thank you for the €6. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Totally agree. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? As well as Benjamin, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Tyler, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Tyler as well for the $50 on PayPal? Thank you so much. Listen, here's 50. We love the streams. Please don't go bald. I can't 100% say I won't, but thank you so much. I appreciate the $50. Curly, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Curly in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Danielle, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can you tell him to stop saying Parker in every sentence? I got you. Jose, thank you for the $2. Jose as well, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I know, right? I think that was for the last guest. M as well, thank you for the $10 for the grift. Thank you very much. And I agree, Benjamin. I agree. It makes sense. Alrighty, continue with what you were saying. Actually, before you do, Dawn, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Dawn. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Did you find your source? Did you look it up?
Oh, yeah, I did. I found it if you want it. It's The Guardian.
What's the title?
It's called, well, I have two sources. Videos show altercation between Alex Preddy and federal officers 11 days prior, before he was killed. And the other one is ProPublica, and the article's called...
Wait, no, we're going to look at Guardian. Let's take a look at the Guardian article. So where in the Guardian article does it say what you were referencing?
Well, you have to look at both articles in combination, but the first one just talks about the altercation I was talking about the kicked out taillight and the loogie getting spit on officers, which I'm not sure if you know the law, but that's...
Yeah, but what did I ask you a source for?
To show that the officers were there.
So, yeah, where in this does it say that the officers that were there specifically 11 days prior were there on the day in which he was murdered?
I mean, do you have the article pulled up?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, scroll down.
Okay. To where?
Wait, give me 1 second. Give me a fucking ad block.
Michael, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much for always asking for the source. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Captain MKG. Thank you. He just left. If they accidentally left, send a guest request back. I don't know why they just left. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. If they send a guest request back, I'll add them up. Let me know what their name was in the comment section. By the way, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everybody. Alrighty, I'll look for them. I don't see them in the guest box. I think they actually just purposefully left. That's really funny. Oh my gosh. Angelina, thank you so much for the $14. Thank you so much. Just wanted to throw this in there. I'm very bad at donating, but I am here every day. Don't worry about it. You do not need to donate. I just appreciate that you are here. There's no pressure to donate. I always say that in case people want to. You're doing amazing. You're helping history be on the right side. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Angelina. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request. Again, if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, seriously, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I think right now we're currently at about 2,000, almost 2,000 likes. Let's try to get 3,000 if we can. We have 4,000 people in the stream. I think we can do 3,000. I think we can do it. Just hit that thumbs up. I think you have to close out of the chat in order to be able to hit that thumbs up if you are on YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
And what's your birth year?
04.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump, of course.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I support him even more now after he was exonerated, in the new file release.
Have I talked to you before?
No.
Okay, alrighty, continue then.
Wait, you're Dean, right?
No, I'm not Dean.
You're Dean. Wait, because I think I spoke to one of you guys. I'm not. You. I get you two confused a lot.
Apparently,
though.
you talked to Dean. I'm not Dean.
Yo, so Dean, why don't you support Trump? Is it just like some personal vendetta that you have against him? Like, what has he personally done to your mom and dad to not support him? You're not like don't say, oh, but he's a criminal. Are you a prosecutor that I don't know of? Please inform me. Please.
I don't have to be a prosecutor in order to call out someone's crimes. He has been held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He's bragging about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. An 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, and Donald Trump would barge in. His tax policy disproportionately taxes low and middle income individuals a greater percentage proportionally, while as decreasing taxes disproportionately on the rich and wealthy. He pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers. He called them patriots. I can keep going.
You're flooding the zone. Can I address the walking at the dressing room situation first? So 11 out of 15 girls said they didn't witness anything, and you want me to believe
there wasn't just one event.
This was the buzz. This is when they came to BuzzFeed, correct? And they were like,
yeah. So they went to different people, and some people saw that he went in, but others didn't. That's totally expected.
Well, if you're owner,
that's like saying because someone didn't murder you, that means they're not a murderer.
If you're an owner of an establishment, you may or may not have jurisdiction to go back into a locker room that you own.
If we're playing, you know that like the game specifically where you try to find out who the murderer is. I think it's referred to like Mafia.
Mafia. I don't know this relevant.
Would it be reasonable for someone to say I wasn't murdered in that game, therefore no one here is the murderer?
Well, I think it's different between accusations and proof, right? I can accuse you of checking me out in my underwear on a random Tuesday night, but do I have proof that I did that? It's not.
He was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He bragged about doing it himself. He literally said he went to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent. And he also said he grabs women by the vagina without asking. He admitted to doing these things.
Wait. What's the difference between criminally convicted and held civil liability?
Yeah,
I'm just curious.
One
civil
comes with civil
liability is
penalty
when
in
two
terms
parties,
of fines, and the
it's
other
when
one
two
specifically
parties come
is
to a
criminal.
settlement, right?
No. So it's not necessarily a settlement. So in the situation where Donald Trump was forced, it wasn't a settlement. He was forced to give up the money because of the fact that it meet a preponderance of evidence. So there's a distinction. If you could listen for a second, there's a distinction based upon standard of evidence in terms of preponderance of evidence versus beyond a reasonable doubt, and in terms of penalty, in terms of civil penalty being a fine versus criminal penalty ending up with jail time.
So if the U.S. Supreme Court documents it doesn't really make sense because one, 30 years later comes out with no witnesses, no evidence, and no DNA, but yet they weren't even able to come to a fair agreement. So that's where the settlement came in, where there was a lack of evidence to criminally convict him. So E. Jean Carroll was like, yeah, okay, I'll just take a payout, and that's that situation in a broad spectrum. And a civil liability, the definition is a 2-party settlement. So that's when 2 parties come together and they agree on a settlement. But that case is currently being appealed by the Trump administration, so that you can't say that it's a 100% guilty verdict.
Trump lost the appeal on the civil case.
Well, it's currently being appealed though. It's currently
he's trying
in the
to appeal it to the Supreme
by...
Court, but the Supreme Court doesn't necessarily address those.
And
he's trying to get them to take into consideration, but they haven't even taken it into consideration yet.
I don't believe that like Lita James and under Hillary Clinton's prosecution.
You said who?
Lita James and Hillary Clinton, who funded the case. Who Hillary Clinton was a known advocate for.
So
Jeffrey
Letitia
Epstein
James did not fund this case. I don't know what you're talking about.
She was the one who brought it to the court, or I believe tried.
No, she wasn't.
Lita James.
No,
I
think you're trying to think of Reid Hoffman.
No,
that's his name.
You look up Lita James, if you look up Letitia James, was the one who she has her own problems with.
That's a completely different case.
System.
That's a completely different case.
What case are? I'm pretty sure it's the SA supposedly civil
No, the civil
liability
case
case,
was
but
yeah.
civil
So
liability is not criminally convicted. If he was criminally convicted, I might say
you
I
accept the
don't support
felonies against
him.
Trump?
What felony? He wasn't. That's not a
He was.
felony.
He was
didn't get a.
convicted
He
of
didn't get
34 felonies.
a business fraud, not of SA.
Yeah.
And honestly, if
No,
you're if you're
of
a
falsification
billionaire,
of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York.
okay, but Joe Biden pardoned his son, who was criminally convicted, Hunter Biden, for the classified documents that he released to Russia in the classification from the Russia documents that were released. Hunter Biden was literally in jail, but got pardoned, got presidentially pardoned.
Yeah, but
whether
not for a
that's right
violent
or
crime.
wrong.
Not for a violent crime. Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers.
51. I mean, that was Nancy Pelosi's fail because she denied National Guard access
by the way,
to the escalated situation.
The Hunter Biden situation was a gun violation that he was pardoned for.
Yeah, I mean, and a gun violation is probably worse than business fraud or petty business fraud, to say the least. Like, if someone was illegally in the arms of a weapon, this guy, yes, this day cannot get any better.
Why?
Yo, Parker,
why does
what's
this
up?
guy? One moment. Why this guy is one of the more annoying people, and here's why. He likes to position himself. Okay, make it seem like he knows anything at all, but in all reality, he is by far one of the most uneducated.
The next
guests
Kirk.
that frequents
next
my
Kirk.
life, that frequents your life. There's been a cornucopia of things that you've said so far that have just been evidently false. First, you were wrong when you said that civil liability was a two-party agreement of a settlement. No,
That's what the
There's-
definition says.
let me
It's
help,
literally what the Google
educate you.
definition says.
Let me
It's
help
literally what
educate
the
you.
definition.
I would love to help
Educate
educate you. Okay.
I don't have
There
a whole
is an
bunch of
option.
time, to be honest.
In civil
I
courts,
work a job.
in civil
I'm
courts,
on like a little break
in civil
right now.
courts, one moment. In civil courts, there is an option of a two-party settlement. All right? That is what you do when you settle outside of court. Okay? You prevent a lawsuit by the two parties coming to a mutual agreement of a cash exchange with no admittance of guilt. But that's not what happened to Trump. Trump did not want to settle. He instead challenged the lawsuit. He took it to court and he was found guilty. The second thing that you were wrong about is when you said that Biden had pardoned his son, Hunter, for giving classified information to Russia. No, that's not true at all.
Wait, so
No,
he
no, no,
wasn't
no, no.
pardoned? Yes or no?
He was pardoned, but not for
Exactly.
that.
So next question.
No, not exactly, because that's
So
not what he was
that's a
pardoned
violation.
for.
Dean, I have.
No, 1 second. Why
Those are
are you
big
trying to
differences.
breeze over that? That's not what he was pardoned for.
You
And then third
you
of all,
say
I
say
mean, I don't understand
you
why
don't like
anybody is looking at
criminals.
this guy. One moment. I don't understand why anybody is looking at this guy like a reliable source of information whatsoever. Because yesterday you came up on my live, and then you
Yesterday?
challenged the
I
notion,
didn't come
maybe
up
the day
on-
before yesterday, and then you challenged the notion that the Trump DOJ has the ability or should redact the names/identities of victims in the Epstein files. Right? It was crazy. Just to catch everybody up to speed, this guy was saying that the
I
DOJ
speak?
has an obligation to not redact anything. There are no redactions allowed. And then he substantiated this legally by reading off Section 9, subsection B of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, where it says that the DOJ can't redact anything for means of public embarrassment, political positioning, so on and so forth. And then all I did was I went to congress.gov, pulled up the Epstein Files Transparency Act, and then read him Section 9, subsection C, where it says, but they may redact the identities of victims. And this guy just had a breakdown on live. He couldn't understand that the law was telling the DOJ that they can't redact any information of the perpetuators, but they should redact the identities of victims.
Okay.
And then his refutation to
I got
that
a
point was to
rebuttal.
say,
I have a rebuttal.
Dean, you're reading off of congress.gov. I'm looking at the DOJ. He didn't even know that Congress is the governmental body that passes the law that the DOJ has to enforce. And then I asked him how many Supreme Court justices there were. He said 200. And then I asked him how many senators there were. And then he said 200. Then I asked him how many House of Representative members there were, and then he said 200.
And then I asked you who was in the executive branch, and you didn't even know the president was in this. So we could play this game back
I
and
gave you
forth.
4 names of people in the executive
and
branch,
this-
and,
and this
then I
is-
asked you to name one more,
Okay,
and you
but
couldn't.
back
Like,
to
this
that.
guy is, like, by
Back to that.
far
How many?
one of
How
the
many?
most
How many
stupid
of the
guests
files
that
contains
frequently
victims?
join this live.
How many of the files contains victims? Right.
How
you
the
want-
hell would I know that?
Probably 95% contain some sort of victim. So you're advocating for more than 95% of the files to be some sort of redaction.
What you're not understanding is that they have
Thank you.
redacted
Next.
specifically people's names like Donald Trump.
I
Like, for
agree, they
example,
should.
in the
I should.
unredacted files, Trump shows up 1,000,000 times. I'm not being hyperbolic. Literally 1,000,000 times.
But he was just cleared today because he turned in he notified the police in 2006 before his 2008 conviction that Jeffrey Epstein's conviction that he actually notified the police of what was going on, and that's when he cut off the ties. And this is from
Wait, where did you see
literally
that
the
actually?
files today.
They notified the
So
police.
this is from the files today. This was literally, and you can look this up anywhere you please, God.
No,
look
you
it
say
up.
from the files
But
today. We
any-
didn't see the files today. That was actually Massey and Rokana, genius.
But
We're
that,
talking about the
that was in the
unredacted
files
version.
today.
We haven't seen the unredacted version.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying with the redactions that Congress are now able to do. That this is the kind of stuff that we're not seeing the full picture. If that makes sense.
I don't know what you're saying.
Indeed. And you guys think Trump violates the Constitution? Yes or no?
He does. Why are you pivoting though?
Under Article 2,
He's pivoting again. Wait, hold up. Stop pivoting. Go back to what we were just saying.
Under
You
Article
see how he
2
can't
of
do
the
it?
Constitution,
You see how he can't do it?
presidents have the right to push new
Look,
laws.
dude, he
and
keeps doing it.
push
He's
the
just completely
Constitution.
ignoring me saying this.
What'd you say?
Go back to what you were just saying. Stop pivoting, dude.
I need because I want to ask. Do you agree? Do
Bro,
you support
so you
no
just
voter
want to
IDs?
pivot. You see how he just keeps doing it?
Do you
We
support
already
no
have
voter
IDs
ID?
in order to register to vote.
So if you support no voter IDs, right? Which I think you support no voter IDs, that is an infringement on the Constitution. Therefore, you are for violating
How?
the Constitution. If you think we shouldn't have no voting IDs, which immigrants or which major democratic policies are pushing for, which is a clear violation towards U.S. citizens.
No, it's not. So you have to have identification.
So no, it's not.
Listen. You have to have identification.
What is our First Amendment right? What's our First Amendment right?
In order to be able to register to vote, you have to have identification already. So it's redundant.
That's not in California, not in New York
Yes,
City.
you do. I
They
live in
literally
California.
require-
You fucking liar.
Not in New York. They were pushing for no voter ID.
Not true.
Like the same
You understand-
situation
listen,
with the
listen.
sanctuary license.
What you're not understanding is that that's specifically redundant for a process that already guarantees that. It already guarantees. And by the way, there's only 10 cases of undocumented
Only
immigrants.
if you're in the process.
All right, I'm muting
Only
this
if you're in
guy.
the process.
Shut the fuck up. Genuinely, be quiet. Stop cutting me off, dude. It's embarrassing, dude. This is ridiculous. Be quiet. There are 10 cases of undocumented immigrants trying to vote in the past fucking 40 years. 10 cases.
What's the difference between legal immigration and illegal immigration?
Can you address what I just said? Hey,
Illegal
hey,
immigration
hey,
is
hey,
the
hey,
cause of
hey,
border-
buddy. Listen to what I just said. Respond to what I just said. If you don't, I'll kick you.
I got to get off anywhere here soon.
Oh,
because
okay.
I
So you're
gotta
not
go
going to
back.
respond to what I just said.
What'd you say?
There's literally 10. There's literally 10. Fuck, I can't even remember.
Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah,
Don't worry,
okay,
Dean.
so- yeah, Dean, do you want to come hop in for your buddy here?
Dean's got to go real quick. He's got to go real quick.
Oh, he's got to go. I made him run. Yo, I made Dean run.
Don't do that. Seriously, stop. You do that, I will kick you because that's not true.
He's running.
That's not true. No, it's not. Stop. Do that one more time. I'll literally kick you because that's not happening. That's not. He has to leave for personal reasons.
Oh, he just ran. Somebody
Okay,
clip
I'm
that.
kicking you. Fuck you. So what a dishonest prick, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. I have a few people to thank, but we do have to move on to the next individual. Sorry, I was responding to Dean real quick. If you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get this next individual up here real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
I had one thing to say to you. I don't.
I appreciate you very much. I'm just looking for some debates, though. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Luna, thank you for the 12 euros. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Totally agree. Thank you.
Joe Biden on top. Kill all Nazis. Kill all
Ren, thank you
Nazis.
for the
Follow
money gun.
your
Thank
leader.
you.
Follow.
Thank you so much for the money gun, Ren. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I just wanted to say that.
Seemingly they don't support Trump. It seems like they just wanted to say something. So let's go on the next individual real quick. Do appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates, though. Chat, Dean is all right. Dean is all right. Don't worry. It's just a personal thing. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're a stud.
How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I have a few people to thank, but we just want to get this next person up here real quick to do before we do so. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's your opinion on the Epstein files?
How old are you?
18.
And do you support Trump?
Just want to ask, what's your opinion on the file?
Hey everyone, we're not answering questions right now. We're doing debates, so please only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. For people who have questions, I might do a Twitch live later. I might do a Twitch live later, so if you have any questions, you can ask me then. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's your thoughts on Dean being a grifter?
How old are you?
I'm 20.
And do you support Trump?
So what do you think of Dean being a grifter?
Do you support Trump?
Do you support Dean?
Yeah, and Dean's not a grifter. Stop wasting my time. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, just come on Farm Sim now, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. W Farm Sim. W Farm Sim. We will someday. Maybe someday we'll do that. Jam, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. No, should we test on the religion? Wrong. Revere Christ as Lord. Always be prepared to give an answer to anyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have. 1 Peter 3:15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them? Literally so important. Yo, W's for them. That's an important thing to know. Especially if you go up on a live and you're using that as a reason as to why you want to like influence politics. You should definitely be able to answer basic questions like that, you know? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
I'm sorry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean
You're
to.
good. Don't worry. Don't worry. I actually have a few people to thank. We're just going to thank them right now. Christina, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Yeah, I know. I've had a really lot of dumb callers today. It's been really weird. Thank you so much, Christina. I appreciate it. Christopher as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. As well as Sister Mary. Thank you for the hand hearts. Samantha, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Happy birthday to Samantha. Happy birthday. Absolutely. Laura, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. And Miriam, thank you for the $100. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's from Miriam in the comment section right now for the $100 on PayPal? Thank you so much. Been watching you faithfully. You deserve trillions dealing with the stupidity of MAGA. Parker, your impressions of Trump makes my day and makes me laugh. It hurts. Love your intelligence. I have learned so much more. Keep up the good job. Love. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's from Miriam in the comment section? Seriously, Miriam, I always appreciate you seeing you. Always gives me a smile to my face. Seriously. W's from Miriam in the comment section right now. It's always good to see you. Always great to see you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yep, I'm 32.
And do you support Trump?
I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. Let me thank some people on YouTube real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Do you just give me a quick little second real quick? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It helps get it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everyone. As always, if you're on YouTube, let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everyone. I think we're on the way to that. For the 4,200 people, we should easily be able to do that. Neo, by the way, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said, I wish you were paying attention and corrected him when he said that there wasn't enough evidence to criminally convict him, and that's why they did civil. Oh, yeah, I missed that. I apologize. I was probably reading something. Our Democracy Dogs in Darkness, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Said lawyer here. Caller is very wrong on so many issues. His confidence is staggering. Yeah, that was for the last person. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Royland, thank you so much for the $7 as well. Thank you so much for They Always Run. Thank you. Thank you. Madden, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for love the stream, Dean. Thank you very much. Luna, thank you for the €6. I appreciate it. Pat, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Randy, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Exactly. Thank you so much. Kara as well, thank you for the $14. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for them in the comment section. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Dion, thank you for the $2. As well as, I think I'm fully caught up there. Alrighty, thank you everyone so much. Ingrid, thank you so much for the $20.26. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you so much for super late. But wanted to give you a little New Year's Eve gift, or New Year's gift. Keep doing what you're doing. We love you. Oh, thank you so much, Ingrid. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for them in the comment section as well. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
Sorry, I was muting so you could do that without any background noise. So, yeah, I mean, primarily I support Trump because I agree with what he's doing that's completely eroding away the post-World War II, what they call the New World Order, if you will. But like the rules-based order that has existed for the last 80 years.
Okay, why do you want to get rid of that?
Well, I think that it's resulted in like some really insidious things. Everything from like the Zionism that we've seen over the last 80 years that's been basically sponsored completely by the United States, to horrific regime change wars and consistent like installation of despots and this kind of like neo-imperialism that's been more driven by the U.S. kind of like, I don't know, the greed and the corruption of the country, you know. And so I think that that's a good thing. Now, I don't think that like Trump is, I don't know, per se intelligent or maybe even like intentionally doing this, but I support him because I think that with Kamala, it would have been just more of the same. And, you know, that the abscess that is this corrupted system needed to be drained.
So are you a left-winger?
Am I I'm sorry, a left what?
Are you like a socialist or on the left?
I mean, I you know, they say you go far enough left and you get your guns back. I'm kind of in that ball game. Yeah, I would say I'm definitely.
So you're an
like very far
accelerationist.
left. Is that what do you mean when you say an accelerationist?
Like
I'm sorry,
you're
I'm not
left
familiar
wing
with like,
and
the
you
terms.
support right wing candidates so that you can move the country to the left?
Well, no, actually, I support like what I would consider to be like the destruction of the current order, right? So like Trump to me represents like a divorce between
But
like
he's
the billionaire
upholding
class.
Zionism and neo-imperialism to a greater extent. You know that, right? Like
Right, but
Netanyahu said
it's
that
like
he's
saying,
the greatest ally that Israel's ever had in the Oval Office. And then he's engaging in imperialism, literally trying to take Greenland, trying to steal oil from Venezuela, right? I don't know why you could say that he is somehow destroying these things when he's upholding them to a greater extent. If you're saying that he's exposing the corruption to more people are seeing the bad actions he's engaging in, they're seeing it as corrupt, well, then you're just a left-wing accelerationist. And what you're doing is you're saying, well, it's totally okay that, you know, all this harm is happening to people during Trump's administration, but maybe we'll have some sort of socialist revolution or left-wing push after he's gone. Which could happen, but you're risking how many people's lives to be able to marginally do that, which we could have done to a greater extent if we had Democrats in office right now. Like we can argue
like, I actually disagree
Democrats
with
from
you,
the
Parker.
left to
So
a
I-
greater extent when they're in office versus when they're not in office. Think about the discourse that was happening when Biden was president versus the discourse that is happening right now.
Right. So so let me, that's a lot to unpack there, but I'll try to do so in like two very succinct points. So I actually remember when Democrats have been in power, right? I remember the 90s. I remember like these different time periods where Democrats did have control, in Obama's time frame. And, when you say like the discord comparative, from like Biden's to now, like what I see in Biden's time frame is not really like productive discourse, right? It's just all it is like that meme where you're slapping each other with gloves that in the end doesn't really lead to productive change. And in my opinion, the only discourse that matters is that which like propels us to. You can say it's not true, but like and again, I'm just expressing what I've seen, right? So.
Wait, wouldn't that have been the productive change that would
Biden
come from Trump originally getting elected, though? Like, think about it this way. You're in 2017 or 2016. You're choosing who you're going to elect. You say, because you're an accelerationist, that you're going to vote Trump over Hillary Clinton because of the fact that you think that was just the status quo and that there's going to be more productive change if we vote someone like Trump in office. What happened? The country's got more right-wing. That is the dumbest thing that anyone could have ever said in that position.
So hold on.
And
When
yet
you
you're
say the
repeating the
country's got
same
more
lie,
right-wing, what do you mean?
10 years later?
What do you mean
The same
country's got more
bullshit 10 years
right-wing?
later?
What do you mean the country's got more right wing? I don't understand what you mean.
This
by that.
country has got more right wing since Trump got in office originally in 2016. Do you agree?
You think that people have changed their mind and agreed with Trump more as a result of Trump getting in office?
Yes,
And
absolutely.
you think, okay, so hold on. So why?
I think
do
that
you
people defend
do you
things
think
just
that-
because it's Trump, and if someone else did this, they wouldn't defend it.
Hold on. So you think then? Do you have a problem with democracy?
No, I don't have a problem with democracy as a whole,
So if
but there are
people-
certain
okay, hold
elements
on,
of
hold on. Let me
democracy
hear-
that
hear
are
me out,
bad.
hear me out,
Yes.
hear me out,
Like
hear
for
me out.
example,
So
if
you-
Democrat,
if-
like for
if the
example, I
problem
wouldn't
for
want
you-
certain. Listen, let me explain. I wouldn't want certain states to have the right to like bring back slavery. That's not something through democracy. I think they should be able to establish. Human rights should be protected regardless.
So okay, hold on. I understand what you're saying about human rights, right? But that's a non sequitur. Let me just be very clear
How?
here. What you
I
just said
directly addressed what
is
you said.
you have a problem. Hear me out. Let me explain. You keep on talking over me. I understand everybody else has been talking over you, and I'm sorry that's happened. But let me explain. Okay, let me get at least a couple sentences out. You've unpacked a lot here. So for you to say that Trump has turned the country more right wing, and that as if that's a problem, what you're saying is you're contending that people changing their mind to be in alignment with Trump is a problem, and it's something that he's been not only successful at getting them to change their mind, but that even going so far as to have said that they're willing to even support him despite him doing things that other candidates would not get away with. And what I'm saying, I wouldn't even give him so much credit, but that's like astronomically surprising to me as somebody that doesn't support Trump, that you claim to not to support Trump, that you would give him so much credit and then all of a sudden take issue and problems with the fact that somehow the very premise of democracy, which is that people have their own agency and their own ability to make up their minds, and we should respect that somehow like they shouldn't be able to you shouldn't have to respect that decision. So like if he got in office and people changed their minds to say we agree with him, isn't that democracy working?
No. I don't think that's democracy working because I think that his beliefs erode our democracy, and I can explain why. Now, let me address this first. You were a left-winger, right? You said earlier, and you said being more right-wing isn't a problem. And what I was giving him credit for was that he was influential. Now, that doesn't mean that that's a good influence. I think it's a bad influence, right? Like, and by the way, that doesn't mean I'm like giving him credit in a good way. It means I'm acknowledging a fact of our reality that he impacts and
You said that
influences
he
people,
turned the country
and that
more
leads to our
right-wing.
he impacts and influences people, and it leads to our society being worse off because of it. That's why I advocate against these things, because I'm trying to influence people away from the ways in which Trump has influenced them towards.
Doesn't that come off? You don't understand how that comes off as like so elitist. Like we got to put in the right guy because if not, then the dummies will just believe and be influenced this way. Like that's so elitist, dude. Like,
I'm sorry if it
how
hurts
are
your
you gonna sit
feelings
here
that
and
it's
act like-
true
hold
that
on,
some
hold on,
people
hold
are
on, hold on,
influenced
hold
by
on. How are you gonna
politicians.
sit here- let
I'm
me
sorry,
finish,
that's
let me finish.
dishonest.
How-
That's dishonest. There are absolutely people that are influenced by politicians. Stop acting like I'm just calling everyone dumb because I say people are influenced by
all are.
politicians in a negative context. And if you say people are dumb, then it's not elitist for me
somehow-
to
but
acknowledge
you're-
people
but
are dumb.
you're influenced
Otherwise,
in
it
the
would be
right way,
elitist
and-
for you to say the same thing.
But you're influenced in the right way, right? And everybody else is influenced that was influenced by him was influenced in the wrong way. Is
Yes,
what you're saying. That's
yes,
what you're
and I can
implying.
give
Just
reasons
be
as to why.
intellectually honest.
By the way, I used to be a Trump supporter when I was in high school. I
Okay,
was
so
influenced in a wrong
basically-
way because of Trump. And I changed
So
because of
you
this.
think,
I
okay,
changed.
so for you, so for you, the problem that exists in your mind, in the paradigm, in the way you see the world, and I'm trying to steelman you, okay? The problem that you see in your mind is that politicians like Trump, which are basically just populist, right? Like right-wing populists, are going to influence people, and that influence is going to result in problems for the country because you just think that they're bad policies. What I would argue is that's not a problem. That's the feature of democracy. That's the boilerplate fundamental of democracy. And you're saying if you don't agree with that, then what you're actually saying is you don't really believe in democracy. And you may not say that outright.
Wrong. If I
You may not say that
disagree,
outright.
wait. No. If I disagree with the way
logically
that someone
follows.
is, no, it doesn't. If I disagree with the way that someone is influencing the system within the context of a democracy, that does not mean that I disagree with democracy. It means I disagree with how they're influencing people within democracy. So I don't think that they should be influencing people that way. I want to influence people towards facts and towards evidence and towards other things because they're currently being influenced by people like Trump. And you say it doesn't influence people on a negative connotation. You think someone being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, being in a position of power, doesn't normalize or accept people who have done those things into positions of power to a greater extent?
Do I think that being in a position of power? No, actually, I can point at multiple times where that, like the public has been absolutely abjectly, upset or disappointed or even rioted when they found out that their heroes were, living double lives or being immoral in such a way.
Trump has been
I mean,
held
like, I
liable
could
for
just say,
sexual abuse,
okay.
and he still has the support. So the point that I'm making is that you're not
I mean,
realizing.
but so was
wait, do you think
MLK.
that
Like,
people
what are
can
we
believe?
talking about, right?
Wait, would
Cesar
you
Chavez
say
had the
that
same
being
problem.
against a fascist regime that took power because of democracy means you're against democracy?
Listen, you're rotating just like the last guy did. Okay.
Can you answer my question directly,
to the
please?
point that we're discussing.
Answer
because
my
you're
question
trying
directly,
to rotate
please.
away from the point. Yeah,
Answer my question
I'll
directly,
answer
please.
that, but let's go back to the point. Go ahead. What was the question again?
Yeah, do you think that it would make sense to disagree if Nazis got into positions of power with the Nazis who got in power because of democracy?
If Nazis were to get in position of power, to disagree with the
would you
the
disagree with
Nazis
those
that were in
Nazis, or would you say it'd be anti-democratic to disagree with those Nazis?
I think that this is like an apples to orange comparison. This is a complete false equivalency. So what you're saying, and I'll explain where the difference is here, okay? This is why it's disanalogous. So what I'm saying is you are taking umbrage with the fact that people are influenced by a politician that you don't like. What I'm saying is that is a feature of democracy, right? That's what the founding fathers were concerned with. That's the reason why they built a republic and not a democracy, okay? You're saying then that's equivalent to somehow supporting the democracy through neo-fascists taking over, right? Or in this case, actual, old school fascists, because the example you gave were Nazis. So I'm saying that has nothing to do with one another. You're talking about the intent and the basis and the underlying operational moving parts of democracy, and I'm talking about, and that's what you're taking umbrage with. And then you compare it to as if somehow it's supporting Nazism. I'm saying no, dude. Like, first of all, giving Trump.
How about this? Can I ask you this question? Do you want your ideological preferences to win out within democracy?
I think that, okay, just for the sake of argument, sure, yes.
Obviously, you want your ideological preferences to win out in democracy. Now, then that would mean that other beliefs the politics going towards other beliefs would be a problem. Do you agree? Like beliefs that are contradictory to your ideological preferences.
I think that the point of democracy is to have the ability to represent other beliefs and for people to be able to be heard, even if I find those beliefs to be disgusting.
So I'm talking about things that are ideologically contradictory to your ideological preferences.
It's not a problem for the system. It's a problem, which is what you posed. You said that it's a problem because the country is turning this way. It's a problem for your personal beliefs. I can give you that.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
I'll
what I'm
grant
saying.
that.
That's all I'm saying.
But not a problem for the country.
It is a problem for the country under my personal views.
Okay, yeah, okay, but that and a dollar will get you a cup of coffee, right? Well, not even $1 nowadays, right? You gotta
So
have
we can
five,
talk
but-
about the reasons why. That's like that you're just disputing it because it's my opinion.
No, the problem. Well, no, because let me recap here, right? So I said, hey, yes, I supported Trump, and I would go back and support Trump. And the reason, and then you called me an accelerationist. I tried to ask you which that meant, and you proceeded to tell me that the problem with Trump.
Well, you said
is
you
that
went so
he's
far
turning-
left.
He's influencing.
Pause.
I'm recapping.
No,
I'm almost done.
You're
like half
recapping
a
incorrectly.
sentence.
You're recapping incorrectly. I'm apologizing. I'm muting you because you recapped incorrectly. You specifically said you are so far left that you get your guns back. Okay, that's what you said. That makes you an accelerationist by definition because you ideologically are left wing. Okay, you can unmute, by the way. I just wanted to clarify that. Continue with your recap.
So, okay, again, I'm not familiar with the term, but okay, if that's what you define it as, then I really am not. I don't know. At least I don't know what the baggage is there, but based on the way you've described it, I don't have a problem with it. The problem I have is that the way you've described your worldview, it doesn't really allow for democracy to work as intended. Okay, when other people, like we have to believe that every single other person, and I know that's not the case, but every single other person that's a part of a democracy, that's a participating voter in a democracy, has the ability and capability to view the world in an equal standing as you, okay? And if Trump happens to make the majority of those people and so influenced that they are willing to vote for him, that they are willing to promote his policies, that they are willing to protect him in places where they were previously not willing to protect other politicians, which is what you've said is the problem, then I would say that the problem is that you and your beliefs are not responding and understanding the country well enough. And that you can be one of those people, those curmudgeonly, let's say like Bernie Sanders, right? Which is somebody I used to support. So I say that, coming from that perspective, you can be like him and just be like, oh, we just got to win in the midterms. We just got to have a little bit of better discourse, But in the end, it doesn't really actually do anything for you. And what ends up happening is the Overton window still shifts. So where do you think that your policies could have done better in influencing people when your policies had control, when your policies were not only touted, but in the media and influencing people with the presidency and all two houses? Where do you think that the response could have been better that would have avoided a Trump? Because Trump is a symptom of a problem, and that's an unheard populace. So tell me what it is that you think that could have been done better.
Yeah, I do think that Democrats being in office would create a better culture for how we would engage in terms of politics because we don't have a person in the political office threatening to literally engage in hanging, right, members of the opposing political side. Okay? Donald Trump reposted on Truth Social. What question do you want me to answer?
You didn't answer mine. I asked you a very specific question. I said,
go ahead, try again.
Trump is a symptom of the problem. Mm-hmm. I said, because you're having a problem, right? And what I said was, my response was, if he is so influential, then the problem is that the opposing side is doing an absolutely shit job at keeping him from being influential and at selling their ideas. So where do you think the Democrats could have done better? Why is it that you think that Trump even exists? Because he exists. He is the wart atop the infection. So tell me how it got so bad that someone like him could not only take office, but actually be so influential, because populism doesn't rise like this when we're all doing well, baby. So tell me what it is that the Democrats could have done better that would have kept him from being in office, not what would happen in an amazing, utopia where they won and everything was hunky-dory.
Yeah, I think that they could have taken a more progressive approach, right? That could have been effective. But I do think that there's also issues that need to be addressed. This is multifaceted. It's not just what could Democrats do. It's also what could our country do, okay? What could our country do differently in terms of viewing the scenarios? Because if they did view them legitimately, they would have saw that Trump was a significantly worse candidate, right? But the question being that given these two situations, what could they have done? They could have communicated their perspectives to a greater extent, went over them over and over and over again, and didn't allow for the Republicans to create a straw man out of them, an extreme out of them that wasn't true to the same extent.
Okay,
that's what they could have done.
You ever heard the saying? You ever
They
heard
could
the
have built
saying,
up.
ask not what
They
your
could have built
country
up
can do
social
for you, but
media.
what you can do
We
for
could
your
have
country? Sorry, there's
infrastructure.
an audio delay. My
It's
bad.
okay. We could have
My bad.
infrastructure specifically for influencers and for engaging with the public and for the politicians. Politicians have not engaged with social media enough. If they did to a greater extent, that would probably build up respect, right, and an understanding. Right, those things I think would be important for helping the Democrats win to a greater extent. Do I know like a crystal ball of what the Democrats could have done to fix this set of conditions? No. But one thing I do need to tell you is that we would be better off as a country if the Democrats were in office, and that's a fact. Because Donald Trump has actively done
That's
everything that he could
speculation.
I'll tell you. He's done everything he could to undermine our democratic values by literally sending false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes we didn't win to try to steal the election in 2020. He got 70% of the Democratic or Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with absolutely no evidence. He said terminate the Constitution, all the regulations, articles, and everything in the Constitution. He specifically has undermined, right, core fundamental values such as that by literally saying that he wants to run for a third term and getting a bunch of his Republican Party to support that. So the idea of just putting your head in the sand and like not acknowledging the ways that Donald Trump explicitly is influencing people within our system is embarrassing. You're just saying, oh, this is typical. It's going to happen in a democracy.
Hold
where
on.
people are going to influence.
No.
Let
Now
me
you're
please
putting words
finish
in
my
mouth.
points.
No, you put words in my mouth.
You get mad when I
falsely
cut you
accused me.
off, and then you're completely okay with
No, hold
cutting
on,
me
dude.
off.
I've just timed you. You went 3 minutes and 45 seconds. I haven't said a single thing until you put words in my mouth.
I don't even know
Like
if I went
until
3
you
minutes,
put.
but go ahead.
You did. It's okay. I've been purposely making sure I don't overtalk you here, right, on your own show. So I'll respond to that. So you went back to just pure speculation land. Let's talk. You said something I completely agree with at the beginning of that. Yes, the Democrats should have been more progressive. Let's be honest, okay? Trump is unlike any politician that has existed in a very long time, okay? Like even Reagan was more liberal than Trump. Would you agree with this?
Do I think Reagan was more liberal than Trump?
Yes.
On certain policies, sure.
I mean, would you say, let's make it even easier. Let's throw away Reagan. Wouldn't you just say Bush Sr. until Trump was much more liberal? Like every single president we've had was considerably
it depends
more
on the policy, but yes, in typical.
Could
like
you name a single policy supported by any single president before Trump that was more conservative or more, let's say, right-wing than Trump?
I mean, if you consider the neocon policy right-wing policy.
You don't think that he's been more supportive of neocon policy than any president in history of neocon?
I mean, he supported a different type of conservative policy that acts a little bit different than prior administrations, but the conflicts haven't been as long as what existed under Bush, for example.
Sure. I'm not saying that the conflicts has been as long, right? But you would have to say that Trump is a more right, on average, Trump is a more right-wing president by far than all the presidents between him and Reagan.
Sure.
Okay. I agree. I completely agree. Okay. I don't think that's a hard concession to make.
I don't either.
So if you have to be clear if you're referencing
like let me be clear.
So
you
hold on.
have to be clear.
Let me finish my point.
Let me pause. I'm pausing you real because it's important. You have to be clear of whether or not you're referencing economically speaking or just like in general, because there's two notions of right wing. There's the fascistic right wing and there's a libertarian right wing. And being right-wing, far right-wing libertarian is way different from being far right-wing fascist.
I'm talking about fascistically.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's definitely more right-wing fascistically, yes.
Okay, cool. So we're on the same page here. I would agree with you completely. I would say that the neoliberals, because if we're going to class all of them, whether it was Republican and Democrat, whether, it was McCain, it was Bush Sr., they, all the way to Clinton, Gore, Bob Dole, like all of them, they were more or less, neoliberals. Okay, they could have been more Republican or libertarian in nature. They could have been more Ralph Nader or whatever, but they were all neoliberals. They pretty much shared like the neoconservative foreign policy plus some mediocre domestic policy. Every single one of them, whether or not they changed hands, whatever happened, the same agenda from a foreign policy perspective continued to play out. And that's just easily proven if you look back at the last 40 years. So what I'm telling you is that your policies that you support, which seems to be more of that tranche, is what led to Trump. Your policies of saying, we should have just had more Democrats, we should have just done this. That's exactly what I've heard for my entire 32 years of existence. Okay, it just should have been a little bit more like this. It should have been a little bit, it would be great if we had, utopia with hunky-dory Democrats and we could all just, laugh and have fun. And dude, it's bullshit. It's a bullshit line. And I'm sorry, but I'm just being upfront with you that nobody believes that anymore. And I say this out of love.
I don't prefer
but
the
you're
Democrats.
so
I
out of
prefer the
touch.
fascism.
You're so out of touch. With
You think
the
I'm out of
rest
touch?
your
This is
compatriots
what's annoying.
that
You
you
are
don't-
this.
hear me
You're
out,
so
hear
out
me
of
out. Let me
touch that
finish
you
the
don't
statement,
realize
and
that
I've
how many
talked for 2
people.
minutes and 15 seconds. I
No,
let you talk for
stop,
3:35.
stop. No, you didn't. You did not let me talk for that long. I'm muting you. I'm done. I'm done hearing your bullshit. Genuinely. You think that I'm the one that led to this? You're fucking delusional. You think I'm the one.
policies.
By the way, this is fucking ridiculous. I advocate for the party to be more progressive. You could say if the party was more progressive, it could have addressed it to a greater extent. But how many fucking people out there were like you that didn't involve themselves in the elections or voted for Donald Trump because they think that they
did.
wanted to destroy the fucking country? How many people like you existed that did that? There were a hell of a lot of people, and we could have fucking absolutely changed the conditions of who was voted for in the election if you guys got out there and fucking did something for once. If you
the
actually
primaries.
actually
You don't think
influenced
we
the
got
election,
primaried?
do something, please.
I
Right? Do
primaried
something.
for Bernie.
Where were you during the primaries? Where?
Dude,
Because
I
there was
gave-
no
I
other
gave-
candidate that beat out Joe Biden. Not even
gave
fucking
probably more
close.
than you
I
earned.
sat there and I advocated for other candidates. Where were you?
What are you talking about? I was there in the primaries. I was helping. I was leading a chapter of. Anyways, I'm not going to dox myself. But
So then there's not enough people. So what you're not understanding is there are more people that are specifically in alignment with the typical Democratic Party than there are people that are on the out threshold specifically that specifically
out.
want the Democratic Party to be significantly more left wing, right? To get them to go vote for it, and they aren't willing to vote for them outside of that context. What you have to understand is that the only possible way that we make our society better off is through incremental change. That is the only possible way.
I
would love
disagree.
for us. Can you stop cutting me off? Please stop talking.
I disagree.
I'm gonna kick you if you cut me off one more time. Okay?
I believe it.
Okay, you better. Okay? So the only way to actually ensure that there's change is through incremental change over time. I would love to be able to have all the change I possibly want right away. That's not reality. We don't live in that system. If you think people like me are leading to a system where there's not as many people specifically that are on the left, you are out of your mind. How many thousands of people have changed their mind because of the views that have been brought up on my live stream? How many thousands of people have changed their mind because of the way that I view it? And it's not like I'm just saying, oh, don't critique the Democrats at all. I actively critique the Democrats, want to push them further left wing while simultaneously saying that it makes more sense to vote for them when they're the better candidate. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So you're saying you've heard this over and over again from people, and therefore, just because you've heard this through this many years, that means that this has to be the reason that led to Trump being in office. No, that does not mean that that's the exact reason that led to Trump being in office just because you've heard that. That's called a correlation causation fallacy. And you're just superimposing your political ideology to be the most effective political ideology to get in these positions when, historically speaking, that hasn't been true at all. Literally, you haven't got elected. You haven't gotten to these positions. In order for you to claim that that's true, you have got to get elected. That makes no fucking sense at all. Involve yourself in politics. Actually be engaged with the political spectrum. If you're not, you can't complain that you're not represented. That makes no sense. You have to involve yourself within the context of the party to be able to move the culture of the party towards the way that you want it to be moved towards. Otherwise, you're making baseless claims based upon, oh, I think it would have been so much better if they did exactly what I said, even though I have no political polls to indicate that to be true at all. Okay? You have to have evidence. You have to have reason to believe the things you are. And you're just saying because you disagree with the Democratic Party and because you think that they didn't meet your exact standard of what you wanted, you were willing to vote for the fascists.
All I'm going to say is two things. Firstly, I never said any of the things that you're saying I said. Secondly, thank God MLK and the labor unions did not believe like you do with this incremental change bullshit. That is such bullshit. And neither the civil rights leaders, Cesar Chavez, none of them believed like you did. Instead, you've got this little whitewashed little piece of shit.
This is so dishonest.
Mollified.
You're totally okay with saying
version of
this,
incremental
even though it
change.
harms
We just got
marginalized
it.
communities.
Only way we change.
What you're saying harms marginalized communities. Stop saying it's because I'm white because of this. That's so fucking bullshit.
I said
Stop saying I'm whitewashing this. Me saying incremental change is the reality is not whitewashing. It's acknowledging reality. What are you talking about? And by the way, the Civil Rights Act was incremental change, you absolute idiot. That wasn't what you understand. That wasn't revolution, right? That was incremental change.
Oh my God.
It was. That's objectively incremental change. Are you stupid?
Full on strikes, right? Like that's incremental change.
Yes.
General strikes.
Yes.
Where
It
was
led
the
to
general
incremental
strike? Were you
change. It
calling
didn't
for a
lead
general
to
strike?
a socialist revolution. What are you talking about?
Why didn't you
It didn't
call for a
lead to some
general
sort of
strike?
every single policy that the people on the left wanted. It was absolutely incremental. Progression is incremental. You have to acknowledge this, okay? I'm not just sitting here and saying this because I'm trying to whitewash history. I'm saying this because this is history. This is what happened. And this incremental change over time is how we actively, meaningfully affect the world in a positive manner. And you're saying MLK didn't believe this? Yes, he did. What are you talking about?
Did
The whole
American
civil rights
Revolution happen
movement was
incrementally?
predicated off of having incremental change.
Did the American Revolution happen incrementally?
So the American Revolution, you could say, is a bit different.
Okay. So
But
the
I don't
American
think that the
Revolution was
conditions, I
different.
don't think the same conditions exist today as existed for the American Revolution that would
Did
make
the
it
Civil
at all
War
near
happen-
effective. I don't think revolutions in
What
that
about the Civil
context
War?
are anywhere near as effective as having conversations, changing people through culturally, and having a cultural revolution, non-violent, a cultural revolution through social media, through speech, through getting people to realize what's going on, through spreading information and critical thought. That's the way I think that we can influence society to the greatest degree incrementally over time, right? There is no change that's inevitably going to lead to 100% everything that we want. And by the way, you can't say the American Revolution gave you everything that you wanted. So that's also, in a
Well,
certain
all I'm
sense,
saying is
incremental
that when you
change.
go and read newspapers from that time frame, you know what the loyalists said, the people that believed fully that King George was the way to go. They said, you guys just gotta understand, you gotta just take it up with Parliament. You gotta just go through the right channels, man. That's all you gotta do. And honestly, with your approach, I think we'd probably still be.
Yeah, because there's no difference in the ability to communicate ideas now versus then. You fucking idiot. We're on a live with how many thousands of people? 11,000 people? 12,000 people?
Oh, that makes a difference.
And you're saying that they had the ability to do that back then. You want to say
No,
that?
so I didn't say
Really?
that they
Tell me when they had that ability.
Come on, stop straw manning me, Parker. You're
That's
just
not a
trying
straw
you're
man.
trying to get
That is
optics right now.
objectively a
You're
different
just trying to get
environment.
optics. Oh, did TikTok exist in 1786? No, of course it didn't, bro. Like, do you think your
So
audience
did we have the same ability to influence people? No,
do
we
you think
didn't.
your audience is that dumb that they think that that's a win for you?
There's
Come on,
more
dude. Like,
education. There's more information spread now.
let's
Obviously,
have a
that creates an
discussion
environment
instead
which
of-
allows you to do it to a
I'm
greater
being
extent.
muted consistently.
Yeah,
And
because what
and
you're
I'm
saying
being
is
talked
stupid and
over, and I haven't
insufferable.
talked over you. I have not.
You have.
Been,
Yes,
I
you
not
have,
been
you
talking over
liar.
you.
Yeah, you have.
No, I have not.
I got mad
I
at
have
you
not.
because
I
you were
have been-
cutting me off. What are you talking about?
Dude, you put words in my mouth, and I just corrected that one thing.
Oh,
and
so
then
you were cutting
and
me
then got
off. You
mad
were
after
cutting me
4
off. So,
minutes.
by
After
the way,
4 minutes
and
of-
you were just
of
saying something
monologue,
stupid, so I
said,
decided
hey,
to
hold
cut
on,
you
don't
off.
say that about
So, by the way, you were saying something stupid. So every single time you say something stupid, I'm just going to cut you off.
Oh, God. So, okay, this is the kind of dialogue, and this is the problem. That
Wait,
I have
I'm doing
with
the same
people on
thing that
your
you were
side. Yeah.
doing.
Do you think that you are actually like leading an intelligent discussion by doing this with your little sing-songy voice?
Oh, not
Is that
with
what
you,
you're
because I
doing?
can't have an intelligent discussion with a person
course,
who's
right, but not
absolutely
with me.
idiotic, that
No.
is not willing to acknowledge any of the points that I've made. It's totally insufferable.
I've been trying to address them, and
You
I
are
can't.
the problem.
I can't.
You have
I
ideological
can't.
views that are
I'm the
on the
problem,
left.
not Trump, not the
You have
people.
ideology. Yeah, no, it is
people
Trump
he's
as well. Wait, you act like I can't acknowledge multiple problems at once. How dishonest and straw man of you in order to say that. You're sitting here, by the way, I'm not even having a conversation with Trump supporters right now because you're the one defending Trump right now, even though you have left-wing ideological
A problem
views.
means not singular.
Okay, I'm waiting. I'm kicking you out. Okay? Me saying you are the problem is not saying you are the only problem. Do you understand the distinction between those? Okay? And by the way, I'm going to continue talking to other people because I think that would be more effective. Talking to you is incredibly ineffective. You aren't bettering our society at all. You are meaningfully ineffective. You voted for the guys that are making it worse. You voted for the guys undermining our democracy. How are we going to actually meaningfully change things if we don't have a fucking democratic process to the same extent to do so? If we have people not accepting the election results with no fucking evidence, we can't. When he's releasing violent criminals in the country, pardoning them, and releasing them in the country who beat police officers, when he's committing state-sanctioned violence, murdering U.S. citizens, right? You're just going to completely ignore all of that and all of the effects on marginalized communities during Trump's administration because you think that it's going to lead to more liberalism in the long run, which did not happen since 2016, since Trump has involved himself in politics. You completely deny the idea that Donald Trump can influence people because you say influencing people is an aspect of democracy that will always exist. But by the way, you are arguing against democracy when you were saying that you don't want to argue for quote unquote incremental change and you want to argue specifically for 100% change right away, which by the way wasn't what you were arguing for right now on the live because you were arguing for literal incremental change, arguing for Trump to be in office so that it could effectively lead to change in the future. That's incremental change. You're not fucking taking up arms and literally trying to unalive people to try and literally influence the position based upon violence like you were claiming you were. You were literally peacefully trying to engage in incremental change, right? By trying to influence our democratic processes to be able to put a person in office that you think would then be able to lead to more of your ideological views in society. So actually, you're literally debunking your own point when you actively speaking go against your own point by literally peacefully engaging on the live stream. Literally incoherent. All of us can acknowledge that peacefully having a conversation is way more meaningful to do right now than if we were to take up arms right now, because there's a difference in environment that exists. We do not live in an environment that existed in the 1700s where there isn't the same ability to communicate the ideas that you believe in, when there isn't the same type of power structures, when there isn't the same type of systems that exist. There are differences in the system now that exist now comparative to then. Obviously, there would be a greater reason to fucking take up arms then than now, because of the fact that there's a greater ability to change things without taking up arms now. Like, why do we not acknowledge that? You acknowledge that when you come up on the live stream rather than fucking using a gun. I don't know why people do that. Like, it's so annoying. It's just straight virtue signaling, right? You're trying to act like we're the ones that are the problem when I'm literally here every single fucking day changing people's minds, doing the most I fucking can to be able to do that. That's incremental change that makes things better off. I can't fix everything right away. I don't have that within my power. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Someone said your counter-revolutionary points are ill-informed. Yeah, don't take up violence on the streets because it's nowhere near as effective as peacefully engaging. You know, you just proved my point by typing the comment in my comment section rather than going up and taking arms. Where are you taking arms? None of us believe that. None of us believe that. It's bullshit. It's stupid. No one fucking believes in the modern era right now it'd be more effective to take up arms, otherwise they'd be doing it right now. They'd be trying to establish that right now, and they're not advocating for that. We all acknowledge it makes more sense to peacefully do it, and that's why you're commenting in my comment section rather than using arms as we speak. Jesus Christ. That's like, performatively, I'm acknowledging that you're doing that. It's when we engage in these behaviors, it shows that that's what we believe in. That's how we think we can change society. Parker, you're not changing shit, bro. I literally just caused you to comment that in the comment section. You're on my live stream. You know who I am because of all the work that I'm engaging in. I am changing things. If I didn't do this, you wouldn't know who I am or have typed in my comment section or heard any point I just made. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Literally. They only say that in the comment section because they don't like how I'm changing things. It's always people who just disagree with me ideologically speaking that say that. And not acknowledging the fact that I influence people is just stupid, like genuinely. Like, obviously people with positions like that I'm in right now have the privilege to be able to influence people. And that's an incredible privilege that I have, right? But like, to say that I don't have influence is really ridiculous. Like, dude, I can't even fathom actually legitimately thinking that. I think people are honestly grifting when they're doing that because they're saying that even though they don't actually believe that, just for attention. Because no actual person thinks that. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Someone said you're losing viewership by the day. By the way, I'm on my second account right now. There's 7,600 people on the TikTok stream, and there's 4,200 people on the YouTube stream. I'm falling off? I'm falling off? That's really funny. That's funny. You see, they just say that for attention in the chat. It's so funny. How embarrassing. Frank, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said I have a master's degree in economics and I've been in the workforce for 35 years. Take my word for it. Unintelligent, self-important, and arrogant. Absolutely. Totally agree. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for? Thank you for the tracking.
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
What?
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay. Alrighty. I have a few people to think, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second.
Okay.
Give me a quick second, real quick. Let me thank some people on YouTube. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people. Cornell, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm completely fine. It's people like that piss me off because they know that he's making the world a worse place. They just still support it because for some reason they're okay with harming marginalized communities to possibly get a situation that's going to lead to something more similar with theirs, even though they have no evidence it's going to lead to that. So it pisses me off because of the fact that they realize the negative impacts. Sophie, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I absolutely will. Luna, thank you so much for the €6. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Jam, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Roland, thank you so much for the $10. The Ryan, thank you for the $10 as well. And Sophie, again, thank you for the $5. Romy, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for you and Dean are changing history. People feel intimidated because you guys are too young and too smart. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Melanie, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know exactly. Like, because it's not impacting them directly, they're okay with the fact that marginalized communities are going to be negatively impacted, and they're okay with overlooking that because of the fact that maybe they'll get their specific revolution in the future or something. I think it's just the fact that obviously white privilege can, get people to like not see the impacts on marginalized communities or to not take them into account to the same extent, insofar as that they're willing to act like there's something to take into account or something that's willing to gamble in order to be able to get like some sort of possible better circumstances in the future. Justinia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Heather, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Heather in the comment section right now. Thank you for spreading awareness as an immigrant's wife. Even though I'm an American citizen, I fear all-consuming. The fear is all-consuming. Thank you for what you do. Thank you so much, Heather. Can we get some W's for Heather in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And best wishes for you and your husband as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Husband and or wife, by the way. Tom, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you. Rachel, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously, I know, right? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think it's important to take into account both. We can point to the fact that Democrats have had bad communication, and then also point to the fact that people were unwilling to listen and change their mind regardless, and unreasonably did the things that they did. I think we can acknowledge two facts at once, and two facts can be true simultaneously. As well as Sarah, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That would have been amazing. That would have been amazing. Benjamin, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much, as well as thank you for the $25. Thank you so much for no political goal justifies protecting child abuse. Literally, he's okay with Trump not releasing the Epstein files, purposefully violating the law because of the fact that he thinks that there possibly is going to be some progressive revolution in the future, which is not happening, by the way, because of the fact that Trump is in office, but rather because of the fact that we're able to have more conversations over time about progressive politics on social media in front of more people, and there's more progressive social influencers. So I think that's actually what it is, and that there's more progressive representatives within the Democratic Party rather than it specifically being like Trump that is necessarily leading to that. Tom, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alexis, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They lied about it being over in Minneapolis. They just delivered a semi full of Jeep. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. It definitely is not over for sure. It definitely is not over. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. As well as Olive, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for what I wasn't doing last time this month, listening to Parker this entire live. Revolutions are incremental until they're not. Yeah, to many people, even revolutions would be considered incremental to a certain extent because they don't technically get everything, and sometimes revolutions have concessions. Or actually, in every single revolution, there's concessions. Tattoo, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for First Dono. You played a massive role in changing my mind, but I wish you would have let the last guest speak more and then argued his positions. I don't know. I think that people like that aren't willing to actually engage with my points, and the reason why I had to cut him off many times is because how he's purposefully misrepresenting my worldviews, or he's trying to strawman them, or he's like actively speaking lying. Like those are the circumstances where I do. I get how it could be like make more sense to like let people speak in that context. I understand, but I think he got his point out. I think he's got his point out. Cherry, thank you for the fireworks as well. Thank you very much. Let me thank some people on YouTube fully real quick. But I totally understand Tattoo. It totally makes sense. I get you there. As well as, I think I'm actually fully caught up. Lex, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you very much. Alrighty, I am fully caught up. Jody, thank you so much for the $3, by the way. Yep, I'm fully caught up. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
Well, it's a couple reasons. Because he limited abortion for a couple states. And also he's banning gender-affirming care for underage people. Why do you hate Trump?
Yeah, because he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing, specifically when an 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms.
That shit happens every day.
What do you mean?
There's men in women's restrooms every fucking day.
Why do you support a man doing that?
It was his job.
It wasn't his job. It sounds like you're trolling.
Bro. Shit. But what about the men in war?
Yeah. She realized I caught her. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? By the way, everyone, I just want to let you know, especially if you're a liberal, it does not make sense to troll right now, especially. Look at the state of the country. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. So I would recommend not to do that, especially because you're violating everything you believe in, and that's what you're influencing to a greater extent. So, like, if you are liberal, I recommend not to do that because it harms the country. And look at the state of the country right now. I think you realize what's going on. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, bro, I'm sorry, bro, but I support you, bro.
You're good. Don't worry. Appreciate you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone, it helps get it out to more people. As well as, I think I saw another donation I didn't fully think. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
And what's your birth year?
My birth year is... Fuck. Was I born?
Bag of Spinach, thank you so much for the push. The $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for Parker. Did you see the headline that a British woman was shot and murdered by her father while visiting him in Texas after they argued over his support over Trump? BBC reported on the story 4 hours ago. No, I didn't see that. I started my live about 5 hours ago almost. So that literally came out while I was live. That's absolutely insane. That's so horrible. Seriously, my thoughts go out to them. And literally, that's absolutely horrible to hear. That's absolutely horrible. Let's go to the next individual here, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. People asking what happened. Yeah, apparently there was a BBC reported on someone specifically who was unalived by their parent that they had a conversation with, like, why they support Trump on. So some people are saying it happened last year. I'd have to go back and see, but TR1N4, thank you so much for the push of the 20 euros. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Thank you. As well as Lex, again, thank you so much. I appreciate the membership subscription. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. We'll probably be on until Dean hops on, everybody. To be totally honest, that's what I'm expecting
What's up,
today.
slow boy?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 19.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do, slow boy.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And you said you're 19?
Yep, I am
What
slow
month
boy.
were you born?
January, slow boy.
Okay. And why do you keep calling me that?
Because you're slow.
Why?
You support Kamala.
Okay. Can you tell me the ABCs in order?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z, slow boy.
Can you go through the full thing and not like mumble? Because we didn't hear all of them. Go through them all. Starting with
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z, slow boy.
Okay. So, well, can you tell me one thing that I've said that didn't make sense?
What? Oh,
Can you tell me
yeah.
one
So
thing I
your
said that didn't
support
make sense?
your support with Kamala is just going to be illogical.
Why?
Yeah,
What's the contradiction?
The contradiction is that Kamala is it's going to be worse than Trump for obvious reasons.
That's not a contradiction, slow boy.
Yeah, it is. You support some. You say that you desire to be like this good actor, yet you support a bad position. That makes no sense. That's a logical
What
contradiction.
bad position? And it's not bad under my own position.
I'd say mass immigration is objectively wrong. That's just gonna be an axiom.
You said mass immigration is bad. That's an axiom, so something you can't justify?
Yeah, it's gonna be axiomatic.
Okay. So mass immigration, and why is that? There's no reason? It's just because you feel like it?
Yeah, it's gonna be an axiom. It's axiomatic.
You're trolling. Get off my stream.
I'm not trolling.
Yeah, you are. There's no reason why mass immigration is bad. I just feel like it. That's exactly what he just said, by the way. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, how are you?
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
They have an echo anyway. Let's get this next person up here. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual real quick. Phil is an angry guy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello. I'm 18, August 4th, 2007.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
August.
Okay, and why do you support Trump? Someone knocked on their door and they had to leave. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 19.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2006. November
And what
6th.
month?
November 6th.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so he demonstrated that with the border, he was able to close it basically immediately, while Biden was not, even though he said he wanted to. He said that he had to affect policy to make that happen, but that wasn't true, clearly.
Okay, so can you name me like an ICE policy that Trump changed that you like?
Yeah, so I don't know specifically the policies, but from trusted sources, once again, I don't really remember, but from what you hear, and you can dispute me on this if you don't think it's true, it looks like the amount of people entering illegally into the country has drastically dropped. So for having
So that'd be a correlation causation fallacy?
You're not going to ask me for the primary source. I don't have it.
Wait, so are you saying that if there is higher amount of border crossings, then that means the border's open?
I'm saying that it is very likely, and it is most likely to be the case, that because Trump came in office and effectuated some sort of changes, it is the reason why there is some sort of causation. I understand that you have to explain the link.
But you have to
are
know the
disputing
policies
that?
in order to know which ones are the case, and even if you support the policies, given that they did that, because it could decrease the amount of people coming to the country undocumented, but you could have done it by like murdering people, and that's not justified to do that because of the fact that it led to a decrease.
Is that the argument you're making?
No, but like the point I'm making is that like you don't know specifically what they did to cause that, therefore you don't know what you're supporting.
I am supporting whatever action he has taken to make that be the case. Unless you're disputing that there was action
Whatever
he took to
action.
make
So
that
if
be
the
case.
action was incredibly horrible, then you would disagree with it, or you wouldn't disagree with it.
No, of course not. Of course
You
not.
wouldn't disagree
You know I
with
don't
it.
think that. Of course not. No, I would disagree with it, of course, if it was horrible. You know I would disagree with it if it was horrible action, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Right, like, for example, if he called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, like, would you, like, stop supporting him?
If he called for the murder of people, then obviously that would be strong reason, and yeah, I probably would.
Okay, you would. So you would stop supporting him?
Yeah, if he called for this murder and it was like a clear-cut case, yeah.
Yeah, so he did do that. He called for the execution of
In what
some Democrats because they
situation?
said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders, unironically. So you don't support him anymore because he literally reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington would.
I mean, I have to hear what example you're talking about, so can you elaborate, please? I'm uneducated on this point.
Wait, sorry, repeat what you just said?
I'm saying I'd have to hear and educate myself on exactly what this situation is, and
Okay.
maybe you can let me know more. I'd
I
have
just
to look
gave you
into
an
it myself,
example.
though, to formulate a conclusion on that.
No, but given that he did do this, would you
Can
say
you
you
say it
stopped
again? I
supporting
didn't hear
him?
it properly.
Yeah, he literally reposted someone saying HANG them George Washington would in reference to Democratic veterans in Congress that said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. That's all they said.
Yeah, so in that case, him reposting someone else's statement that wasn't, for example, like flagged or taken down on a social media
On his
platform,
own social media
like in
platform.
that type of situation. Okay, here my point is simple. I'm just trying to come up with a possible justification. I would have to look at more, but I'm just giving you a clear justification that could potentially be a reason why he isn't doing what you're describing, and therefore I can still
No.
support him.
There's
So you'd have
actually
to give me
literally no
something that is more
workaround other
concrete
than
than
like
that.
you feel like he's joking or something, which even so is ridiculous.
No, I don't think that's that. I wouldn't describe that as him calling for this murder of some
Him
specific
reposting someone
person.
saying hang
I
them George
wouldn't call that
Washington would.
incitement.
Literally. He reposted someone saying hang them George Washington would. Do you want to hear do you
Again?
want to see a video? I'll show you a video of literally Dean explaining the whole thing and putting it on camera, specifically what happened. So watch this.
No, I trust you. I'm just explaining to you how I'd have to look into this, and you're trying to corner me here, and I'm just trying to have a productive dialogue.
I got you.
Did you hear
real
what I'm
quick.
saying?
Yeah, I did, but I want you to see this.
Okay, fine. I'll watch it.
Of the United States of America, Donald Trump is
Sorry.
It just paused there.
Yeah, I know.
now demanding the execution, more specifically the hanging, of any Democrat urging our military to ignore any unlawful order given to them by him. I can't believe that this is a real video. I never thought I would be reporting this headline in my life. And just to clarify, you heard me right. If you want members of our military to honor their oath and uphold the Constitution, then Donald Trump wants you dead. So here's everything that you need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, "Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders," by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would." This is the
I see. Thank you for the context, by the way. I can respond to that already. So that actually is very helpful. He's clearly demonstrating something that he feels like should be the case and what would be like good. He's clearly trying to say like, oh, this is something that
They should be
like, if
hung.
things
They
were
should be
different, I would
hung.
like. No,
And that's
I think
that's your
that's not
defense
the
is that he's
sentiment
claiming they should be
specifically.
hung?
No, that's me trying to show you potential justifications for something I'm hearing about now. So I'd obviously have to look into this to formulate my decision, but also this is a bit of a pivot from the like argument that I was giving before about the border, and now you're trying to corner me again into denouncing my support for something that's like not really going to be helpful. So it's a pivot from my original conversation on immigration. I can bring up some other points, but we can stick to immigration for now.
I mean, you said that you wouldn't support him if he did this. He did do this, and you still support him. So that's called
Yeah. Are you gonna
hypocrisy and
acknowledge
the
that's
double
a pivot,
standard.
though?
What's up?
Not at all. I told you I have to look into it. I told you a
I
potential
just gave you everything you needed to
and you
see.
didn't like them. That's
What else do you
according
need to
to
see?
you. I don't know much more of the surrounding context to see intent and see what is like once again how people can interpret what he's saying. So no, that is clearly not going to be enough to immediately make me renounce him and turn me into a hypocrite for not doing so immediately.
It is, because you
And that
said you
is a
wouldn't
pivot.
vote for
Can
him
you
because of
acknowledge
this.
that it's a
What other
pivot?
information would tell you
Can
that you
you-
would support him? Because you said, I literally said, if he
My
said,
problem is you're pivoting from the substantial goods and you're trying to get me to denounce him from a character point, which is something you do all the time in debate. The thing is I'd rather debate on the substance of his presidency. and
this
you're
is
pivoting
debating on
from that.
substance, by the
You're
way.
pivoting from
And
the point. You're
No, we-
pivoting from the point of competence on the border, which is the point that I brought up when you asked me why I support Trump initially.
Okay, we'll respond this way, because I've already responded the other way, and I can respond both ways, and I'll give you both again. But I want you to acknowledge that you were hypocritical on that point. Again, in terms of immigration, right? Donald Trump specifically is worse for immigration because
I'm not acknowledging that.
he violates the law.
Sorry.
Right? Specifically in undermining people's due process rights. He allowed for ICE to detain individuals specifically without due process and is defended them doing so. He's allowed them to detain U.S. citizens literally for just having an accent. He's allowed them to detain indigenous Americans and say that their IDs are fake. He's allowed them to racially profile, literally created that as a policy that allows them to take that into consideration in who they are detaining. He allowed them specifically to not use judicial warrants within search and seizures. Right? He allowed them to mask up, right? To not identify themselves. Right? So like all these things that did not exist under prior administrations, right? And that's made conditions worse there. Also, he didn't make conditions at the border very much better, because we can point to the beginning of his first term, or the end of his first term. There were actually a greater level of border crossings on a daily average compared to the end of Biden's administration, right? So actually, the border that Biden handed over to Trump was actually more secure than it was handed over to him.
Yeah, okay. So I guess here's my line of questioning. I'm going to answer what you're saying. So are you going to then acknowledge then that the border is better by Trump and it is probably because of the actions of Trump, and you're just saying that those actions are unjustified? Is that the argument you're making?
No, my argument is that the border is worse off, and my argument is worse off in terms of it they're unjustly acting. Because what I want is I want them to
I'm
go after
talking about
people who have
crossings specifically. Are you
What?
saying that the crossings are
Makes
worse
sense.
off and there are some more crossings now?
Oh no, there are less
That's what I
crossings
mean when I
now.
say
I'm not
better and
disputing
worse.
that, but like I don't think that's necessarily evidence of the immigration being better off.
And you don't attribute that to Trump's actions?
I would attribute Trump's actions to reducing the amount of people coming to the country. That's not what I was disputing.
Okay, great. So
I was saying he's not making conditions of
Great,
immigration
so you're-
better because
you're
he's not focusing
qualified.
on making legal immigration be quicker.
Okay, so you're qualifying. You're saying, you're right, Donald Trump did successfully close down the border. I just don't like how he got that done. I would have done it differently. And I don't like it because it crossed some moral thresholds you didn't like.
Wait, repeat that one more time?
Would that be accurate? So you're saying, you're admitting that yes, Donald Trump did reduce the border crossings, and you just aren't liking the moral thresholds you believe he passed that make it
I think
immoral or
unjustifiably
to do so.
unjustifiably engaged in actions to reduce border crossings, yes. But by the way, reducing border crossings isn't necessarily
Got
good.
Got it. Okay, that's fine. So I would say that it is fulfilling the democratic purpose and will of the people anyway. Obviously, that could be immoral, but at least on a technicality point, since we agree that it's probably not immoral to reduce the border crossings, then I think it was a good thing to follow the will
No,
of the
it's immoral
people on that topic.
how he's reducing the border crossings.
Yeah, no, I understand that. You were saying how technically it might not be good to have less people come through the border. I understand how you might have that opinion technically because of some economic things you liked or whatever. But I'm saying how whether or not you liked some economic things from that, I think it's good he did that because again, the will of the people, democratically speaking, that's what people wanted in the country. So I think that it's good that the leader of the country is following the democratic will. I think it's good. So that's a response to that specific point you made. can I hear a little more specifics on what the immoral thresholds he passed, like the lines he crossed that you don't like?
Yeah, I told you already, he violated due process rights, violated the law specifically in what he allowed for ICE to do, allowed for ICE to literally engage in not using judicial warrants to search and seize, allowed them to racially profile and taking that consideration to detaining people, has justified them detaining U.S. citizens without due process, and literally just because they have an accent, they've literally defended detaining U.S. citizens for over 3 days without due process, without access to an attorney, and without access to medical supplies that they need, literally after they were like fucking pepper sprayed and like tear gassed, right? And their skin was burning, and they're a U.S.
I
citizen
hear.
that was a veteran and
Could I
was just trying
respond
to
to
go to
some of these
work and
points?
miss their kid's birthday party because of that.
Okay, so here are some points I'll make to respond to that. So I'll agree with you half and half here. I'm going to agree that there are probably some scenarios where I probably don't agree with the way ICE is enforcing the law. I'd also argue that there are plenty of times where the way ICE handles the situations are misconstrued because people are seeing the videos on the media and they're very often missing context, and very often the people that are doing the enforcing are painted in bad light because that's what law enforcement is. It is a monopoly on violence. So I think by the very nature of seeing these sort of things, people develop a bad taste in their mouth when they see those sort of videos and images. But to answer your question broadly, that doesn't mean I don't like the direction that Trump is taking. Those moral thresholds you're talking about, as long as I'm seeing a administration that is trying to mitigate those and is just trying to enforce the will of the people, which is what Trump is doing, especially when you hear him in that like NBC interview that he just did recently, he clearly isn't happy about like the deaths that took place with two people that dealt with ICE. Clearly, those were chaotic situations where there was obstruction and there was also malpractice. But again, that doesn't make me change the support of the direction that Trump is taking in supporting the will of the people. So that would be my response to those moral thresholds you pointed. As for the American citizens point being detained, I think it's bad they were detained, but I think it's good that none were actually deported. I think it's good that they're trying to be successful and they're trying to do what people want. So that's not fascist, as I'm seeing some comments saying. In fact, it's actually democratic. It's good.
Can you define fascism?
Probably not succinctly, but that's a pivot. So
that's not a pivot because
I
you
don't know
brought
why
up
you'd
the
ask me
term.
that.
Why do you say
I was
everything I bring
responding
up
to
is a
comment
pivot?
that's
Like,
there.
it's really frustrating when you just say everything is a pivot, because I feel like that's you just trying not
Yeah,
to
it's
acknowledge
just-
anything I'm saying. Like, I literally,
not.
you brought up the term, and I'm asking you what the fucking term means because you just used it. It's not
Okay,
like
great.
I'm
So
not
I'll give you
pivoting. I'm
my-
asking you what the term means.
I said I probably couldn't give you a succinct one. The reason why
Okay, so then how could you claim that he's not fascist? I can tell you one if you'd like. I can go
Got it.
through the 14 points
It's
of
because I
fascism.
know
Would you
that-
like?
Yeah, great. So I expected exactly this. I expected you basically, when I gave you my like kind of elementary understanding of fascism, and I'll give you the definition, you'll say, well, that's incomplete, and you'll give me a whole thing. But that would be a pivot because it would make me like look unintelligent or something, even though my point stands. Obviously, people understand that a democratic individual isn't a fascist because I understand that part of fascism is being authoritarian, and if you're understanding what I'm saying, then you can actually glean what I'm trying to convey from the context without having to ask me what the 14 tenets of fascism are, because I don't know them by heart.
No,
So
I'm not. I
that'll be
wasn't
my
even
response
asking you to
that.
know the 14 points, right? I just like if you were even just to say the 14 points of fascism, I would accept that as a definition. I'm not trolling. If someone just said the 14 points of fascism, I would literally accept that as a definition.
Okay, great. So we
Right,
went
like
through it.
they
Great.
acknowledge the 14 points. I don't
Wonderful.
even think you need to memorize all of the
Wonderful.
14 points. Just that we have a basis
Great.
of, oh, we're referencing, say, Lawrence Britt's definition. So let's go through it. Like, for example, powerful and continuing nationalism, disdain for the recognition of human rights, identification of enemies and scapegoats as a unifying cause, supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security, religion and government intertwined, corporate powers protected, labor power
Great.
suppressed, disdain for the intellectuals and the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant carnism and corruption, and fraudulent elections.
Okay.
Like, I think those
Cool,
all describe
cool.
Trump.
So- Okay, could we get back to the conversation? Can we stay a little linear here, though? So I responded to your point on the moral thresholds on the immigration. I explained how I think he's doing the democratic will. I think he isn't demonstrating that he's liking malpractice or liking deaths. I agreed with you that there will be cases where ICE did do malpractice and cases where they didn't. I also explained to you how people will perceive these events because of the nature of how they are seen on social media. So that was my response. I think it was pretty whole and complete to your point. So you can just give me your counter to that, or you can concede.
You're really funny for that. So there's a few things here. I do think that they were detaining U.S. citizens for over 3 days. Like, for example, the U.S. citizen that was a veteran for over 3 days. You're telling me they couldn't identify that he was a U.S. citizen within an hour of him being detained?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I had to cut
Yeah,
off. My
he was
signal
held
very
for
bad.
over 3 days without access to an attorney. You're telling me you couldn't identify that he was a U.S. citizen when he was a veteran within an hour of detaining him?
Who are we talking about here?
I think his name is George Radis.
Yeah, so I don't know the case of George Radis. I'll try to respond. Not necessarily. I mean, I can imagine cases where it's hard to determine whether or not a person is a citizen if they don't have their documents in order. So, I mean, I don't know. Simple response, but I could imagine reasons why.
What are the reasons? Why was he held for over 3 days without
I
access to an
just
attorney? What was
gave
it?
one potential reason.
Sorry, what was the reason?
I just said that it's possible he didn't have his documents in order, and it's possible
He's
he
a
was being
veteran.
suspicious.
I'm sorry, wait. What documents do you need in order?
I don't know, things like an ID, a passport, birth certificate, the type of things
I don't
that
think
make
you
it
need
clear
to
you're a
carry that
citizen
on
of the
you,
country.
one. And two, he would still be able to identify himself through being a veteran. And I mean, by the way, you shouldn't have to like walk around with documents like everywhere you go, right? Specifically to identify who you
suggesting
are,
that.
right? That's absurd. Like if I walk to the park or if I go to like, that's ridiculous. But I mean, he was going to work. He did have his identification on him.
Okay, no, I'm not
Like, in
even
terms of ID.
suggesting that he have to. Okay, let me be clear what I'm doing here. I said that I have to look into it, and I also said that I can imagine reasons why it would be hard to identify. I'm just trying to respond as best as possible
Papers,
to your
please.
question.
Papers, please?
Papers, please. You're saying what they should have asked him?
No, that's what you guys are doing. That's what you guys are literally just going up to U.S. citizens and being like, papers, please.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Oh, no, I mean, I don't know exactly how ICE does their specific like encounters and how they go about realizing whether or not a person is a citizen, but that's not what I'm trying to say.
But they should be able to identify that within a day at least,
to a case
not
that I'm
3
not aware
days.
about.
Why was he held for 3 days without access to an attorney?
What was it? I'm sorry, but you didn't even know the name of this guy very well, so I'm not sure you know much about this
I
case
did.
either.
Oh, wait, I can play a video of what happened. Do you want me to do that? Like, I feel like that's dishonest of you.
I'm sorry, no, you did bring many reasons why, but
I literally brought up
not
everything
remembering his
about
name.
the
That's
case. You're
fine.
saying I don't know enough? What are you talking about?
No, that's okay. That's okay. I take that back. I'm not trying to say you don't know anything about the case. I take that back. What I'm saying is that I have to look into it more to develop an opinion, but I'm also trying to say I do think this is a one-off case. So this might fall under the umbrella of the malpractice I said, but it doesn't, again, undermine the whole mission and the whole direction of the
No, this is a little
presidency.
bit more than
I already
malpractice, though.
made that point earlier.
Do you
How
understand?
would you
This is a little bit
define it?
more than malpractice.
It sounds like a case of malpractice, where somebody was detained for 3 days unjustifiably.
I said it's a little
and
bit
it could
more
be the
than
case it was
malpractice.
justified. I know I'm trying to get a more specified definition than of what that is, a more specified description of that
so-
case.
yeah, because of the fact that I gave you everything that you need in this scenario. I'm really confused.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to say that that might fall under the umbrella of malpractice, again, that ICE might have done that I don't necessarily agree with, but that doesn't undermine the whole mission is what I'm trying to say. You're trying to say that if there are cases of malpractice or cases where things haven't gone as they should have gone, that therefore the whole mission should be abandoned. But I think that would be bad because that would be against the will of the people in the country. So I don't know why we would do that.
No. The reason why I say to abolish ICE is because of the fact that it allows for the executive to have so much unruly power. And I think that's bad. I think that it should be structured in a manner in which it needs to be changed by the legislative branch, and it can be, influenced in terms of constitutionality by the judicial. And the judicial should have direct oversight on terms of how it's constitutionally applied. That's what I believe.
Okay, sure. So again, this might be again, you might do things differently if you're running government. The point that I'm making is just that he's moving in a direction that, say, Kamala definitely wouldn't have moved, which would have been against the will of the people. I'm just trying to explain the merit in his actions. You can critique the way he delivers it, but that again doesn't undermine the whole mission. You keep trying to undermine the mission and say that I should have voted for Kamala, because that's what this point is trying to bring us back to, because you're not liking the way he could do things. And we can have a debate about how you think he should do it and how like you think it would be better to deport illegal immigrants, but that's not
Yeah, I
really
think they should go after
what's
people
in
who commit
contention.
violent crimes and bad crimes. I'm just saying that the Democratic policy on immigration is preferable. You brought up immigration as your reason to say you support Trump. And I'm saying that immigration, in terms of that, Donald Trump is worse on. Because if you care about upholding the law, well, that's not what he's doing, because he's breaking the law and deporting people in the manner in which he is.
Okay, so there are plenty of reasons I want him to, deport illegal immigrants. Upholding the law is one of the many reasons.
What are
And
the
again,
other?
if there's going to be exceptions to the rule, I'll give that in a second. If there are going to be exceptions to the rule in these one-off cases, then I could even concede to you, say that there were unlawful and bad and whatever. I could concede all of these points, and that doesn't take away from the general support that I would still have. So I'd just like to make that point. As for the other rules, I'd just say things like I think it is better when a country is unified. I think very often when you have unassimilable, I don't know how to say the word, goodness, unassimilable groups that aren't able to like integrate with the community and with the society, that it doesn't benefit the nation, it creates division, and that kind of thing's bad. That would be one example. The other problem is just that if you have people coming in illegally, it creates a unsustainable system. You have unethical situations like people getting paid sub wages and like wages that are not way below the minimum wage, and just a ton of unethical things. And it's just not sustainable for a country to have tens of millions or 10 to 20 million, however much it is, illegal immigrants that are inside of it. That's just not sustainable for any country.
So it is sustainable. I don't know what you're talking about for the size of our country. Secondly, if you say it's better when the country's unified, I don't know how you'd support a candidate that called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. I don't know how that's unifying the country to a greater extent. Also, pardoning the violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th and calling them patriots. That's definitely not unifying the country to a greater extent. That's causing political violence that leads to people being targeted and violated. We can also point to the idea in terms of quote-unquote assimilation, that there's no actual reason to believe that immigrants are the ones, quote unquote, not assimilating, right, in the manner in which like are upholding our general values of our society. I would say it's actually MAGA, because they're undermining our democracy, our rule of law,
Okay.
our constitution, our core fundamental American values. Practically everything you can point to in terms of a core fundamental American value, MAGA itself is undermining. So MAGA is not assimilating to American values. It's not, immigrants that are quote unquote not assimilating to American values. They typically already have American values, right? It's
For
actually
many-
MAGA that doesn't uphold
Okay.
American values and are not assimilating to how we ought to operate our country. And then in terms of undocumented immigrants getting paid lower wages, well, they're getting paid lower wages because they're under the threat of deportation. So if you give them a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country if they've not committed a violent crime or bad crime, well, that will get rid of them being exploited in our country. But you don't actually care about the fact that they're being exploited, and you just brought that up to virtue signal, and that's why you're not advocating to give them a pathway to citizenship. And instead, you're advocating for them to be under the threat of mass deportation, which is what causes them to be in the scenario where they are literally getting the lower wages in the first place.
Yeah, I'm gonna respond to you. I'm choosing to respond to you, but I will let you know, and everyone in the comments is saying this, and I'm still correct by saying this definitely is a pivot, but I will respond nonetheless because I will choose to. So you're saying that we should have basically, what's the word, where you make a pathway to citizenship towards everyone here. I think that would be a very bad incentive structure and that would undermine the sovereignty of our country. Basically, when you have like a country, you need to have the borders. That is one of the most basic parts of enforcing sovereignty. And when you have people come in without permission, that would obviously be breaking that. And if you provide a pathway to citizenship once they're inside, you're incentivizing them to enter illegally and then exploit that pathway to citizenship. And I think that would be bad. So that's a bad incentive structure. That would be one response. I also want to respond to your point that you were saying I'm virtue signaling. I don't think that's true. Like, I'm trying to explain why I wouldn't like mass assimilation. Not assimilation, what's it called? When you bring people in. I wouldn't like when you do that. So, I think that's not very good faith of you to accuse me of virtue signaling when I'm not demonstrating any signs of that.
Well, I explained why you clearly didn't listen, but people coming into our country undocumented doesn't necessarily destroy the sovereignty of our country, because the sovereignty of our country is establishing, again, based upon certain types of borders, certain types of conditions, in terms of like a government that's able to operate for the people and by the people. I think actually what's undermining our sovereignty is people like Donald Trump undermining our democracy, which literally undermines our ability to have control over our government structures. Not undocumented immigrants
Yeah.
coming to our country. That doesn't meaningfully
So I
affect
can respond to that.
our sovereignty at all. Plus, if that was
So
your argument, then you would say that because undocumented immigrants were in our country under Trump's administration, that it destroyed our sovereignty. And then you also brought up the incentive structure. So there can be a system where there's going to be a legal process, right, in the future that is respected, where specifically if you violate the legal process, that is enforced. But the issue is that we haven't gotten to that legal process yet. So there's going to be a process where we're going to carry that over. So for people who are already in the country undocumented, who would have otherwise gone through the legal process, but are not going through the legal process because the current process takes too long and costs too much, right? They are in the country undocumented. We should provide them a legal pathway so that we can actually create a better legal process of immigration, not only for people who are already in the country undocumented, but for people who are trying to come to the country. Alongside, I just want to point to the fact that in terms of the incentive structure, again, for the future, that would still just incentivize people to go through the legal process, because if you go through the legal process, you can quickly get in the country and be treated well. Whereas if you're in the country undocumented and under the threat of deportation under that circumstance, given that the legal process is quick, you have no incentive to stay in the country undocumented if the
You're
legal
saying
process
law.
is
I
so
want to be
quick
able
where
to
you'd be able to
respond.
get into the country without it negatively impacting you in any meaningful way.
Okay, okay. So your only like meaningful response really to the incentive structure point is that that's a temporary thing, and that we'd have this like new immigration structure that would allow quick immigration. I mean, that's a hypothetical that like maybe I could entertain, that would be the case, that would happen very quickly. Okay, fine. Even if it were, um, that's all dealing kind of in non-reality. In current reality, I think the obvious immediate move is to stop the border crossings, which you agreed Trump caused. So, in the end of the day, like I don't really see how could possibly argue like convincingly that, oh no, we should keep it open, and then like quickly implement this new structure which immediately allows for quick immigration. I don't think that's convincing at all. I'm trying to think of what other points you said. You said a lot, and I'm forgetting, so I'm just going to respond to that incentive point, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, so making the quick legal immigration process quicker, right, makes or creates an incentive for people to go through said legal process. Because right now, the reason why people aren't going through the legal process is because it costs too much and takes too long. $10,000 plus for many people, and literally several years on average. So we can also point to the fact that in terms of stopping border crossings, it doesn't necessarily mean that they've addressed it to a greater extent, and it still doesn't address the fact that there is a legal process that is an issue.
But
So
it's
this is just going to be an ongoing issue that will always
it's an
exist if
obvious
you
first
never
step.
address the root cause of the problem.
No, I might agree with you. I might even be like, you know what, we do have to reform it. It should be quick and like efficient. I don't think anyone would argue that it should be quick and efficient. I don't think anyone would say it shouldn't. But I think everyone should
No,
talk about
many
what's the
people do.
priorities. And everyone should. Sure, okay, I'm not being one of those, so there's no reason to tell that to me. But I'm just explaining right now why the obvious first step is to stop the border crossings and to address the important problems, and that has also been the direction that the Trump administration has clearly been taking. The Trump administration clearly wants to stop the border crossings, put a hiatus on all of it, and figure out exactly what it wants to get done, basically. There's a lot of problems that people want to address within the country relating to immigration and relating to how it should be done. Obviously, that's what we're seeing with ICE, and that's what we're seeing trying to get done here. So I think that that's obviously a much better direction than what Kamala would have taken. So I can only speculate based off of what she campaigned on and the messages she preached. So that would be the basic argument back to what you're saying.
Okay, so I don't think stopping border crossings addresses it or creates an incentive to address it from a governmental perspective. And I do think that that's the priority, is to be able to make the legal process go quicker. I think it would be a more fair argument if you were still advocating for the legal process to go quicker and you were saying that the Trump administration should be doing that, because the Democrats, that's literally their position. They want to continue criminalizing undocumented entry, but they just want to make the legal process go significantly quicker.
So for me, I think that what's most important really in this case, and I agree with the Democratic will in this case, it is to, yeah, stop the border crossings and to focus on domestic things. I think immigration is obviously an issue, but when it comes to the broader immigration picture, that's not really what the Americans are caring so much about. Americans currently aren't so concerned about how long it takes for people from out of country to immigrate. We understand that there's a very slow and bad process in place, and you can say that that's the reason why there were illegal border crossings, but that would be wrong because we clearly see that the border crossings have reduced, even though that bad system is still in place. I agree that, you know what, obviously would be good and something that should be on the list somewhere to like eventually make it a much better, more efficient system. But considering that it isn't right now, that doesn't make a lot of sense to really be stressing on about, specifically when it's not a hot topic in the country and not something that has an immediate effect in internal affairs. So that's why I would say that that's not a very convincing argument. And again, this is all in support of Trump's agenda and clearly not in support of Kamala's. So I'm just trying to tie a ribbon on the immigration point, why I like it in terms of Trump and not in terms of Kamala, and why it makes me support Trump and not Kamala. And everyone's accusing me of ChatGPT here or reading. I can guarantee them I am not. There's like nothing in front of me except my phone.
I don't care. So, again, I'm not really seeing how you're thinking that he's benefiting the conditions for addressing the border to a greater extent, because he's putting all of this money into militarizing the border rather than specifically making the legal process go significantly quicker. And it's not even allowing for us to go after people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes to a greater extent. So, like, I don't understand the increased amount of spending, right, alongside the fact that the Trump administration is, right, allowing for all these violations of the law on behalf of their administration.
Yeah, like I just explained, that didn't really address the points that I'm making. You're talking about militarizing the border and catching
Which point did you
illegal
want me to
immigrants
address?
that have
Sorry.
also. Yeah, no, the point that I was specifically making was just what is the direction that is good and helpful towards America, and I just explained that would be basically to first reduce the border crossings, first deal with our internal affairs regarding the illegal immigrants that are inside of the country, and then only after that can we start addressing those other things you said, and that is
No,
the
that's just
direction
not
that Trump has
true.
taken. And
Wait.
it
What's
is
the argument
also
for that? What is the argument that the
the
only
argument
way
for
we
what
could address
specifically.
those conditions are if we already have stopped the process of people coming in? All right, I don't think that's necessarily the way of addressing it.
Okay, no, you're right. I'll concede that. Like, you don't actually specifically have to stop the illegal border crossings to start making immigration process better, but I do think it is what the people wanted. It also is what is productive when we're talking about like the internal affairs of the country again. So if we're trying to actually like deal with what's going on within the country, it is the better thing to do immediately compared to help the people who are abroad to make it faster and more efficient and cheaper. Those are all things that are like worthy things you can work on, but it doesn't really like help us. So it helps us,
does.
but not more than
It
the
very
internal
much helps
affairs.
us. Immigration helps us. If we make immigration quicker, that helps people not only who are
Yeah,
immigrating to the
I'm saying
country,
it's
but
not the
people who are
payoff.
already in the country.
I'm trying to explain
And
it.
it allows for so the process I'm advocating for. I'll tell you the benefits comparative to the mass deportation. One, it would specifically be less harmful to our economy. We'll keep tax revenues higher, right? And it will ensure a quicker process for people who are already in the country and documented to identify themselves to authorities, so that if they witness a crime, they can tell authorities that they witnessed a specific crime. So that just creates it's a better incentive structure for undocumented immigrants in these situations. And then for the people who are in the country undocumented that will stay undocumented, it will actually be easier for law enforcement to focus on them because they have people specifically who are in the country undocumented at that point would be people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes disproportionately to a greater extent comparative to people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, because those people instead went through the legal process. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry. Not so much. I'm not sure I'm understanding what incentive structure you laid out there for the crime
I'll explain one more time.
and what sort of other process you're
I'll explain one more time.
describing.
Okay, so mass amnesty is preferable to mass deportation because it allows for more people to be vetted, because it creates an incentive for undocumented immigrants to identify themselves to authorities, which allows for them to identify, like, say if they witness a crime, to like be able to like tell the authorities that they saw a certain crime, right? Rather, under right now, they have no reason to do that because they have a threat of deportation if they do that. Alongside it
Oh, I
also
understand. I
will
got you.
increase GDP, productivity, because we won't lose out on their employment, which also leads to more employment for natural-born U.S. citizens as well. Alongside the fact that in terms of it will increase their wages and allow them to have more bargaining
Got it,
power.
yeah.
It'll put upward
Yeah,
pressure
yeah.
on U.S. citizens'
Yeah.
wages as well, because you won't have as many people taking lower wages because the fact that they are like or have to because of the lack of bargaining power that they have. And then it will allow for law enforcement to focus on those that have committed violent
No,
crimes
you're
and
gonna
bad
give me a
crimes.
list of
What?
benefits to mass amnesty.
I did. So now let me keep going.
Yeah.
So and it will allow for people
Okay,
specifically
sure.
who are law enforcement to focus on those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes rather than those that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, because those that are in the country undocumented disproportionately to a greater extent will be people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, because of the population that existed that is undocumented. Those that have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes went through the legal process because they were incentivized to do that, because they get to stay in the country if they go through the legal process, and they'll be treated better if they do that. So it creates a better process for everyone for us to have mass amnesty as opposed to mass deportation. We can still keep a process of legal
Got it.
immigration in the future and still have an enforcement of the law for the future. But as of the meantime, for right now, for those that are already in the country undocumented, this is the best process for them.
Got it. Okay, yeah. So I hear all of these benefits you're giving to mass amnesty. I mean, I could start like trying to critique each. I do think there are some holes there, but I think more importantly for me is just the problem of mass amnesty in the first place is that we're basically screening them in a very strange way. We're basically guaranteeing them citizenship. What are the requirements you would give these people to allow them to become citizens? Because we don't know anything about them. So I would have to like screen them and screen them thoroughly
Yeah.
to see if they're the types of citizens we'd want in the first place. So what type of screening would you look for?
Yeah, typical screening that we have in our legal process. They could just do it within our country. Does that make sense?
Wait, no. But I'm specifically asking, like, what sort of things are we going to be asking them? And
Yeah, like
making sure?
you look for criminal background, and you like work with the countries that they're coming from specifically to identify that. You specifically like look for vaccine checks and provide vaccines if needed. Like literally,
Got it. Okay,
all the
so
stuff we already do right now
vaccine
for
checks,
immigration.
criminal
But
records.
so what I'm saying is all the stuff we do right now for immigration, it's just that they get to stay in the country while they're going through the process. That's it. They're still going through a vetting process, the whole 9 yards. I'm not changing the process like within that respect for like looking at
Yeah. So I don't know what the
those
current
particular
immigration
things.
process is. Yes, I don't know what the current immigration process is. What I think is important is that it is very thorough, and I just think that what's going to end up happening if we were to employ the same rigor that we do in like the other normal immigration, I don't think we'd like end up keeping most of the people we have within the country that are illegal immigrants. Not because of like let's say criminal records necessarily, but also because of things like we want to make sure that they have some sort of investment towards assimilating. So we'd look at things like I don't know, like understanding of our, like this sounds dumb, but this is what they do very often in immigration processes, if I understand correctly. Things like testing our history, things like whether or not they speak English. This isn't because we are like racist or anything. It's because, again, we need a unified country. And that means that you're going to have to screen for more than things like criminal background and vaccines and these technical stuff. I think what ends up happening when you actually screen for all those things is that you find that most people that did end up doing the like illegal immigration don't actually fulfill those, and we're going to have to end up deporting a very large amount of those anyway. So I think the simplest and least complicated and most like actually utilizable solution is to first deport all of the illegal immigrants, and then once that is done, we solve the immigration process like we explained. So that's why I think that order specifically works best. So I don't think something like mass amnesty would be helpful, because I think the screening process would eliminate a large amount of them, because I don't think the screening process is as simple as you're saying it is.
I don't think the screening process would eliminate a large majority of them. I have no reason to believe that at all. You just superimpose that, but I am near the end of my live here. I'm getting off. Do you want to go into Dean's live? I can tell him to add you up.
I don't know. My phone is at 4%. I'd love to talk to Dean. So
Can you plug your
maybe
phone
another
in?
time. I could, but my roommate is sleeping. I'm literally outside right now.
Oh, okay.
And I have no
Alrighty.
charger around me. Yeah.
Alrighty,
It
for
was
sure.
good talking though.
Appreciate you.
All right. Have a great one, everyone.
You as well. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Benjamin, as always. Thank you. Thank you so much. A policy reform is impossible when the people charged with enforcing it are involved with an abuse of women and children. Seriously, thank you so much. I really appreciate Benjamin. Michael, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Benjamin, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, you know what? I kind of agree with you there. Joe, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I totally get you, but Joe, I'm sorry. I have things I was responding to. Like I was responding to Dean and to my girlfriend, and sometimes I get distracted on a 5-hour and 40-minute live. That just happens. So yeah. But if it's frustrating as a viewer, you can always scroll on. If you feel like I'm too distracted or something like that, that's okay. I don't really have an issue with that. I can't 100% be, focused in all sorts of situations, but I feel like I'm not too distracted where it's not like I'm not addressing anything. Lisa, thank you for the $5, by the way. Thank you so much. James as well, thank you for the $5. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you so much. And you know what? I totally agree, James. Thank you so much. And Lisa, thank you for the $5. Say, created legally 11 years ago, harassed by ICE in October because I was born in Canada. I was simply trying to come home from a family visit. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you so much, Lisa. And I'm so sorry to hear that you had to go through that. That's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Let me thank some people on YouTube, and then we're going to go over to Dean's Live, everyone. If you're on here, TikTok, I can't speak. Just go over to Dean's Live. It's Dean on TikTok and Dean Withers on YouTube. Let me thank some people on YouTube real quick, and then we're going to go join them real quick. Let me make sure to do that real quick. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Angel, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Erica, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I got you. Thank you. Jack, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. T-Rip, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Jake, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, it's going to be embarrassing. Trina, thank you so much for the €20. Thank you. Matthew, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. And then Ghost of Anakin Skywalker, thank you for the $3. And then Tattoo, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And thank you so much. W for Tattoo. Again, thank you. Already have a good night, everyone. I will see everyone later. We had near 6 hours today. Tomorrow I should be live earlier in the day. Probably 9 a.m. like I was today. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Go join Dean's Live, everyone. I'll be right there right now. I love y'all so much.